Which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach.
Hello, friends, and welcome to the CF1 Grand Finals weekend. Months of competition has led us to this moment. Only the top two teams from each division, the West, Central, and East, have made it all the way to the end, and these top six teams will be fighting for that first place crown here today. My name is Jack. I am joined here by Jonah. Jonah, how are you doing today?
Doing great. Exciting day for Valorant, of course. We got the top collegiate teams, as you said, and I just can't wait to get into it.
Yes, me neither. It's been a very long battle for a lot of these teams. Some of these teams, we're seeing them play for the first time today, so I think there's going to be a lot of interesting scenarios. But before we get into which teams those will be, let's take a look at how this tournament is going to work so everyone is aware of what's going to be going down this weekend. So I think the biggest thing to note right off the bat is that it's not going to be single elimination. There is a lower bracket, so if you lose your first game, you're not out of the running just yet. And with all of this prize money on the line, I'm sure everyone's going to be really thankful for that second chance.
Yeah, double elimination lends itself to a better opportunity for players. As sometimes you have a bad best of three, you have a bad map or two, and you don't want that to let that influence the entire result. So having that lower bracket, having that double elimination format, it really helps these players, really helps these teams show what exactly they're capable of.
Yep, and in that first matchup today, it is going to be a banger of a series. San Jose State going up against Rutgers. Rutgers, they have won CF1 before in the fall, back when it was more of a tournament format than a league, so they've already tasted some glory. Today they're going to try to do it once again, but it might be a bit of a difficult, even if they win this first matchup, I think it's going to be a very difficult time for them and most teams. I think that there's kind of a consensus that the West region was one of the stronger ones. So San Jose State and UCI, they're considered sort of favorites coming into today, but there's a lot of other great talent on the other side of the bracket. We'll be getting to that a bit later. But I'm wondering, do you have any predictions going into this first matchup already off the bat?
It's been so long since these teams have played one another because they are from the East and West. So Rutgers coming out with that number two seed. A lot of people are underestimating them because they come from the weaker quote unquote region. It's really difficult to gauge that though, as there is no regional matchup except for this. But in other tournaments when they've played each other, Rutgers and UW Gold has done pretty well versus the central regions, beating them, as recently as yesterday in another tournament. And so, of course, that might play a little bit more into the matchup. If you are considered the underdog, but you're still able to defeat some of these better teams, then perhaps we could see some upsets. And I myself, I'm looking forward to a banger of a game, but mostly I'm looking forward to this Icebox pick and ban as we head into it.
Yes, Icebox is going to be the first match of the day. It's going to be San Jose State who chose it. And it's interesting to see that Split as well as Bind have been banned from the map pool, so we won't be seeing those here in this series. Haven is going to be guaranteed next up, and if we go to a tiebreaker, it's going to be Ascent. Now, as we watch these agent picks come in, one thing you and I were talking about before the broadcast went live was that Viper nerf. She did get a teeny bit of a nerf. I wouldn't say it was too impactful, but if you didn't see the most recent patch notes, her instant decay in her smoke and her wall is reduced from 50 to 30. We do still see it being locked in, though, by Rutgers. I'm wondering if we're going to see it from San Jose State as well.
Yeah, I don't expect them to go for the Viper in this composition. Bear is more of a Sova player. That being said, regardless of that, the nerf, going from 50 to 30, it doesn't hurt too much, Jag, right? I mean, 20 extra damage that you're missing. It's really about the vulnerability you suffer from when going through the wall and getting those hit by those snake bites. That's really where Viper's kit truly shines. Those host plants, and of course using that Viper ultimate ability does let you take over that whole site that you're using it on.
Yes, absolutely. It's great for denial of an area, for attack or defense, honestly. I think it might be a little bit better on attack post-plant, but we'll see how this is played out. In the meantime, we didn't get to see what the last pick was on the side of San Jose State. Fortunately, we had to go to this amazing little map overlay. It looks like we might actually be having some technical issues, so right here from production, are we going to be having any sort of redraft here for agents, or... No, alright. No, so we're going to play out as is. We're going to see these lineups come in very, very soon. The all-important pistol rounds will be here in just a few moments. Always great to get a little bit of momentum as well as possibly a bonus round later on. Are there any strats or any specific plays you're expecting early on from either of these teams?
Yeah, I'm really looking at Choi Boy, the IGL for SJSU. When they have started on offense, they've really done a great job of holding strong in default positions. They haven't really full rushed anything right away when they've gotten those pistols and of course those guns. But that being said, SJSU, historically known not as a winner of pistol rounds, they tend to shine more in the third round when they're able to get those heavy weaponries out. And other than that, I mean, you're looking at Rutgers, right? And you're seeing that their starting defense, they have to react to basically what SJSU is going to do. So if SJSU has picked this map, expect some well-coordinated strategies from of course, their IGL and the rest of their team. Last time we saw them play, though, both SJSU and UCI, they had that Western finals, but they had both had subs apiece. So I'm looking at Teddy. He's come back. He's returned from his vacation from Cancun, and he's looking a little more refreshed. He's looking ready to frag on that jet. So really looking forward to what SJSU has for us on the offense. Could be slow, but could also be an execution. See if they've prepared anything. Of course, their coach is Kairos. So let's see if they have anything up their sleeves.
We're going to see if they do have anything up their sleeves. Indeed, it looks like an early A push right now for San Jose State, but as you see, Rutgers, they already have most of their defense positioned on A as well, so we might see some early battles back and forth. There are the first shots, but they're not going to connect, and that's actually going to be the first kill. Teddy going to be taken out, so that Jet player not going to be able to find value here in the first round. An early 4v5 in favor of the defenders, and it looks like already the attackers might be looking for a bit of a swap here. They've got the spike mid, haven't made any moves yet. They do have their stage kind of pushing up, as you see right now. Going to be taking a little bit of high ground, and I think San Jose State, they might have been caught off guard by that first kill. I don't think they were expecting to lose someone so early, and now they look a little bit lost.
Yeah, and this error from Zebek should scout out a player in mid. Doesn't get the tag on them as it gets broken right away. And look how far Thigwarp has gotten up the kitchen, but Rutgers is aware that that spot was an opening for the offense, so quickly they turn around and crash that. And as I say that, there's just a B push here, a split towards Justin. He's bought this Sheriff on the pistol round. Can't convert the frag onto Choi Boy, though. Does get the tag, however. So now it's going to be a 4v3 retake.
Now it's a 3v3. Not only have they lost that also crucial gun in this early stage, they've also lost another member. You saw that they still have a killjoy on the side of San Jose State, so they have a lot of ways to try to defend this point. The turret is still there. They also have their nades that they can activate from a distance if need be, but that's going to be it right there. It's going to do a bit of damage, not take anyone down. The trades are coming in. It's going to be a 2v1 for the attackers in San Jose State. They lost too early on, but it was not enough to deter them. They will take this pistol round.
Yeah, really well played from SJSU. Even if Teddy goes down early on, it's all about the rotation afterwards. They found the opening, even though the frag doesn't go their way. Look at how powerful Killjoy is, and also this yellow crate position is when you're playing postman. It's so hard as a defender retaking that position without, some more utility, an Omen Smoke perhaps, a Viper Wall going down. It's just so hard to get in there. And because of that, SJSU doing a really solid job winning that round. And look here, Teddy, he's purchased a Vandal into this round who looks to be executing in. This is the duelist that came back after his vacation. He's looking to make his mark early on in this set.
To the victors go to the spoils early on as they try to just cash in a little bit on their extra amount of credits, trying to get some guns of Vandal in the hands of Teddy despite him being the first one that fell. A lot of SMGs going to the teammates. They're going much more aggressive this time around. They're going to run all the way on to B. Already the spike is being planted. That's going to be Arena trying to flank, but Skirt is going to be taken out for their trouble. Not going to be too much of a loss as they already know they're at a huge disadvantage. Teddy now going to find two in the meantime. Might be able to find one more. Noah's going to be taken out, but that gun is still going to be secured by San Jose State. A very quick round win there as they go up 2-0 early on, but now we know that Rutgers does have that bonus round, so they'll have a little bit more credits. But I'm looking at Justin, and it's going to be, I think he might have to have someone buy for him.
It just seems he sold the two teleports, so we won't be having that, but he'll have the paranoia for this round. The thing I'm looking at right now is how does Rutgers respond from this? They have 3 members that are carried over from the fall semester when they won those 2 CF1 titles. but they haven't looked in form recently in comparison to SJSU, who went undefeated in that Western region. All going to come down to this gun round, though. If SJSU wins this, they'll be able to carry over the bonus. Looks like they're going for a mid to B split, and the split, I mean, it's being answered by a Viper, it's being answered by an Omen. The timing works in Choi Boy's favor. That's the IGL of SJSU taking on the IGL of Rutgers. Perhaps showing he's got the bigger brain, perhaps, but
it's not going to work out. I mean, you trade, and it does actually work out a little bit in San Jose State's favor. They look to plan, then they stop. It looks like it may be just a bit of a hiccup. Maybe they just wanted to trade to see if they get that Killjoy Lockdown Ultimate online. Now they do have it, so they have a little bit more ammunition here if need be, but I'm sure they'd love to save it for a rainy day. It's the only ultimate that's currently online. Rutgers, they still have their Reyna and their Sage. They're both approaching from the same spot. This is kind of deja vu, I feel like, of round one. This seems very familiar to what we saw before. It's the same exact rotation, the same exact setup from San Jose State. There is going to be the Nano Swarm. It's not going to find anything. It's actually going to be now all of the tables have been turned. 2 kills in succession, but the Sob is able to find one more out. They aren't able to stop the defuse, and although it was a bit touch and go there, Rutgers does take away the bonus round, and they do get on the board.
Yeah, the 5 HP clutch right there by Fruta. He's known as the clutch minister for his team. Usually he's on a Sentinel like Cypher or Killjoy. But since this map, they aren't running one of those 2 characters. They've moved him over to the Sage. Going forward, though, SJSU still has economy to buy into this round, and Zebek forced on to that Bulldog, Justin, with a Judge, and Skirt going without armor. It's looking like they're just pulling out a little bit from the piggy bank, trying to muster up what they can here, Jag.
Yeah, it's not a bad way to lose if you're San Jose State, because you were able to take so many weapons out of the hand of Rutgers. They have to kind of force by a little. We did see the Judge come out, so the economy is still better for San Jose State. So even though they'd rather be up 3-0, where they're at right now, it's not too bad, and this is the first time they've gone to A in a while. There is going to be the lockdown being used very aggressively, so instead of trying to stop the recontest, they're just going to try to clear up this point early on. They're not even able to really move up and stabilize just yet. There's going to be an Omen Smoke coming over the top. There's going to be the first Yokedi able to secure the wall bang, just float over the top, and now they've got the position they want. A few members caught out, though. There's going to be Justin, be able to find one with a shotgun. Fruta able to take another one out. And now it is a 4v3 in advantage of the defenders. Fruta also able to use the resurrection, so now things even looking better for Rutgers. They're able to get out their Viper once again. They're trying to go for the defuse, and the fire through the smoke is not being able to found. It's only halfway defuse. Now the attackers are back on the prowl. They're able to find one more, and that might be the stick. It is the stick, and somehow, some way, they're able to get it done. And Raby isn't even able to stay alive at the end of the day. Rutgers looking really good in that round.
Yeah, they played a really solid A retake setup that round, and that mostly comes down to the saving of the recon dart, saving of those slow and utility, and also crucially, Abe Stance didn't go down right there. Skirt and Justin taking first contact, getting a frag with that Judge, allows the Viper to stay somewhat safe. Of course, Teddy did take him out, but Fruta, I mean, comes in with that quick resurrection. All things being said, after that round, both teams have somewhat of an all over the place buy. You know, it's a motley crew of weaponry for everybody.
Well, there's going to be the Viper's Pit as well as the Blaze Storm being used early on. Teddy did not buy a gun, going to try to use those knives instead, try to save for another day. No action just yet as the Aerodrome tries to come through and find someone. It does not. There is going to be the Hunter's Fury, but it's going to be Teddy being taken out. Goes a little bit too close to the sun there. Hunter's Fury is coming in. Does not find any damage, but Choi Boy does find a kill. And now it is still a disadvantage for the attackers as Rutgers finds one. They find 2 back-to-back, and the spike is now down. It's going to have to be a lot of legwork for the remaining members of San Jose State. They have their Sage, but she does not have a resurrection. She is only 1 away, so she finds one. That might be all they need to get back to us. There it is. Can they find another kill? They lose Raby in the meantime, so now it is just this Sage on their lonesome. They do have res, but there's no one who's really available to, and right now it looks like they're kind of between a rock and a hard place.
Yeah, Thigworm can clutch this as he is known for those, and as he runs back, it doesn't seem like the members of Rutgers are going to over-aggress. They're not going to push, they're respecting their opponents, so just camping those bodies, making sure Thigworm can't get this res off. Of course, he's still got 25 seconds to his name, but he can't really plant this spike unless he takes out some of the members of Rutgers. A great little duck there by him to avoid the scan from the recon arrow. Let's see if he is able to pull this one off. Gets spotted by the first member, but no, Ape Stance actually doesn't turn around. Doesn't realize that the player is actually on the B side, and Zebek has to commit the Hunter's Fury, gets the first tag, gets the second, and oh my lord, Thigwarp almost had that.
Is able to get the plant down, so a little bit more money will be going into his teammates' banks, but it's not going to be enough to secure the round. Rutgers able to take their third one in a row after being down 0-2, and I want to say there was a really good play there by Thigwarp. They tried to go for the fake out. You saw they went for the run where anyone could hear them on the map, then just went back to being quiet, tried to go sneaky sneak, is able to find two, but Hunter's Fury just landed perfectly. Actually, that was almost the first shot landing too. They adjusted themselves at the last second, still able to find the final kill, and Rutgers now putting themselves back into this early on.
Yeah, but crucially, even though they've won 3 rounds in a row, every single round has been by defuse, and every single round they've only had one member alive. This has really got to hurt their economy, as everyone from that side of the Scarlet Knights is strapped for cash. And SJSU, since they're buying back into this round, let's see if they can take on the challenger in Ape Stance. They've gotten this B defender on the ropes, as mid to B split could come through, as we see off screen. Choiboy has worked his way into kitchen through mid. Perhaps he could get one, but looks like that will be a lurk while the rest of his team is getting into the B bomb site.
Looks like San Jose State was actually going to find another one, but no, it's going to be Skirt taking out Choiboy. Choiboy had the angle, but just didn't fire quickly enough. Now the gunfight is on. Shots being fired all around for the next one to be a casualty to fire sale. And right now, San Jose State, they are buying up whatever they can. They actually had the worst buy. They had one SMG online, but still they are ahead by one player right now. As you see the fire through the smoke, not going to find anything. Just yet. Skirt going to be trying to go for a very aggressive flank. There's going to be a paranoia coming in, but there's no follow-up just yet. It's a 2v2, and the Reyna still has Empress online. Skirt doesn't even need to use it right now. Teddy is trying to go around the other side. It does have a way to get over the top, does have that ability. Fires away, but isn't firing on the right target. Skirt gets 3, keeps the Empress, and Rutgers is able to keep 2 alive there. Like you said, it's close calls, but they're still winning them.
Yeah, what a round there, Jack, by Rutgers, and especially from Skirt. He was able to get onto that B post point and just have so much impact. Of course, that being said, both teams, I mean, they're still strapped for cash. All of these rounds are so close, and because of that, I really just want to take the time to highlight how well SJSU is running this offense. Of course, they've gotten the bomb down pretty much every single round, and because of this, they're able to buy in so much. Such a close round from Teddy. Perhaps in a different world that Sagewell would have favored him in terms of timing, but last, it is going to be 4-2 in the favor of Rutgers. The recon dart gets shot right away from their side, and peculiar for me, this is the second time actually they're going towards A. Rutgers not really respecting them on the A site though, as Teddy jumping in like that. Both teams playing super confidently here, Jack.
There is a resurrection online right now for San Jose State if they can get it. That's going to be Skirt committing the Empress, but Raby was right on top of the wall, shuts that ultimate down right away, and Rutgers does not have a resurrection online just yet. Fruit is only 2 kills away, or maybe an orb in a dream, but there's no orbs as the spike has already been planted. Fruta having to go also for the judge. Might be able to pick up that gun off the ground, is able to pick up a Phantom, so a little bit more firepower. The spike has been down for a little bit, Nashi able to take out their counterpart. There's going to be Raby getting another one. It's only 2 now for Rutgers, and it looks like this round might not be going their way unless they can find a little bit more. Now it is only Zabek, who's already so weak, isn't able to get the shots down, and San Jose State don't even need the spike to go off. They win that one, and that aggressive playstyle, we haven't really seen it as much from them, and they're paid off very well.
Yeah, I'm liking the flow they have going on right now. They seem to be abusing the B side, also abusing the mid-tunnel position. Choiboy's consistently gotten his way up through that positioning into that territory of Rutgers' defense, and it's really paying dividend as it's pulling the rotation from Rutgers to have maybe 2 B-bomb site players. Perhaps they could also have a mid player extra, and that's hampering their A site defense as it's being slowly whittled down, and that's right when SJSU took advantage. And look, now that they have conditioned them to have 3 on A, just like the previous round, SJSU is heading over towards B, 5 men strong. Justin will answer the call, gets the tag, but doesn't get the kill.
That's a call they might have wanted to put down there, hang up the phone, because Justin loses the Sheriff, loses the duel, and loses their life as well. Zabek is going to be losing theirs as well. The guns are just not right now in Rutgers' favor. As we talked about a lot, not only has San Jose State been able to get money from these plants, but also because they've lost so many rounds in a row, they've actually been getting more credits for losing them. Now they've been able to buy pretty comfortably. They also have ultimates online, but they're not even looking to use them. That's going to be 2 back-to-back. Teddy tries to go for the ace, but Apestan says not today. Nashi does get the final blow there, and I'm sure Teddy might be a little bit upset about that one, but not too much to be upset about when things are tied up once again.
Yeah, and it was almost a clip there from Teddy, as you said, and you really like to see this from these players. Of course, these are the top collegiate teams, and both teams trying to prove why they were #1 at some point. Of course, SJSU, they are the 2nd seed from the West. They did fall to UCI in those Western Grand Finals, but nevertheless, they are coming out with that #1 mentality, and Rutgers is trying to respond in kind as the representatives from the East. Both teams going for that early duel, though, and it goes Teddy's way. And man, oh man, this guy has been on fire, Jag. He's just getting picks everywhere he goes.
Yeah, it's been boom or bust for Teddy so far. Sometimes he's getting first pick, sometimes he is the first pick, but San Jose State, they're going to get 2. They're also going to get a resurrection, so now it is a 5v3. Rutgers does have their resurrection online as well, so Fruta could try to find it maybe on the back end, but they're just going to try to play high ground, and they're going to be found out. The instant headshot, it's going to be another one, and now it is only Apestan. Again, the last person alive. They played spoiler to that ace last round, but I'm not sure if they can play spoiler to this round going the other way. Raby gets 3 when all is said and done, and San Jose State, they dropped a few, but now things are back on their foot. They're able to take the lead once again.
And crucially, the economy is going in their favor, as is the ults here. I mean, of course, they did invest in that resurrection, but with this Killjoy on Icebox, they're able to do so much in terms of offense. Of course, you can drop that in B main or in A pipes, and it will lock down the entirety of the A or B site. So it's just the difference between characters, right? Teddy on the Jet versus Skirt on the Reyna. They're able to do different things, and Reyna needs to lurk to get into this game, but Teddy, he's just sending himself straight forward, getting in there along with Ravi's Sova drone here. They're going to be looking to execute on to B again. Skirt will be the man up for the task this time around, as that Killjoy does come out. Does lock down the majority of the B site, and that's why Killjoy ult is so powerful on this map. That's why Troyboy likes to play this agent here.
Lockdown comes in, isn't going to find anyone as this setup comes in. Actually finds 1 detained, but they're not going to chase it. They're just going to go for that plant after the stage wall comes down. Spike has been played. It's still 3 ultimates for San Jose State online, 4 for Rutgers, everything besides the Emperor. So there are a lot of tools in the shed for them to use if they want to commit here. That's going to be Nashi. They'll find the first kill on the Skirt, the only one who did not have an ultimate online. So that's going to be that Reyna. The lurk is not going to be able. Neither is most of the team, and it's a flawless round just like that. One thing I want to point out really quickly as we go to the buy phase is that there's only been 2 ways these teams have won so far, as you see. It's either been a team wipe from San Jose State or Rutgers getting the defuse. It's just that those are the only way these 2 teams have won so far. It's pretty crazy to think about it like that.
Yeah, I tend to think that if the game is going like that, it seems that Rutgers is just barely hanging on, and it's pretty much going San Jose's way. As we pointed out last round, the economy is totally in their favor, and the Killjoy ultimate bought them so much space, and they aren't able to deal with the strategy Jag, right? Of the mid player lurking through late on. They're not able to deal with that, and it's so difficult, but Apestan is trying to do his best. He's got the Viper ultimate down. It is a little bit late, though. He gets spotted out, and Hunter's Fury is down.
Out of charges.
The other thing to note is that this is already getting very close to halftime. There's only 2 more rounds, including this one, left before we swap sides. And San Jose State, they win this one, they get a guaranteed lead, and they're already up 4-3. The Spike has been planted. They do lose Choi Boy, so now it is a 3-3. There's still a Resurrection online, but it's going to be Hunter's Fury that's actually come out first. It's going to find 2. Can they find anything more out of it? It's going to miss the last 2 shots, so no kills, but there is some damage. Fruta trades out. They're going to want that Resurrection back online. It's going to be Reyna trying to find something, but uses the Leer, isn't able to find the shots after. Now it's Beck who still has full health. There is going to be one very weak. Finds the headshot. Now it's a 1v1. Can there be a clutch today? So weak is the... There it is. They do fall, and this is going to be the first defuse round win for Rutgers. Not only that, but they're going to guarantee that there's no lead just yet for San Jose State. We might see 6-6 going into halftime.
Yeah, it's every round won by Rutgers, as you pointed out. It's just the
Last round
defuse.
before the switch.
It's kind of comical, right? But still, Rutgers here, Zebek, the IGL for his team, takes down Nazi, the Odin main, who did get the 3K, and now he's on for the clutch. He gets the tag, the headshot through the wall on Fig. And that's so important for Rutgers going into the next half. If they can start swinging the momentum by winning the next round here, and you could see a solid showing from them on the offense. Looks like they are going for a little bit of a mid aggro is Rutgers. They have 3 members there. Perhaps they'll run down, get some space here as the recon dart does tag Choiboy, and there are members on the other side of that smoke. Skirt runs through and run through is Choiboy. Does he gets the frag and he's on for another frag as he's flanking a main.
Empress has been used. There is now Resurrection, so possibly Choiboy can be brought back into this fight as Teddy is looking for that one shot, one kill with the operator. It misses, but the spike has been planted, is going to be leered out, uses the knives, so going to be trying to find some damage there, but it's going to be Raby on the flank, uses the shock dart, able to find some damage, and there is going to be kill after kill coming in. When all is said and done, it is a 3v3. Teddy dashes in, but Justin finds his second of the round. Fruto walking in blindly, still able to get the kill, but the Resurrection does come in, so Thick is not going to be the last one alive. Gonna be immediately mowed down. Justin can only find 4 kills when all is said and done, and no one is able to even approach there. Thick does find 1, but it is going to be the defuse, and there you have it, 6-6. So we kind of went into this game thinking, hey, no, San Jose State, maybe they've got an advantage, but at least in this first map, it's very even.
Yeah, and Rutgers has been underestimated a lot going into these grand finals here. And maybe there's some truth to, the Western region being very strong, but still, the East having a strong showing here. And crucially, what that last round came down to was a great 3-man flank from Justin, Abe Stanton, Skirt, and crucially, a wall going down from Fruta. Of course, that spike was planted up high on A2, so SJSU was playing for that post plant, but Fruta dropping that wall, that sage wall, deters the post plant, make sure that no one has that line of sight, and going into offense for Rutgers. I'm expecting them to try to take things a little slower. Last time they did play Icebox in the Eastern Conference Finals, they didn't have the best of time versus UW Gold on this map, and it mostly came down to the fact that they rushed their offense, right? So now, hopefully they're able to take things a little slower, work the round, work the clock a little bit better. It seems to be paying off for them.
Skirt able to find the first kill, able to get that overheal, so a little bit extra padding, at least for the time being, before it wears off. And like you said, very slow so far, haven't committed to any point just yet. Spike is sort of more towards A, and that's kind of where they're leaning towards. This Dig does take some damage, but has the heal orb, so they'll be able to at least stay a little bit more in the fight as they use a wall precautiously, but that wall might not stop the enemies from coming in. Rutgers, they are moving in, and they are trying to have their presence felt right now. There's going to be the recon dart, but it's not going to find anything. It's going to be Raby that finds the next kill in this match. 4v4 right now as the attackers try to find some leeway, but as they look over the top, Dick takes out Skirt, so there goes their duelist, there goes their Omen. Sebek does find one, but they are immediately traded out. It's now only Ape Stance who's trying to live in their smoke, but they get found out, and it was a good opening pick, but maybe after they played for default, they just waited a little bit too long to rotate.
Yeah, they weren't able to, take advantage of the fact that Fig was tagged down. He was very low HP, and the members of SJSU were towards that mid and B site, so there was an opening. Rutgers not too privy to that opening, though. They didn't step up the pace after they got that initial pick, and now because of that, SJSU has won both pistol rounds, and when you win both pistol rounds, it's very likely that you will end up taking the map. So I'm looking over here, and SJSU, they're doing well on pistols, which they historically haven't done so well on, and I'm thinking maybe they came to play. They've been practicing, their manager has said, and so if they're hitting their stride here, if they win this matchup versus Rutgers, then they get their grudge match versus UCI. But before we tackle that piece of juice, there is going to be Nazi showing us why he favors playing the Omen over the Astra. He is able to use that weaponry to his advantage, his crispy clean aim, and gets his team the advantage early on. But of course, this is just an eco. So not expecting too much from Rutgers as SJSU mops the floor with those Spectres.
And the Spectres and the Shares is too much right there for Rutgers to handle. Nazi just finding 2 kills right off the bat through the smoke, and Teddy now looks like they're looking for the operator for just a second, but they realize, this could ruin their economy if it goes wrong, so instead going to be going for a Vandal. Still, not too bad of a buy after winning the first 2 rounds. You expect that Rutgers should have a bit of an advantage here. So wait for Skirt to buy. Yes, they are going to go all in, so all Vandals, all full shields, so they will have a little bit more firepower, but, San Jose State, they've just looked really good so far on this defense. What do you think Rutgers has to do rotation-wise to kind of swap things up? It looks like either they're playing too fast or too slow.
Yeah, a big point of watching SJSU play, as we do see attack pause, I believe, come down from the side, just looks like it is going to be attack pause coming down, and Rutgers needs to take advantage of the fact that SJSU consistently leaves Choi Boy as the IGL. He makes this call, right, where he's solo A or solo B. And when you're playing solo defense as Killjoy, you do have a lot of utility to help you out. You do have, the alarm bot, the turret, the nano swarm, but if you're able to overwhelm him early on, break his utility, and then go back later on, execute onto the site when everyone from SJSU rotates off, I think that's the win con from Rutgers. They haven't yet done that, though. They haven't yet put pressure onto the IGL, who's soloing B-side early on. But if they were to, it would be a good look for them, I think. Not sure what they're thinking about, though, right now, is they're just defaulting, trying to make sure no one from SJSU is over-aggressive.
Tag pause is done. We are back into the action. Sage walls and owl drones are being destroyed. So far, no one has fallen early on. Just as I say that, Teddy takes out Frutus, and no healing for Rutgers online, no chance for a resurrection, even though I don't think they were too close to that ultimate anyway. Skirt now trying to lurk, as we said, Reyna must. They do have Leers. Actually, they don't have Leers in their back pocket, so they're going to be going in, kind of maybe going for a blind peek, trying to find some damage, but this team is still pretty split up. 1A, 1 sort of B. Now as they see them go into that A site, so it looks like they are committing now, or at least trying to. It is Zebek who does have the spike, so they'll have to be the one pushing in, and they're the one who's currently the farthest away besides the Viper behind them, so no direct presence just yet, but there are a few Omen smokes being thrown into site. Skirt trying to see someone come in. Justin now going to be using an Omen smoke of their own, actually a paranoid, but they're going to be paranoid right back, so they have got no vision, they're going to have no life. Teddy going to get one before Zebek trades it out. Maybe able to find one with the shock dart. Maybe this is still winnable. And it's going to be San Jose State with the 3v1 lead. It looks very winnable as they have a huge lead. Spec does take out their counterpart 2v1. Sage is still online, so if someone gets weak, there is still heal. And there's really no way to get into this point. There's no way to plant the spike, especially after you get slowed.
Yeah, and even if he gets that frag onto Choi, look at the trading there from SJSU. You think we're right there to respond, and winning that round is so crucial for SJSU if they're going to have a good showing in this match and the tournament overall, because winning those bonuses, there's something they're so good at, and now that they've done so, they've gotten the money on their side. They've gotten the pace on their side. It's going to be up to Rutgers to respond. Last round, they didn't take the fight to Choi. They took it to the A site where there was 3 members defending. It's not a really good look for Rutgers going forward, as they seem to be a little stunted in terms of where they can find the opening from the defense of SJSU. And look at the aggression from Teddy. The recon dart in with his Blade Storm. He gets the first onto Fruta. That's the jet on Sage pick we saw last round. As everything seems to be falling apart for Rutgers.
Teddy does fall, but is able to take out plenty in the meantime, as well as just Rutgers in general was not doing so well that round. It is a bit of a save round for them. They didn't have too many credits to go out with, so Sheriff's really the most expensive gun they could buy here, so I think whatever they can take, they will get. They're not going to get much of anything now. It is only Avesance alive very far back, but you see the wall banks coming in. They're trying to find them out. Now they're going to be moving in just a little bit. Ravy going to be going for that orb, and this is going to trade out Choi Boy. In the meantime, says, you know what, if you're going to be the one flying above me, that's fine. I'll get a little bit closer to my ultimate. Gets the final kill. Rutgers now will be able to buy, but you see the score, and it's getting awfully close. This is where it gets dangerous. When you're in double digits and Rutgers is behind by 4 rounds, that's where things can really start to spiral out of control.
Yeah, but crucially, you pointed out there is a Viper here on this map, so if Rutgers is able to get into that post-plant situation, use that Viper ultimate, get those snake bites off, those mollies from Viper, We know what a deadly agent this can be in that post plan, and we're looking at Rutgers right now, and they got to respond to Teddy. He's gone aggressive with this Blade Storm and that rifle, and now he's on the operator. He finds the pick jag onto Abe Stance.
He does indeed, but they lose their stage in the meantime. It's going to be a trade out. Rutgers looking a little bit worse for wear, at least when it comes to health pools, as you see their Omen taking a little bit of damage, but there is going to be the Sage Orb to get them nice and healthy, so now all things even, as all things should be, as Rutgers tries to move in. And we were just talking about the Viper's Pit and the Snake Bites, and they're offline, so there's going to be none of that here for Rutgers as they try to get one round back, try to stop San Jose State from going all the way up to 11 on the scoreboard. Teddy just holding the angle with the operator. Going to be caught out a little bit by the arrow. I mean, what can Rutgers do? They do have the Hunter's Fury, so maybe they can try to use that post plan instead, but again, we saw this earlier on, I feel like with San Jose State when they were on the attack. Once they lost that first pick, they looked a little bit lost here. Looks like Rutgers is moving with purpose, but they gotta move in quickly because that turret's gonna find them out.
Yeah, and this is what SJSU is so good at, leaving Choi Boy here as the IGL on the B-bomb side as the solo. He plays timing so well. He's got the alarm bot tag, uses the nanostorm, gets the first, gets the second, sees the third as well. His teammate Raimi showing up big with him to make sure that his life is in fact in the hands of safety, and it's all up to Zebek. And Teddy, he started the round with a frag there onto the Viper. He ends it with a frag onto the Sova, both inside B main. And Rutgers right now, it seems that they're forced to go B, right? It's not like they're choosing to go B. They're forced, they're funneled, they're being played by SJSU into that area, and that area is very well defended. As you see, this is why Choi Boy is so well trusted by his team to solo anchor this site. He does such a good job staying alive, dancing around that terrain, using the cover to his advantage, ensuring that the enemy team can do nothing to him. It's do or die for Rutgers here. If they let SJSU get onto 12, not going to look too good, but the duel goes into the favor of Fruta. And right as I say that, Ravi does respond.
You will not kill my
There's gonna be the resurrection. Justin gonna be back online. I've seen that play so many times where you see the Jet try to jump on top with the operator there, does not pay off, and in fact now they have it at a disadvantage because that trade is negated by the resurrection. So now Rutgers has a player lead for the first time what feels like forever. They also used the Empress very early on. One thing I was gonna point out last round is that they had all their ultimates online. Now they're going to try to spend some of them. Don't want to use too many here because you still are only one round away from match point. There's going to be a nice pick from San Jose State, evening things up. Now the healing is offline as the Sage, and that's going to be a teleport by Justin. Immediately found out Hunter's Fury going to be coming, going to be taken out there. Can it find anything more? It needs to find more if they want any more of a chance. Ape Stance is going to be using the Viper Wall, does still have their ultimate. There is going to be the ultimate coming out, so they're going to try to cut off this point completely as they plant the spike any moment from here, and it might be a little bit too dangerous right now for the Omen on the side of San Jose State. Only has 1 health because of the decay, but just walking and finds, oh my goodness, finds the Sova, 1 health and a dream. Now Abe Stance is the lone soldier left alive, and that spike still has not been planted. They know exactly where the spike is. This is looking so dangerous right now for Rutgers. Ape Stance has to make something happen. Only 12 seconds left. Does get the spike. Gonna be looking for the plant, but immediately runs into that Omen. 4 kills there for San Jose State. And wow, this is looking like it's gonna be over sooner than later.
Yeah, what do they have to do? They throw the Empress, they throw the Viper Pit, they throw the Omen from the shadows, they throw out the Drag, the Hunter's Fury, they throw out the Resurrection that round, and Rutgers still can't get it done as Nazi. This time around, he was the solo B-side defender. They put Choi Boy on A to solo that, and they really aggressed mid, right? Did Teddy, Fig, and Bear, or Raby rather. And that really comes down to individual gameplay from Nazi. Perhaps he's showing us why. He doesn't need to be on Astro to have impact. The Omen is class favorite for him, and oh man, how many first bloods is Teddy going to get?
It's a second one, maybe trying to go for that ace that they weren't able to pick up last time. In the meantime, Nazi, who was leading their team, falls. That's going to be 3 for Teddy. Will they find the ace in this last round? No, Raby is going to deny them, but now it is only Ape Stance in this force buy from Rutgers is not going to be enough. They looked good before the side swap, before halftime, but then they got rolled through after the swap. And that is going to be San Jose State taking this first map in this first of two series.
Yeah, I mean, I want to say a little bit as expected. Of course, my bracket didn't really work out in the favor of Rutgers, but crucially, I want to point out the fact that the individual gameplay from Nazi is so crisp right now. Of course, Teddy is doing his job as that duelist, and of course, Raby showing up big with those darts, but it's really just about how well this team is run, right? They have that IGL, everyone listens to him, and they make sure that their strats are set in stone. When he says go A, go A as 5, they go A as 5. When they rushed B in their offensive side, they really all 5-man stacks. No one really was baiting one another. They all just full sent it. And because of that, going forward, I'm looking at Rutgers. They're gonna have to bring it back on Haven. A map they're definitely known for, but going forward, they really gotta step it up.
Rutgers did pick Haven. We'll see if they can bring it back, or if San Jose State is going to force a rematch of the Western Region Finals in their next matchup in the bracket against UCI. We'll see how that all happens, how it all ends up right after this quick break.
Giving up, letting go. Times we might feel compelled. Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control. When we feel like the world is against us, we're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. 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 Now which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for.
And welcome back, friends. We're here for Map 2 in this Rutgers versus San Jose State University game. I'm Jack, joined by Jonah, and San Jose State, they already find themselves up one map. Only need one more to secure the win and move on into the upper bracket, but no worries for Rutgers if they fall here. They're not out of this just yet. It is double elimination, and as we move into Haven, Jonah, what do you think we got to see from Rutgers for them to get back into the series?
Yeah, Rutgers is very comfortable on Haven, of course. Last map 1 was SJSU's pick, of course. So going into map 2, I want them to reset the momentum. You know, you didn't get around on offense quite yet, but you are starting on the offense. So it's really going to be up to their coach, Kwanzi, to take the time, reset the mental, and then go back into it with a renewed game plan. The strategies from SJSU have been pretty consistent throughout the semester, right? They like to play very aggressive on one side with Fig and Teddy. The other side, they have Choi hard anchoring a site. And if that's not get changed very much, right? That doesn't get really mixed up from them. And if that's the case, then Rutgers should have a decent game plan going into it. Of course, SJSU though they are looking for that revenge match versus UCI from the Western Grand Finals. So maybe they just come out with a little more steam this time around.
Yeah, you know they want to get that rematch, and you know whether or not they win it or not, I'm sure they just want to play. They've got a lot to prove, so they're trying to get there into the upper bracket semifinals. Right now, Rutgers are just trying to stay alive in this matchup, and it's interesting because we talk about how good the defense was for San Jose State. They did a really good job of anchoring sites, like you said, whether it was their Omen or their Killjoy. But here on Haven, it's the only map in the game right now that has 3 points to defend. And yet they're the ones choosing defense first. And I know statistically, in at least pro play, that I think still if you're playing defense side first, you're favored. But, this is an attacker-sided map, in my wholehearted opinion, just because there's so much more space to cover. So I'm really wondering what we're going to see come out from San Jose State here.
Yeah, San Jose State, Nazi, he is that Omen player, but this time around, he's proven us wrong on the broadcast. He's going to the Astra. Of course, last time we spoke to these teams in interviews, SJSU said that they prefer Nazi on the Omen. Perhaps they've been scrimming more as of late. They've gotten the practice in. They've taken the time now that, some finals are over and these players have gotten a little more freedom on their hands. They've maybe taken the time and let Nazi explore, getting onto that Astra. You see Fruiter returning to that Cypher and Skirt and Ape Stance that are on the double flash duo. It's really interesting that Teddy on SJSU is consistently running this Jet. The Jet is able to be so dynamic with those updrafts and blade storms and so dynamic with that operator. So you never really know where she's going to be, right? But Rutgers going away from the Jet, they're choosing to run Reyna, choosing to run the Phoenix instead. And whether or not this pans out for them really depends on if Skirt is able to get those deep lurks in through B, through, Garage, really exploit the middle of the map. If he's not able to do that, then I could see this falling a little flat for the side of Rutgers. And as we head into it, we'll be seeing Choi set up on that C site. And I'm really interested to see this game because Nazi, we haven't seen him on this Astra ever really. And, it is the first Astra we have of the Grand Finals. So perhaps some interesting combinations we could see from him.
We'll see how those combinations end up working out as we go into this pistol round. Teddy right now just going to be firing away, but it's going to be Thig, who is now switched onto a duelist, onto the Phoenix, getting the first kill. Teddy going to be able to find another one, able to find two, is still holding this position, able to find three. Can they get four? No, they could not, but a great way to open this pistol round out. Fruta, being left as the lone survivor, is able to find two for their trouble before all is said and done, but they are being approached from all angles. They try to turn the corner. It's not going to be their saving grace. Raby finds the final blow, and San Jose State going to be starting it off just like they finished the last map with a round win.
Yeah, that whole fight came down to the fact that Nazi used his star, right, his astral star from that form onto the A main choke point. And blocking that off means that his entire team, Thickwerb, Teddy, and Raby, can peek from A long and A short. They, flashed out Thickwerb, letting it aggro, and Teddy just cleaning it up because when you're separated from your team by that smoke, as you see the stars come down in A main, that's exactly what I'm talking about. Nazi using those astral stars early on, really affecting that play from last round, and it just seems like it's all business as usual for SJSU, as this bonus round does look to be in their favor. And with all those Cypher tripwires down on the A site from Choi, it looks like they're playing a full retake, and Rutgers is playing right into the hands of SJSU. They're playing towards Garage and B, where it's a heavy stack here from SJSU. Teddy on this signature Vandal now. I mean, every single second round, he just buys the Vandal, right, with that light armor. Such confidence from the player himself.
And in the meantime, damage is being taken on the side of Rutgers. As that's going to be Nazi able to find two, isn't able to get the last one. Gravity was able to hold them in place for just a little bit, and it does enough damage to help San Jose State break out to a 4-2 player lead in this second round. Justin now trying to get in. Does have a share, so can do some damage if they find the headshots, but otherwise they might be no man's land, especially going up against Teddy and the Vandal. But Teddy loses to the Classic. That's huge. If they're able to get that gun, this round might be winnable for Rutgers, but they're not risking going in just yet. Raby's on the side with the Spectre, so still has a lot of SMG firepower. Now Zebek is moving in. I don't think either of them have picked up the Vandal quite yet. Now Justin's going to go for the chase, and they should just rotate to A. That's my opinion. I mean, why even push on to C? They're going to try to do it, and Zebek gonna lose their life for the cause. Now it is only Justin trying to see if there's a way to get that spike, but no one picked it up in the meantime, so just kind of left alone on the point. Maybe he's able to get enough kills to secure the round, but Raby able to win the firefight. It was looking good for Rutgers, but they're not able to win it.
Yeah, some nice frags from Rutgers, but better overall map rotational gameplay from SJSU. They get the spike down, they play off of it, they have those numbers secured there, and that gravity well by Nazi. You know, we really got to point out the fact that Asher is a character that really needs combination set up from her teammate. You saw Raby peek from that garage window at the same time as Nazi peeked out from his little cubby position. Really pays dividends for them. Going into this full gun round from Rutgers, I'm expecting much of the same cheesy aggro angles from SJSU. They've been doing it so well recently, and Rutgers really hasn't come up with a solid answer. A little disjointed right now, and Nazi does get tagged pretty low, but all things considered, he probably won't fall here.
Not gonna fall just yet, at least, as the spray comes in from Skirt with the Phantom. Now I'm thinking, like, what do you combo with the Gravity? I mean, you've got the Hot Hands, you got the Shock Dart, and that's really all I can think of, at least that's on the side right now of San Jose State, but that might be enough. I mean, Hot Hands can do a lot of damage, especially if you're stuck in an area of effect. Shock Dart more gonna be just one time hit too. Maybe you get the kill, but there's gonna be Thig. Able to get the headshot through the wall, and nice wall bang there right over the top. It looks like Rutgers had better positioning there, but they still lose the first person in this round, and once again, they look a little lost. They're not sure where to go. This time they do have the spike, which I think was a big detriment last time. They weren't able to have it. Skirt still trying to push up onto the C site through C long. There's going to be the star coming through. There is going to be the flame wall. There's going to be the curveball as well as the gravity well. Holds them in place for just a little bit. Curveballs galore, but they're not going to find the stuns they want. There's going to be kills going back and forth. Justin able to find two, and now all things are even. Once again, they need their Reyna to get some sort of damage so they can get some health steal, but not able to get that just yet. The spike has been planted, and Teddy is on the flank from defender's side, and so is their Cypher. Gonna be throwing in the cloud smoke, but they're not able to get anything that's gonna be enough. They do find a kill, but Fruta able to find three. That's Cypher and the Reyna both weak for Rutgers, but they still are able to get their first round win.
Yeah, winning that full gun round is so crucial for them. And going forward from now until the rest of this map, I really want to see Rutgers continue playing with this confidence. Right? They have the run it back almost, and we know Haven is the map where Phoenix is able to grab these orbs consistently, use that ultimate ability onto C, onto B, onto A. The map is so split, as we spoke about before. So if he's able to use that run it back, then it can be into the favor of Rutgers. He'll grab the orb on C probably this round and do just that. But SJSU, they have this patented mid A push with this Astral Smoke down. Figwarp, he is known to do this. He's got the flash and his own run it back. He uses it onto Abe Stance, but Abe Stance actually gets out with the dismiss after fragging him down. It's a crucial ultimate down for the defender side as they can't use that for retake. And back to the point of the Astral, the gravity well, you really want to use that in combination with teammates to peak that, right? They're sucked up, so they can only be in one location. And also, it applies a little bit of vulnerability and a little bit of movement debuffer onto them. So that's really where Astra comes into play, the gravity well, and they actually be combined with a peak. They also use to delay here, as they're only going to use it to delay this time. Like retake, Choi Boy at a sneaky angle though on the side of default. He gets not just one, but the second. Nazi, his teammate, his fellow Seaside Anchor chimes in with 2, and now it's all left to Fruta. You've seen him clutch so many times. He gets the dink onto Jet, so 3 players are low. Can he do this?
Not going to be flawless for San Jose State because there's so many players weak on their side, but no one else falls. That's going to be great for their economy, and after losing one, they get one back. And it looks like the setup for Rutgers is really good, but once they lost the run it back, I mean, they saw, they're like, hey, they used his, so I'm just going to go for mine right now, but Skirt didn't get much value out of theirs either, just kind of ran in, got stuck in the gravity well, got stuck in the alarm bot, so they were vulnerable, they lost it, and then they were nowhere to be seen once they were down. Choi Boy, like you said, took a great angle. And it didn't play it quick enough. We've seen this a little bit where tempo for Rutgers has been a bit of a struggle.
Yeah, and when tempo is the problem, you really gotta like take the time. You saw the tag pause on Icebox, and of course that 5-minute break between maps. Maybe that was enough for Rutgers, though. So far, it does not appear to be the case. Perhaps they've got a little bit something up their sleeve as we see Teddy and Thigwarp, that duelist aggression. They're working out towards mid. Is the Jet and Phoenix, and they're trying to get a cheesy fight. They know Rutgers likes to go to these positions when they're on eco, but it seems the spike is making its way towards that A site. It will be Choi Boy there, solo anchor, as he is so often trusted to do, and the timing works in the favor of SJSU.
Now it is an advantage for the defenders. It's also a very big gun advantage. I believe that Rutgers had to go for a bit of a light buy. They only have pistols on their side, and they're not able to find those one-shot, one-kills with the Sheriff. Teddy gonna run in, try to find that last blast. Skirt not gonna be able to take them out in the sky. Teddy's able to get the classic kill, able to pick up a Sheriff for their trouble as well. Keeps the Blade Storm online. That's gonna be San Jose State going up 4-1.
Yeah, and there's not much you can do right there. Choi Boy's tripwire there gets Justin, and you can just spam him through the wall with that Phantom, and that's the crucial setup there from Choi and these Cyphers on the A site. Cypher's such a good agent at holding down A on Haven, and of course it's so versatile because you can put that tripwire in garage, lock down that position, put it in front B. It just does so much in terms of information and space gain for your team. This time around, though, it looks like Rutgers will be settling down a little bit. They're not going for that early aggression anywhere. And with the scoreline being 4-1, it's really going to be on them. The onus is on them. They have, the ball in their park. It's on their home turf, on Haven, their pick, and they can do anything. It has to be right now. It has to start here with this crucial gun round. See if they can... It
really does.
Yeah, let's see if they can...
Need to get something going, like really soon, because one thing to remember is that they were tied on the last map on Icebox. It was 6-6 going into halftime, and then they fell apart from there. They lost 7 rounds in a row for the final score to be 13-6. So they want any chance, they've got to at least have a strong first half, which so far they have 1 round, but it's not going to be enough. Give up many more, and it could be very easy pick'ems for San Jose State going forward, depending on what that final round score is before halftime. But in the meantime, a good push on to A has the attackers set up. Rutgers able to plant the spike as well as get their runner back online, and they're going to be the ones getting the first kill. Choi Boy taken out by Fruta. Their counterpart takes him out. That's going to be the runner back being used on the other side as well. Teddy is able to take out Skirt. It's going to be falling apart now for the attackers. They had a good setup, but they just don't have the point presence unless Justin goes. They clutch it out. They get the kills necessary. They get the final 2, and Justin has just kept Rutgers in the game.
What a clutch there from Justin. His teammates fall like flies around him. They get taken out left and right. You see Nazi, Ravy just taking them all down. But Justin, so aware of the A main flank, turns around, sprays the player A long, transfers onto Ravy on that default position. And these hero plays from Rutgers, you see Fruta and Justin, the original 2 members from the team. They're really stepping it up. As you want to see, Zebek, Ape Stance, and Skirt, of course, those 2 members, Ape Stance and Skirt, being moved up from the B team. Now that they're on this team, they really got to prove themselves, on this map here. You got to come up big for your school here as Teddy takes down Ape Stance. A little cash to curse there, Jag. I mean, come on, man.
It happens to the best of us as Skirt is able to take out Choi Boy, but is immediately traded out by the Astra, hanging out in the corner. Now they're going to be trying to find maybe the Cosmic Divide. It is online, but they aren't able to do anything as they are taken out. Remember, when you are in that astral state, you are very, very vulnerable. Speaking of vulnerable, it looks like San Jose State might be the vulnerable ones as they are down a person going into the Blaze Storm. Does find one, but the spike is still planted. They're going to be able to trade out, but it's just not going to be enough. The last knife, it does not stick in Rutgers. Slowly but surely, they are bringing themselves back into this one, and I think the big thing to note there was that Teddy did buy the operator, so that is not a lot of credits left in their bank.
Yeah, and the player getting lurked on by Fruta in the B position, that's up because Skirt was able to get that opening frag onto C-side for the offense. Of course, he does get traded out, but he calls that rotation to shift over, right? And as you're rotating off the B side as a defender, it's perfect pickings for this enemy Cypher, right? You're not really aware, and you get caught out with your pants down, and Rutgers, they're bringing new life into this game. We're seeing a little bit more from them this time around. And perhaps this will bode well for their future fortunes.
Skirt able to pick up the ultimate orb in the meantime, not contested whatsoever. Now Thick trying to find a very aggressive flank, gonna run it back, but it's gonna be met by two enemies. Does able to find one headshot right off the bat, and no one follows. Oh, that's gonna be 2 kills. Thick does have the hot hands as well as his flame wall, so is able to get a little healed up, but actually runs away from it, so maybe a bit of a misplay there, but still a good trade, a 2-for-1 at the end of the day. Skirt does have to run it back, so they could try to get some recon with that, as Teddy is on the prow, is on the flank, but only has a classic to their name. They're going to run into Justin, momentarily gets the one tap, is able to get their gun as well. Once they're able to find it, there it is. Now they have a Phantom in their hands in San Jose State, making some big plays early on to position themselves in a great place to win this round.
Yeah, it just seems both duelists from SJC, right, Jack? They're doing this thing where they're like, guys, you guys stay back, all right? Raby, Nazi, chill. You guys chill back. We'll take this game into our own hands. They get 3 on the round so far, and they've allowed SJSU. They've given them, they've earned them such a large advantage in this round. Joyboy on this A site, he doesn't have the tripwire there. He's put it inside of B, so he'll just be playing the cam. As Raby is jump spotting CT. Let's see if Skirt can get this frag, though. He's approaching the angle, but doesn't get Nazi, but Sebek is there to trade him out.
Sebek is there. Oh, so weak. Isn't able to get it done. So close, too, but when you got full health on your side, San Jose State, they're just able to take that round back. But it is close. That's the big thing, right? Right now, it's only 5-3. This is very much tieable for Rutgers. They could even realistically take the lead going into halftime.
Yeah, it has to be off of, that 4-0 run. And if they are going to get this 4-0 run, I'm looking at their ultimate economy right now, that term crossover from Overwatch. We see all of these abilities up long line for them. And it's totally doable, right, Jack? They have the tools they need. Of course, they don't have the weaponry in its fullest capacity, but if you have these tools, these ultimates, you want to see these duelists get punished from SJSU, as it's going to be a brilliant bait here for Thigworb. His teammate shot out that Sova drone for him, getting him the free frag, and Skirt's trying to respond with the run it back, but can't get it.
Again, it's going to be a trade. They do lose Thig, but Thig able to get 2 before they fall. There's another Fury being thrown in. It looks like Teddy had the angle, but just went away at the last second. Now they might get caught in the Hunter's Fury, able to dash out just in the nick of time. And even though it was touch and go there for San Jose State, it looks like they might be falling a little bit. It's going to be Sebek, who is the last one on the ground back into spawn. As San Jose State, they are guaranteed at least a tie going into halftime.
Yeah, and really, usually as that rifler, you usually bait for your operator player, right? You're the one that shoots the drone, and then the operator takes the next contact. But what a brilliant play here from Teddy. He baits out Justin. Justin has his knife out right there. I mean, no one expects the player, right, in Thigworb, the duelist player, to be that aggressive in that post-cubby, in that C-long cubby position. And I'm really liking what I'm seeing from SJSU, right? The double duelist aggression. It's continuing here with Teddy and Thigworb. They just won't stop, and they're making Rutgers' dreams almost an impossibility. Of course, they can't now get that 7-5 half, and they're forcing Rutgers onto this weak weaponry. They've got stingers, some sheriffs to their name, and Teddy, let's see if the timing it's worked in SJSU favor, and ooh, almost gets the wall bang.
It's like an aggressive push on to be Teddy, takes some damage, is able to get the one tap in the nick of time before falling. Now going to be facing off against an Owl Drone, as well as Skirt. Skirt able to find that kill, now going to run in with the hot hands. He's gonna go for the reload. They might be caught with their pants down. They are indeed. Now Rutgers facing a 3v2. Now a 3v1. Ultimates online for San Jose State, which I don't think they'll try to use. Justin does have the Phantom, but it's not enough firepower as Thick has one of their own. And oh man, if they didn't go for that reload, their skirt just was caught out way too far from the team.
Yeah, no one was there able to trade him. It just seems like that positioning we talked about on map 1, the ability to trade while you're in offense. You know, we saw such a great defensive half from SJSU on Icebox. It also came down to Rutgers not being able to trade out properly. They don't have that spacing down just yet, it seems, and that's really showing as, you know, you see Thigwerb, Teddy, they're at the top of the scoreboard for their team as duelists, and you see Skirt and Abe Sands, they're not really showing up for their team just yet. And that mostly comes down to the fact that no one's being traded up between the two, right? And you always see Teddy and Thigwerb. One of them is being traded out by a teammate. It's not the same case for Rutgers, as Teddy going ever so aggressive, walking down C-Long. Not seeing how he can get past this without being noticed, though. The tripwire, he's going to potentially break it. Nope, he's just playing 007. James Bond eventually does break it, and the neural theft comes through for Rutgers. This is their main advantage. They've gotten a +1 to their name, and they know where the defenders are from SJSU. They know that only Raby is on this A site alone. They know he's in the heaven position, but they can't confirm the frag, and the trade doesn't come through from Rutgers.
Raby gets 2, but there's still more gunfire going on. The Empress is shut down. It's not going to be online whatsoever. Gonna have to use it another day. Teddy finds one, even though they only have a sidearm. It's gonna be Justin. Can they be clutch once he has a 2v1? No, they cannot. Choi Boy is there. They save their own neural theft as well as their own cosmic divide and blade storm. So not only is this lead starting to look really nice for San Jose State as they go into the last round before the half, they have every ultimate online right now, so they can just use them willy-nilly. You can't save them for later.
Yeah, I mean, going to the next half, I mean, one can only wish, right? You could save your ultimates onto the next half,
If only.
but unfortunately, you can't. You can't save that economy either. You'll be reset to those $800, and you know, looking forward to this next round, Rutgers is going to be full buying out. They can win the round with this run it back, but it really comes down to taking down Teddy and Thigwerb. The first line of defenses. Raby chimes in with the Hunter's Sphere. He attacks 3 down.
Tax 3, they have to use the run it back. In the meantime, it's going to be Thick who's going to use their own run it back and find 2. The run it back coming up from Skirt, not going to find the same kind of value. Raby now trying to use that Cosmic Divide just to get a little bit of protection. Uses a bunch of arrows there just to get a little bit of location information. Is going to be able to find out Skirt. Skirt now has been revealed, so they know where one is. Don't know where their teammate is. The Omen is all the way in the back right now, and that spike is in neither of their hands. Now they're going to try to get at Justin. Trying to find something here, but is not going to find anything just yet. That was a lot of ultimates in the first few seconds. There is still a neural theft online for San Jose State, but that's all that can be used, and I think it is expired on all the bodies that are already on the ground, so I don't think this neural theft is really going to find much value here.
Yeah, he doesn't really need to use it this round. Of course, he is on 64 HP, being entrusted as that solo A player. The crucial thing is, it doesn't seem Rutgers is able to get through the first line of defense. They did take down Teddy eventually, but it's going to be up to Choi here. The camera, it looks like they're sneak underneath it, and they perfectly exploited the defense. Choi caught unaware there with his camera out. Didn't even see them approach onto the site. They crouched their way through, caught the lucky timing on their side. It's just going to be up to them to win this 2v3 now, Jag.
It is indeed. Spike has been planted. Thick is going to be on the corner, but it's going to be Skirt who's going to find 2 back-to-back. Now he's going to use the Hotting just to try to create some space. Doesn't have the Flame also, no healing online. It looks like that is going to be it. The Hotting's actually going to take out Justin, so a pretty anticlimactic way to end the round, but a 3K nonetheless. Rutgers, they're down by 4, but I mean, look at this. This is really, really smart. Just right around the camera. Unfortunately, that Cypher is not able to get it done. And really quickly, before we get into the side swap, I just want an update for some of the other games going on right now on the other side of the bracket. Right now, Texas A&M, they are up 1-0 map score over UW Gold, and they will. The winner of that will face in our next broadcasted match against University of Houston. So that's going to be a thing to look out for. We'll see how that score ends up, but we'll see how this ends. As now San Jose State, they're going to try their attack.
Yeah, and their attack looks so good on Icebox. I'm looking for much of the same. I mean, if they're able to get that 6-6 half, I mean, they've already would have won the game, right, on Haven. So, going forward, we can assume that SJSU has the game in their clutches. It's their game to lose, and they're so quick. They're already through B. Teddy's already planted the spike. Members of Rutgers are regrouping now, coalescing towards that mid position, trying to retake, but it works in Nazi's favor. But the trade does come through from Justin. But look where Teddy's lurked himself to. Look where Teddy's found himself, and look where Fig is. They're just in the nick of it. They're so deep within the retake of Rutgers. It's like Rutgers was trying to regroup, right? Trying to gather their forces for the retake onto B, but Fig and Teddy, man, they just ran through Garage, ran through A-Link, ran through mid. Showing zero respect here are the duelists from SJSU as they count for 31 frags between them. That's more than the frags that Rutgers has as a whole. Oh, sorry, did the math slightly wrong.
Top
there.
three at least.
Rutgers,
top three
Rutgers
at least,
has a
right?
bit more frags than 31, but you know they're close. They're a few off.
Yeah. If you combine Justin, Fruta, and Zebek, they have less than Fig and Teddy right now. That's some quick math.
Yeah.
I'm not a mathematician, so I think it's like only like 1 or 2 more kills anyway. But going into this, I think the biggest thing right now is as we see like the trades are still coming through, and that doesn't even need to be traded out. As Teddy just gonna run in, gonna be able to get a kill right off the bat. Fruta now been forced all the way off the point. That's not where you want to be if you're a defender, but Justin does take out Teddy, so it is a 4v3, and right now the Sova on the side of San Jose State taking a bit of damage. Nazi, though, does have a Spectre, is trying to find something around the corner. Isn't going to be able to do so. Raby going to use the Owl Drone to try to find someone through it. Not going to be able to find anyone, and this is a great play, I think. I was going to say, like, just get off this point. Look at where Rutgers is. They've all moved to A, so you're going to move all the way to the other side of the map. You're going to set up on C. You're going to have full take of the point, and it looks like now Rutgers is realizing what's going on, but it's going to be a little bit too late.
Yeah, they stacked A short, did Rutgers, and it didn't really pay off for them, and now SJSU 4v3 in the post plant. They've got the superior weaponry. The rotation is coming a little bit late from Rutgers. They can make this happen, and if they are able to, they could start a comeback against SJSU, but the positions from SJSU, they're not too aggressive. They are sending someone over to flank in Garage as Nazi pushes in the flank as well, and the back man, he makes the Sheriff one tap come on to Choi Boy, taking out his opposing IGL, but it's not working for them right now, and they've got to do something a little bit more aggressive. I want to see some more things from Skurd and Ape Stance here. You know, we saw Teddy and Thigwork combined for a lot of opening frags on the defense of SJSU, and that's how you got to play Haven defense, right? Because there's so many sites you can go to. You really got to put the onus on the other team. You really got to pressure them off those positions early on. Make sure they can't just go A for free. Make sure they can't go mid for free. You know, take the space away from them. So let's see if Rutgers can get aggressive as Fruta's the one who takes the gauntlet, goes down C, doesn't get the frag, and Thigworm taking him down means that it's going to be up to Zebek here on C, and he does get one.
Right now, a bit of a duelist difference KDA-wise. It looks like San Jose State, they're getting the better of that head-to-head as we're going to see Thig immediately get blown up there. It's not going to be a run-it-back. That's going to be anything to write home about, but you're not going to lose your life for it, so it's not too bad at the end of the day. It is a 4v4 as Rutgers is able to find one in the meantime, able to find another. Now they have a good lead, a solid lead. They went for the full buy, they went for the force buy, and it is paying off, as you said, a bit do or die here as San Jose State is already in double digits with round wins, so Rutgers has to start showing up now. They do lose one in the meantime, so they're man advantage is one less, only 3v2 as Raby tries to see if there's anyone on A. Might be just a bit of a bait, even though it actually is completely abandoned, so that might be the play, but it's going to be Thig all the way on the other side, so they're not going to have a chance. Now Raby is forced to at least try to find some plant money. It's probably the only real positive that can come out of this. It's going to be very difficult for them to win this, especially without any armor, only 100 health, and everyone right now on the right side of Rutgers is full for the most part.
Yeah, and they're crucially, they're grouping up, right? They got the two-man stack towards CT spawn. It's just going to be up to Skirt here, though. He's in this A connector looking for Raby, and Raby crucially turns around at the wrong time. So he can get sandwiched here, and he's sandwiched. He does get as Skirt maybe should have, maybe saw, you know, like a shoulder, you know, maybe like an elbow sticking out right there. So his teammate Justin does come in with the frag, and this is looking up for Rutgers, you know, on the defensive. They're able to start stringing rounds together. They have the full buy this time around. They keep 3 alive this time, as opposed to Icebox, where they were losing members left and right when they did defuse. So their economy is somewhat maintaining itself. It's keeping itself relatively healthy, and run it back is available for Skirt, meaning that Thigworm, it's going to be up to his team to respond to this Phoenix aggression. Let's see where it comes down to. Will he do what Thig did and take command of A main, or will he go down mid? You know, what is Rutgers' plan this round? Where will they really go with these double duelists?
Teddy not going to buy anything besides the Sheriff, has the Blade Storm, going to use that as a weapon inside. There it is, already online. On the other side, Rutgers, they do have a run it back, as well as an Ares from Zebek, and it's not going to do anything. Immediately, they get ran through, so the Ares is down. Teddy trying to just destroy the tripwire there, going to back out of B, so just a little bit of noise mid, now going to leave. And Shoyboy definitely just saw that hot hands be thrown down, so we'll see how that ends up going. As Teddy now going to run in, it is going to be a trade as Shoyboy finds one, but Teddy gives up their life for the cause. Skirt going to be flashed by the curveball, going to have to use a curveball of their own, now going to use a flame wall just to try to create a little bit of space and separation. Going to back out, and San Jose State at the end of the day, they're going to have a one-person advantage as they march down into Garage, it looks like, or on to C. Justin is still in Garage, so they might be able to make a play on the back end, and it looks like Justin might be running into Shoyboy. We've seen this a few times. Shoyboy uses cameras kind of out in the open. It can be really, really dangerous. It hasn't been punished for yet. In fact, is probably going to find out Justin in just a second, as they know exactly where he is. Justin able to find one, but then taken out. They lose their duels. They use the Neural Theft. Skirt not going to be able to find by the Neural Theft, but going to be taken out before it is done. They know where Fruta is. They know Fruta is going to fall. And now San Jose State, they're just going to be able to get the plant. They only need 2 more rounds to put this away.
Yeah, and they're looking past Rutgers at this point. Probably they're eyeing UCI, their Western Conference rivals, and hopefully they're saying UCI is watching this match, so perhaps they're sending a little bit of a message to their rivals there. But Rutgers, I mean, they can't really do much at this point. They got their economy broken now as you see this double Sheriff, the 3 rifles come through. It's really just going to be SJSU's game to lose, as they haven't found a solid footing into this game. The cam spots both the duelists from Rutgers pushing out, and Raby takes down Ape Stance's Empress, and we all just start here on the A side to defend. He's in the sewer position.
If Teddy is able to find a little bit more than just that, he's able to find 1 kill. Only ultimate they had online was the Hunter's Fury, and it's not going to be there, but Zebek is going to be in heaven trying to find some damage. Trades are going to come in as both the Cyphers on either side find 1 kill, but it's still going to be in favor of the attackers. They're going to lose, though, their Aster, who wasn't having. Choi Boy is able to find Fruit and not able to get the final kill, and it is going to be Thick with the clutch play. And now only 1 more round is required for San Jose State to move on to that so important and so hyped up rematch against UCI.
Yeah, exactly. They are the top of the bracket. And this half has been pretty much all SJSU, right, Jack? They really haven't allowed Rutgers to have any space to breathe. Doesn't seem anyone from Rutgers is taking a fight. Even on the enemy side of the map, if you draw that line in the middle through the map horizontally, you can see that Rutgers really isn't able to pressure SJSU off of any sort of aggressive posturing that they're doing. And Justin, for his team, he is top fracking. He calls that tack pause. Very crucially, they've got an uphill climb to make, an arduous one at that. See if they can do it, though.
It's a very similar scoreline to the last game, too. When we were on Icebox, it was 13-6. This is 12-5, so if Rutgers gets 1 more round when it might be the exact same one. But you're seeing that Rutgers can take a few rounds here and there. I think here their play has been much more uneven than it was in Icebox. In Icebox, it seems like they just had a really good thing going before the side swap. Here, it's been kind of this or that. You can see that they have won at least 1 round since the side swap, which is something they couldn't do last time. But it hasn't been consistent. Before, they were winning multiple rounds in a row. This time, they've only run 2 in a row as the most, and you see that San Jose State, like the least they have won is 2 rounds in a row. They've been winning a lot, and they have been winning when it matters most. But this is the rounds that they really need here as they go on the offense. Once more, that tack pause comes to an end. They destroy the tripwire. They move on to B, but there's going to be Zebek on the side trying to get some fire down with Hunter's Fury. They do find 1 shot, but Fruta is taken out in response. Justin able to find that top fragger, trying to do their best to make sure that their team doesn't go out just yet. They do have a 1-person advantage, but the spike's already been planted, and there is a Cosmic Divide if they want to use it. It's going to be up to Nazi to decide that as they're looking across the map. Right now, you see Rutgers, they have priority on the plant. There is no one really there to contest it as San Jose, they're playing really far away, but they're going to be able to find it through the wall. Now he's going to be able to find two. Isn't going to go for the one defusing it. Goes for the better target, and that is going to be the end of this series and map. Wow, what a way for it to end. A great flank there by the Astra. I mean, that was perfectly played. Don't go for the person defusing it. Go for the person who's defending them. They are none the wiser. The one who's trying to go for its skirt, they don't even realize there's someone behind them before it's too late. And a pretty decisive victory there on Haven to take away this series.
Yeah, we saw some great things, sparks of life from Rutgers. You saw some hero rounds that Justin was able to clutch. Of course, Fruta was able to clutch one by himself as well. But it just wasn't enough as Shisu's duelists really took over the game, right, Jack? They sent a message early and often as much as possible in A main, down mid, up C long. You saw Teddy so versatile with that operator. He was just all over the place, right? He was able to, op every single position, all three sites, and the map going into the favor, or the match rather, going to the favor of SJSU means that we will get that Western Conference Grand Finals rematch in the upper bracket with Rutgers going down to that losers bracket. They still have a chance, guys. They still have the chance. The hope is still alive as they will be playing whoever falls between SJSU and UCI. So.
And if they want any part of that $10,000 prize, well, you got to get at least fourth. So they got to get through the next round in the lower bracket if they want any piece of that pot. But we'll see how that ends up a little bit later. We're going to be taking another short break. We're going to be having an interview with a player from the side of San Jose State. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back with that in just a few minutes.
Get me to the other side.
Welcome back, everyone. Thank you so much for joining us here at Conference 1 for the Grand Finals tournament. If you're just joining us, San Jose State was able to defeat Rutgers in the first round 2-0. And here with us today is one of the players from San Jose State. It is Choi Boy. How are you doing today?
Doing great. Happy for our performance and looking forward to the other matches that are coming soon.
That's awesome to hear. Now, I got to ask you about that performance. On that first map, Icebox, it was a little touch and go. You guys were 6-6 coming out of the halftime split, and then you swap sides, you go to defense, and from there, you win 7 in a row to take that first map. Was there any style of play that you guys picked up on during the first half that you guys kind of adapted to as the game went on, or is it just more you already had great strats and plan that helped you win?
Well, yeah, I think it'll be a mix of both. One thing we kind of noticed, or I noticed too, is that there wasn't on their attacker side, they didn't have that much of a flanker or lurker. So it's usually they just either committed or they would fall back and then commit totally to a different site. So we that was a pretty good read on them. And then just overall strats, securing some other rounds like that.
Yeah, and you talked about those reads. I mean, we talk about all the players, what they do for their teams, and we gotta mention you got a coach in Zayros, if I'm saying that name right, and of course you got the manager in Nam. And we spoke to Nam earlier yesterday, and he mentioned that you guys want to prove yourselves. You were number one in Split 1 Spring, and going into this next split, what have those two, those specifically those two, the manager and coach, done for you guys?
Well, manager Nam has always been on top of things, just scheduling things and working around our very tough and very inflexible schedules. So props to him, and we want to, be able to put as much effort as he does into him by providing results. And for Keros, our coach, he's doing well and just giving us some more insight that we don't really see. Just a totally different perspective and a kind of bird's eye view as to what's going on throughout the situations and our mindsets. And him just having a lot of experience from the back is really helpful for us.
Yeah, that's great to hear. I mean, hopefully that experience and also that fresh insight provides your team a fortunate advantage going into your rematch versus UCI. But before that, let's talk about Map 2, right? Map 2, on Haven, you guys had Thig, you guys had Teddy that were pretty much running it down, right? Just going full at them. And we last time we spoke, we saw Nazi, right? And Nazi's always on that Omen. And before the broadcast, I was like, Nazi's an Omen one trick. He's rating Omen gamer. He's just Omen player, right? Takes those duels, usually second, third frag for his team. And here you see him clutching his Astra on an agent he's not really used to. Was this because you guys have been practicing lately and you guys are planning to run the Astra going forward, or is this because Map 2, we're feeling good?
Definitely it's because of just the fact that the meta is always changing, and just seeing how other teams play. We've seen the Astra is very useful and just has a better impact in certain maps, and which is why we transitioned playing Nasi on Astra, and I think it'll provide good results here. And him being just a good controller overall, I know he can fit in that role.
Well, I know you guys got a date with UCI in just a little bit, but before I let you go to that game, is there any shout-outs, anyone you want to thank here on stream while we got you?
Definitely shout out to my teammates and all the people who are watching, and to obviously the manager and coach, Nam and Kairos. And thank you for Rucker for that match today.
Thank you so much for joining us here, Joyboy, who played both the Cypher and the Killjoy here today. Best of luck going forward.
Thank you.
All right, and as we wrap up that interview, there is still a lot more CF1 action coming your way. We got that winners semifinals coming up in just a little bit, but as I've been told by my producers, it's actually one run right now between Texas A&M and UW Gold, so we're going to have to wait a little bit longer before we bring you that matchup. The winner of that will be facing University of Houston in our next broadcasted match, but be sure not to go anywhere because that one will be one heck of a showdown. We'll be back after this extended break.
We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. 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 Now which way do we go is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. 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 ghost town.
Hello and welcome back, friends. Thank you so much for waiting for that extended pause. We're so sorry it took a while, but we just had so many great games that we had to get through first before we get to our next matchup. Fortunately, it's not going to be a battle for Texas, as Texas A&M was not able to defeat UW Gold. UW Gold, they're going to be moving on to our next matchup in the winter semifinal against the University of Houston. So that's going to be one heck of a one. On the other side, we just saw San Jose. They're able to vanquish Rutgers. They're going to be getting a rematch against UCI. So lots of really good matchups coming up in the upper bracket. But remember, just because you lost today doesn't mean that your journey is over. Tomorrow there will be a chance for Rutgers, Texas A&M, and a few other teams to try to get back into the swing of things. But for now, we've got this upcoming match, and I'm wondering, do you have any bold predictions before we get into the swing of things?
Yeah, unfortunately, my prediction for SJSU losing to Rutgers didn't pan out, but I had UW Gold beating out TAMU, and I really think that UW Gold has a strong chance against UH Premier. UH Premier has been the consistent scrim partner of TAMU, of course, both as Texan schools. So I'm looking at UW Gold, and I'm saying they're our only Canadian team, right, in this bracket. So big hopes for them, as the lads up north can certainly play a great game of Valorant. And that being said, we did have some time yesterday to talk to UH Premier's Eric Appleson, and they really did want to see the captain of that team, really did want to see, a Texas versus Texas matchup. So UW Gold played a little spoiler here, Jag.
Could still happen later on. I mean, we are getting the Battle of California going on off stream, and like we said, there is that lower bracket, so there's plenty of chances for rematches later on, but at least not going to happen on stream right now. So who knows where things will end up after today and tomorrow. But as we are waiting for the picks and bans to come in, do you have a favorite in this upcoming matchup at all? Do you think that, I mean, I know you just talked about like scrim partners and stuff, but do you have like kind of a map score guesstimate going into this?
Yeah, I really want to see a best of three go all the way. So I want to see a 2-1 in favor of UW Gold. I mean, that's the East Coast pride in me, right? I want to see the lads in the, technically UW Gold is like, technically north, I would say, I guess. But along the East Coast is Waterloo. So let's give it to them here. My prediction will be 2-1 versus UH Premier. That being said, that's my heart, right? And I still can say in my head that it will go 2-1 either way. I don't expect it to be as much of a one-sided match as we saw between Rutgers and SJSU. So at least we have that looking forward to, as I think both teams are more evenly matched up this time around.
Well, UW Gold, they just had to fare through all three maps. They'd come out a little scathed, but on top of things, so they already have that experience, that clutch factor, which, honestly, I think gives them a little bit of an edge. They're warmed up, they're coming into this, they've already played a 3-map set. It could be a bit of a disadvantage, honestly, when you're sitting on the sidelines waiting. I'm sure that Houston, they've been scrimming, they've been practicing, they've been getting ready this entire time just to make sure, they aren't coming into this too flat-footed, but still, it can take you a little bit of time to get back into the swing of things when you're not in a matchup, and sometimes it might take a bit too long. But I gotta agree with you. I do think that Houston has a slight edge in this matchup, and I'm not just saying that because I moved here 2 months ago. And I know that we also have some other crew members that are on here with us today behind the scenes that are also from Houston, but I've seen UW and Gold in action probably more than most of the teams here. I saw them a lot during the fall as well, and they did really well in those former tournaments. But as we learned today, I mean, Rutgers, they had won twice before, but your past is not enough to help you in the present. So even with that prior success, I think Houston is just one of the better teams here that we have today.
Yeah, and that comes down so much to roster changes, right? UW Gold going through those roster changes, as did Rutgers. And you see UH Premier. I mean, what are they known for? They're known for that 20 or 10-man roster, excuse me. As when you have players of such caliber that are able to step in for you at any given moment, and you have so many choices to go off of, right? And yesterday when we talked to UH Premier, what really stood out was they don't just have an A team with a 10-man roster. They actually have a B team with some Radiants here and there as well on that team. So
Wow.
It's really weird to see that their school has so much talent being funneled up through that Valorant system. They don't just have that solid A team; they have that solid B team. And if they told me that they also have a C, D, and E team. So I mean, if they have 5 teams ready to locked and loaded, to practice, and that really creates a nice funnel system for their team, so everyone can really rise up and learn. And I guess that school really enjoys playing Valorant.
5 teams. That's wild to me. I remember when I played collegiately in Overwatch, we had 3 teams, and I remember that was like a lot at the time, but 5 teams, that is a lot of talent in one school. That's the thing about collegiate esports, right? Like, you can't just sign people. They got to be students. You can recruit them when they're coming in as transfers or freshmen, but it's a much different process than, going to tier 2 Valorant where you can just kind of sign anyone from anywhere. But hats off to that program and the talent they've been able to develop along the way. Well, we got some more time to talk before we go into that agent select. I can tell you what the map ban amounted to. Haven and Icebox have been removed from the map pool. The first one will be Bind, second one will be Ascent, and then third one, if needed, will be Split. So we're going to see some maps we didn't get to see in the first series. I think that'll be fun. I personally love Bind. I know people are kind of hit or miss on that. I know the teleporters kind of throw people off, but personally, it's one of my favorite maps to watch.
Yeah, I mean, having played Portal as well as Portal 2 a little bit here and there, I really enjoyed the aspect of a teleporter and on Bind. I mean, it's so fun, right? You're able to pretty much control B long. If you control B long, you control A showers because of that teleporter, and if you control A short, you also control B short. I mean, that teleporter adds so much more variability to the game and so much more flexibility for these players when incorporating their offenses and defenses. You could see some really cool things with players pushing through the teleporter right on A defense and then leaving some members on towards A and faking like it's a B stack, right? A lot of things you could do with that TP, of course, and I'm expecting both teams to really fight for that B long control, Jag.
And one thing I'd really love to see is a Raze. We have not seen a Raze yet today, and I think she can be really good on this map. I know Jet still kind of reigns supreme when it comes to duelist comps, but I think, because Bind, it does have a bit of verticability. I don't think that's the right word, but I'm going to move on from that.
Verticality.
Verticality, that's the word. Thank you very much. It has verticality, and I think that Raze, because she has those blast packs, can get up into some pretty sneaky scenarios where she can use her bomb buddy, she can use her paint cans, so there's a lot of explosivity that comes out of her. And just she can blow people up really quickly. And I just think she's fun to watch. I think she's overpowered even still to this day, but I think there's a lot of chances we could see her. I know that in the last matchup we saw a lot of Reyna, which personally I'm very on because I know that her ceiling has gone higher, but her basement's gone lower. So unless you're popping off, she's not really that good. And I think we saw that a little bit. Unfortunately, Rutgers could not use her to their best ability. So I'd be pretty shocked, at least going onto this first map, seeing her. Maybe, I think in Ascent, though, Reyna is pretty good.
Yeah, on Ascent, you could see Reyna working up mid on offense, on defense, obviously getting aggro, but it comes down to so much of that aim, right? Whereas Raze has that utility to fall back on, of course, the verticality that she affords herself with those satchels, and crucially, I want to see some big showstoppers here, right? When Raze pulls out the rocket, it's the only real ultimate that, when I hear it, I as a player, I pretty much just run, right?
Yeah.
I'm just like, no. Raze pops rocket, it's A short, gotta run, gotta bolt, guys, let's get out of here, right? And that kind of gameplay, it makes for an exciting time for not only the players but also the spectators as well.
Absolutely. I think that, she's very boomer bust, but I think even when she isn't, getting all the explosive kills, she can still have some great abilities left behind, Just, her paint cans, I mean, even if you don't hit the first one, there's still a second round that can go off, so it can create space. But as much as I love talking about Raze, let's talk about the tournament format one more time. Just if you're just joining us in, there is a lot of money on the line here today. Hopefully we can get that screen pulled up so we can show you exactly how it's broken down. But there's $10,000 in prize pool. There it is. Thank you so much, production. $10,000 on the line with $5,500 going to first place. So these teams, if they want to even see any sort of this prize pool, they got to at least get fourth place here.
Yeah, and the top four, there is 6 teams in this tournament, so 5 and 6, 5th and 6th place respectively will be going home with that money, but no team is really playing for that, right? Every team here is the top of the region, number 1 and number 2. They fought that grueling split 1 and split 2 for spring, and they're here with a lot of preparation, a lot of work that they've done throughout the semester and in through finals. So expect all of these players to come out gunning for at least, second, third, mostly first place, really. As when I spoke to every team, when I talked to them, right, the players, the managers, it really said that they really are, fearful of one region and one region only, and it's mostly the West Coast, right? So everyone thinks they can at least get third. Could be anyone's game, and if that's the case, Jag, we could see, a little bit of a underdog story here for UW Gold, Rutgers, TAMU, and UH Premier. As yes, the Central region has had some success versus the West, in SJSU and UCI. but really they're crowned right now as throughout the splits they've shown that high caliber gameplay. And if they're looking to take them down, it has to be through that rocky story, right? That underdog come from behind, really show up big as the challengers. The mentality I want to really see from these non-Western region schools is where I'm expecting to see a lot of that gameplay shift, right? Like as soon as one players or one team figures out how to beat UCI or SGSU, we could see a whole cascading effect of just that team taking the whole tournament, perhaps.
Yeah, and again, it's still double elimination, so no team is out of it just yet. There is still a lot of Valorant to be played, but unfortunately, we won't be having that Valorant just yet. We're going to be taking another short break. Hopefully, by the end of this one, we'll be here for the next game. We got some players running a bit late to their gaming stations, so we'll be taking a few more minutes on the side. Be right back. Alright, no debates this time around. We are back for real. We are getting into the semi-final matchup in the upper bracket. Jack and Jonah here for what should be a great matchup. University of Houston coming off of a bye after winning out in their regional qualifier, here to face off against Waterloo Gold, who just won a 2-1 matchup over Texas A&M. The agents have already been locked in. We're just going to get right into this map, and I was asking for the raise, and here it is.
Yeah, both sides running that raise now. And last time we saw UW Gold, they had Toph on Jet. I mean, this man, during the regional qualifiers, he dropped 550 ACS, Jag. And that's just incredible, right, for a Jet to drop 30 bomb, not just one game, but also another game right afterwards. So this player is known to get very hot. And because of that, for UW Gold, the player I want to highlight is definitely going to be Toph. Of course, his duelist counterpart in Vex will be running that race, and it is so deadly. But on the flip side, UH Premier, they usually have Jivey on the Jet. It's pretty peculiar that they've now instead chosen to run Akula on the Jet, so perhaps this is some minor adjustments they're making between agents, between more recent matches and yesterday, and today they're choosing to go with this lineup, and let's see if that ends up paying dividends for them.
It's a complete mirror between both teams running the exact same engine lineup. We'll see how that works out for both of them, as right now Houston, they are playing really aggressively on the attack, but it's going to cost them the first step here as they go a little bit too far out through A main. Well, it does trade one back, and there is another member weak on the side of UW Gold, so maybe they're getting the worst of this affair, but they're just going to back out and go to B. There is still a Cypher waiting for them right now on B, so we'll see how that works out. And there's also the Sova rotating pretty late over to B right now, so this is going to be a 3v1 as Appleson is able to get that dart onto them, so they know exactly where they are trying to plant it. They're going to try to throw in the shock dart, but they're not going to find it. It's actually going to be a cool of finding another one before they get traded out by Toph. Jet's going to war, but it is going to be now a 2v2. Look at how weak they are right now on the side of Waterloo Gold. Only a sliver of health, but that's not going to stop Light from taking out another one. They're in a great position right now because of that cyber cage. They're going to be traded out, and they're going to win it. Light gets 3. Oh my goodness, I did not expect that ending there.
Yeah, Light turning up early for UW Gold. I mean, that whole round, the first part of it, it came down to the exchange of Raisinades, right, and the early utility in A short, and the clutching from the side of UW Gold Light. I mean, they're showing you why that their Steam is known not only for Toph. It's not just Toph and friends, right? Light, Damo, Rodzi, Vex. They can all hold their own. And UW Gold holding fast, holding strong, and they take the first round from the first seed of the Central region. Of course, UW Gold is that first seed from the East region, so battle of the first this time around, and UW Gold, they have the better economy this go around, and it's just going to be up to UH Premier, see if they can start chipping away at the money situation.
Right now, chipping away is what Toph is trying to do, is he's trying to chip away at everyone's health bar. That's 2 right down the drain. Toph able to find 1 headshot and 1 body kill, sets up UW Gold perfectly on this B site. Spike's already been planted. As you see, Koi and Akula, they're trying to go for the sneaky flank, but Light is going to be there with a much better gun at the perfect angle. Going to find one. Going to go for the 2-tap. Going to find the other one. And there's only going to be Jivey there. It's going to be a flawless round for UW Gold. And what an approach they had there. Covered all angles.
Yeah, I really liked their attack there. They sent the Paranoia from Damo into that elbow position on the B site, and that allowed Toph to aggressively dash in, picking up those initial 2 frags. And the post plant, right? Most of the time, these teams, we want to see a very strong post plant for them. And Light had all of B long on lockdown. That position is so crucial on this map, as we highlighted before the match started. And it looks like for the gun round of UH Premier, they'll be investing 3 members towards the A site, and they'll be putting both their info characters, both Sova and Cypher, towards this B long position.
The other thing I want to point out was that they had a really great early camera that caught out the Sova on the side of UH Premier, so they knew exactly where they were after they got the ult orb. But now they're just going to be running in. Vex in the smoke, going to be finding a few shots, but going to be taking a lot more to the body. Damo able to trade out, but there's not going to be too much there for them. More trades coming through, and it's actually going to be Vex getting the pistol kill. Only has a little bit of health, I believe 5 or less as the bomb buddy comes through, but it's not going to find it. The pan cans are coming through. They see the dash, they don't turn the corner. Toph is just on a mission right now. Vex somehow, some way lives through that, picks up a Vandal, and that's the bonus round that UH Premier should have won.
Yeah, I mean, Vex right there playing decoy for his team. He went out early, first by himself, making sure that the crosshairs from the UH Premier were absolutely everywhere. They were forced into hide in those positions in the B-long hexagon. And really that round all comes down to the fact that B-side defenders, they were too towards long, and nobody was able to come in and help rotate. So UW Gold reading the defense correctly so far. They're finding the gaps and really putting on the pressure, putting on the pace. UH Premier trying to respond, though, with this Sheriff. Doesn't get the frag, and he's forced to use the dash away is Akula. So now we're going to pan over to B-Long here. This position is so important, and UW Gold is taking full advantage of that, pressuring both side parts of the map, both extremities.
Jivey does find
take
light.
down Light.
It's still a good trade though for UW Gold. There's still a person up. The Blaze Storm was committed by UH Premier, and it doesn't get enough out of it. There's still a Blaze Storm on the other side. There's a Hunter's Fury as well that was online for UW Gold, but it is off the table at least for this run right now as Damo tries to rotate to the rest of the team. Jivey took quite a bit of damage in that exchange despite winning that fight, so that might be a weak target as right now. It is 2 on B, specifically 1 in Hookah, and then 1 alone on A. As UW Gold tries to make their way into B, they're waiting for the smoke to go down. They're going to be able to find a kill. There is UH Premier, 5 health in a dream. Eric Appleson ends up giving 1 for the cause, but I think that's a good trade any day of the week. Able to get a great headshot with the Sheriff. Koi is now playing exactly that in Hookah, in the smoke. Can't really find a good shot. The Judge has pretty good range, honestly, for the kind of gun it is, but instead Koi swaps with the pistol. Now going to be able to use the ping into the corner, but Rozzy just able to step out of it, able to rotate. And Jivey now is on their lonesome, already taking damage earlier on. It's a 3v1. It's a 3v1. They're not going to win. Damo gets the final blow.
And Jack, this is just a flip around from what we've originally expected, right? Going into today, we expected SJSU to do a very good job versus Rutgers, and we expected Tamu to actually take out UW Gold, did most of the commentators, and because that doesn't seem to be the case now that UW Gold's advanced in that grueling 2-1 victory over Tamu, they're taking it early on to UH Premier, and they're up 4-0, and so much of that can be attributed to the fact that they just played a best of 3, right? They're warm. And
yeah,
maybe
we were talking about that before.
They didn't come up warm, right? Maybe they didn't really, all were ready for the match. They expected to play TAMU. They didn't know when they would start. And look at that. Toph is, in fact, warm. He brilliantly cooperates with that Sova player, gets into the spot he needs to, as the entirety of the A site, A Heaven, is under the control of UW Gold.
Dealing Hunter's Fury's first one already used. This one is going to find a kill. Vex taken out, but it's going to be Light getting the next one. There's a big play there I want to talk about really briefly. It was that even though Light didn't find a kill there with their own Hunter's Fury, it was Toph that just ran in, used it as a distraction, and found that opening blow that was able to get them on the site. Now they're going to lose their Sova on the side of UH Premier. They're down 4-2. It's not looking too good. Jivey might be able to find a kill, but no, not even able to get the last one. Eric Appleson able to check out their counterpart, Rodzy. But now it is just one man against the world, and they're not going to be able to get it done. Dash out into the teleporter. Celebration, and UW Gold 5 rounds in a row already. Only 1 round away from at least getting a tie going into halftime.
Yeah, this early momentum is all in their favor, right? As Valorant is such a momentum-based game as this esport is, it just goes to show that once you start getting the ball rolling, the economy doesn't stop giving, and Toph and the rest of UW Gold has so much money to their name. They have stacks for days, Jack. In comparison to UH Premier, they're on sparse shares, of course, and they're forcing another save. And if these saves start stacking up, you could really see the game really taking an unfortunate turn for the Texans.
I have seen 12-0 before halftime. I have seen it before. It's definitely viable. It's definitely possible for UH Premier if they could not get their butts into gear soon, but there's still plenty of rounds left before we even get close to that kind of scenario, as it is a light buy. They only have 1 ultimate, so even their ult economy is not nearly as good as UW Gold's, but if there's a will, there's a way. Sheriffs, you can still get the 1 tap. It is possible, but going against the Vandal, it's going to be very difficult, as we see Lee right now trying to go up against Toph. Shot fired, wall bangs, like not connect, and they use the dash, hits the door, so that wasn't the angle they wanted, but it doesn't matter, still able to get the kill at the end of the day. Eric Appleson there with that shotgun, not going to be able to find anyone just yet, but there is someone kind of roaming around the corner near B, so there might be a raise that's about to run into them. We'll see if that happens. It's actually going to be Koi that tries to run into someone, but it's not going to work. Eric Appleson does find out Vex, but isn't able to take out the next. And now it is only Jivey once again. We've seen this scenario before. It's going to be once again a struggle. Toph gives up the angle. Would have had the perfect shot there. It doesn't even matter. Rodzy, right after getting the plant, able to get their gun. That's 6 rounds in a row. So UW Gold guaranteed the tie, looking for more.
You know, Jack, I really think what it is that maybe UW Gold spent a little bit more money in the store, and maybe they got the better skins, right? As we know, skins probably equals wins a majority of the time, and UH Premier, they just didn't invest enough money into the game. They just didn't pay enough out of their wallets to grab those crucial skins. As UW Gold has everybody rocking those clean knives, those upgraded Phantoms and Vandals. I mean, those skins just look so clean.
Look, I'm going to say this once, and I'm never going to say it again, but if you're not rocking the Oni skin on the Phantom, you're just not doing it right. That's my favorite by far in this game, bar none. I can't really think of a skin that I like more, honestly. But what about gun buddies?
Yeah.
I mean, we can't even... The gun buddy meta, I mean, they're...
I feel like the gun buddy is somewhat distracting, though, Jag, right? It kind of takes a little bit away from like what you can see on your screen, so I'm not a fan of them, but maybe there is some evidence to be shown that gun buddies do, in fact, help you play better.
Well, if we find that evidence, you know, one day we'll talk about it. But in the meantime, the tag pause has once again come to an end. UW Gold, they're still having a tremendous start to this map as they show the recon dart. Oh, and I think it was going right through that hole, so they're going to get a little bit of vision into A-Heaven, but Top is going to get a few kills. They lose Rodsy along the way, but again, the trades are going the way of UW Gold time and time again. They lose one, they get 2 or 3. They also now have the Showstopper as well as the Blaze Farm, so Ultimate's again in their favor. There's 2 on the side of Premier, but guess what? Both of those players are already dead in this round, so they cannot be used. And after getting those kills, after making some noise around B, it looks like they're trying to set up on A.
Yeah, they're starting to rotate, which is very crucial for them. They're prodding and poking, finding out where the other players are. Akula will be short here, taking boosted on short here, taking first contact. The Cloudburst does somewhat give it away, though, as here comes that Showstopper.
It is going to connect. Vex almost got taken down in the middle of summoning it, but it's going to be Vex again going to kill. We see Vex every time they fall. It's like they hit another gear, like they go Super Saiyan. They just get stronger every time they go down in their health bar. It's one person left alive. It's not Jivey this time. It is going to be Lee on the flank trying to get through spawn side. Turns to Vex. Vex is able to fire first. Says hello and goodbye. That's a 3K there for the Rays.
Yeah, and going out of the tactical pause, you saw the idea for the University of Houston side. They wanted to send 3 members aggressive down B long. And they did that, but it just didn't work out in their favor as they lined up for Toph, and giving an early advantage to a team like UW Gold where they run the double duelist and they have that Showstopper available. It's so hard to defend against that, right, when you're down in numbers. They had 2 people there on A site, did you each. They had Jivey and Akula, but they just weren't able to confirm the frags as Showstopper versus Rifle. Usually the Showstopper gets the victory there.
And one thing I want to mention, we did some math before in the last series. Right now, Toph has 1 less kill in the entirety of UH Premier, 11 to 12. So right now, this Jet is indeed fragging out as Lee's trying to find some frags of their own. Misses the 1 shot. There is their teammate right there with what looks like the Vandal. I think Eric Appelson's trying to actually get the bait. Try to bait out Lee and then try to get the good trade. And that's actually going to be Rodsy who's going to be the one getting the bait. Toph goes in, is able to get the second kill. There's going to be the neural threat. They know exactly where UH Premier is going to be rotating from. And this is going to be another great setup. But Jivey on the flank is able to find one.
Yeah, he's rotating in with the rest of his team here. And although they do get the scan by the recon dart, it is going to be a 3v4 retake for the side of UH Premier. They've got a few things to use, which includes Koi's Showstopper. Let's see if he chooses to pop it, though. He might just go for a frag first or coordinate with his teammates, and he chooses the latter option.
Gets 1. It's now a 1v2 right now. They're both in heaven, and the Owl Drone was out, but Toph was there when it was needed most to get the headshot. Koi does find 1 kill, but could not find more than that. UW Gold, they are building themselves quite a nice lead, and I mean, I don't want to jump to conclusions here, Jonah. Not yes yet, but with only 4 rounds left, the likelihood of double digits going into halftime at the very least is pretty plausible.
Yeah, it's because they're taking down UH in such a fashion that they're not able to build up economy, right? It's not like they're losing these rounds in defuse, late round situations, right? They're losing them off of just the frags. UW Gold is able to get those kills, confirming an added bonus to their bank account. Akula going with the Sheriff, and Jivey does take down Toph. Finally, that Jet has been silenced from the side of UH. I mean, UW, and maybe they could win this round, right? They have some tools to work with, and obviously it's not the full weaponry that you would expect them to win with, but it is possible, as all things are, and it looks like they're grouping up towards the A site is UW.
Omen takes a little bit of damage on the side of UW Gold, but it's going to be Vex jumping in, able to get a kill. Eric Appleton, on the meantime, is able to take out Rodzi. Vex just is continuing this reign of terror, takes out 2 more, and they're going to use a teleporter. But one thing to mention is that From the Shadows is still available right now for the Omen on the side of UW Gold, but Light says you don't even need that ultimate. We don't even need to pretend we're going somewhere that we're not. We're just going to keep getting kills as they do decide to plant on to B, but Dallas might be in a world of hurt as Lee is right behind them, but it's going to be Vex once again. Vex gets 3. Can they get 4? It's not an ace, but it's still a great feeling when you're able to get that many kills on the board. Damos just turns away at the wrong time. It's a 2v1. Jivey doesn't even pick up the weapon, still just going with the Sheriff. Vex is all the way behind and is going to have Jivey at their back. That's the 4K. That's the power of Raze, and that's going to be UW Gold 9 rounds in a row.
Yeah, exactly as you pointed out. They're doing so well. Both of these raises really? Koi, of course, getting that showstopper kill the previous round, but this round was all Vex. And what's crucially going to need to be, highlighted is the fact that Light, when you're playing a support agent like Sova, you want to really work off of your duelist, right? He's throwing the darts for them, but also crucially, after they go in, he's holding the lurk, right? Holding the enemy push. He gets rewarded with the frag there. That's why Vex wasn't able to collect his ace. It looks like UH Premier, with these weapons, they're going for a little bit of aggression here. Down B short and through showers. UW is responding in kind as they're sandwiched in showers, but Koi fights his way out.
Koi finds value right now where the other Rays cannot. Showstopper used on the side of UW Gold is thrown in. 2 Lamps does not find any kills at the end of the day. Koi took a lot of damage though for the trouble getting that first kill as this plant is going to come in. The Hunter's Fury just barely missing Light. It looks like it was going to be on target for a second, but it's not. UW Gold gets the free plant. But let's see how the retake comes in right now as a cool. It's just going to be able to find Toph running with their knife out. Now they're going to be bringing some of their own knives out. Bladestorm is going to be punched out. Damo's able to find 1. Vex is taken out. Damo finding 2, finding 3. Can Damo clutch this out here? This could be an ace scenario. It has to be an ace if they want to win this, or at least they got to kill enough time. Does a lot of damage to Jivey, but cannot get the job done. And finally, after 10 rounds, Houston is going to get on the board.
Yeah, new life here from Houston. We said this game was going to be close, ladies and gentlemen, and it hasn't been close so far. But if UH Premier can start to rev up their engines up a little bit, maybe they came in a little bit cold, did these collegiate students, but if they're able to start revving up that engine, right, getting warm, making sure that the blood is circulating properly, shout out to all the physical therapists out there who work with esports athletes, and perhaps if they get that, the blood circulating, the mind revving up a little bit, right? Thinking a little faster, get the caffeine through your system. Maybe they could start showing off a little bit better. But right now, I mean, even if you win that round, it's still all UW Gold, right?
It only takes 1 to get you back into the game, and I think if they can win 3 in a row to deny that double-digit scoring line for UW Gold, it's something to build off. That's really the best you can ask for right now at this point, as Koi tries to go aggressive, gets killed, is going to be able to find 1, though, back before it's traded out once again. There's going to be the neural theft being used as Light now has found 2 kills in a row, and while Eric Appleton might know where they are, Vex knows exactly where they are as well. It's a 3v1. We've seen this scenario all too often. Jivey, the lone soldier here for UH Premier, trying to stop something from happening. But as you see right now, UW Gold, they're hightailing it all the way to B. They've left Vex on this point, and Vex is going to get the job done before the plant can even come through. There's not going to be enough time for that extra bit of pocket change from the plant. I don't think they're going to be too mad about it, because this is the last round, and the economy is already great for UW Gold.
Yeah, and looking forward, I mean, if you're UH Premier right now, you're trying your best, right, to win this upcoming round and start the momentum going. But in the back of your head as a player, right, you're kind of focused on, do we make any roster swaps going into the next map? Because this is a 10-man roster, so we could start to see some players swap in and out. Of course, they are known for that, and they could use that to their advantage. Before we get onto that topic, let's see if UW Gold has what it takes to, in fact, close this game out. As Toph with that opening frag, and Vex showing you a little bit of running Phantom spraying into the smoke.
Vex gonna run into the smoke, but he's taken out by Jivey. Hunter's Fury being used early on, but it's gonna be the Blaze Storm is the ultimate that gets kills. Toph, though, kind of caught there. Knives will run out, and wasn't able to pick up their gun in time. Koi gonna be waiting in the flank, but gonna be taken out. Damo gonna be weak, and still gonna win that. Rod's gonna be in the corner, gonna be able to find the last kill of the round, and blink and you miss it. Only 2 more rounds are needed right now for UW Gold to take the cake here.
Yeah, and going into the next half, I mean, if I'm a player, right, in this exact situation, Jack, I can't even breathe, right? You feel so suffocated, all the pressure is on you, and there's not really much you can do as an individual. It really comes down to that team unitedness, that team effort, right? And the trades aren't coming through from UH Premier. They already used their tac balls. Things are looking quite bleak for them. The thing is, though, they are the Central Region's first seed, and they have that championship experience. They have that caliber of individual to make a comeback from this position. You've seen 0-12s, right? But have you seen the 14-12 comeback? That's what they're on
You know,
for.
I have actually seen that, but we'll see if Toph can deny it. There's going to be the bomb buddy almost exploding in their face. UW Gold already in a world of hurt as they lose 1, now 2 early on. So right now Koi just making waves and making their way onto the point. Light trying to go for a shot there, but misses it. There's going to be this Cypher camera catching the mouse. They know there's someone on the back end as they all run up onto Light. Never stood a chance. Damo tries to do their best, but it's going to be a Kula that ends that round pretty quickly. UH Premier now have 2 on the board, and that's really big because they lose that and it's basically over. You got a force buy like for the rest of the game. Now they got a little bit of leeway.
Yeah, the dream is on for them, right? They do a nice B split right there. They send those 3 members through B long. They send that Raze Roomba and the nade through Uka. That's a textbook play there from UH Premier. They're going back to those fundamentals, running what works. And right now, as UW Gold is on 5 shorties, ladies and gentlemen, they're playing the cheeky angles. You see Toph here take that elevated box. It's smoked off by his team. And every player from UW Gold is just looking for one, you know? You're just looking for your one. See if you can get a frag for free with those shorties, those close range shotguns, as Vex isn't able to confirm his frag, but Light's able to get his.
Is able to find one. It's a 1-for-1 trade when all is said and done, but not able to pick up the gun that was left behind, which is really what you want after you get that shorty kill. The spike plant has already come down. Lee's able to take out their counterpart Light on the Sobo, so now it's looking even better for the attackers as Demo tries to go on the offensive, trying to go around the corner. Toph gonna move in, is gonna be able to find one right there in the box, almost able to find 2, sees that there's another one across the way, isn't able to get the final shot onto Eric Appleson. That's gonna be UH Premier again, is staying alive. Every round, it feels like from now on, is basically them just staying alive.
Yeah, they're keeping the members alive, right? Which is so good for their economy. You saw what UW Gold was able to do with their money when they started keeping their guns up from round to round. And UH Premier, they're doing the same, you know. The comeback is on, the dream is alive, and the future is here. They've got to do it today. Do UH Premier. And Jack, I'm looking across the board, right? And nobody has their ultis. It's a bonus round for UH Premier. If they win this one, right, I think they're on for it, right? If they're able to pull this one out versus the guns of UW Gold.
Could be a complete reversal of fates. We'll have to see how this pans out first. One thing to know is that 2 members on the side of UH Premier decided to keep their Spectres instead of trying to spend more on assault rifles, which I feel like could be costly, especially when they're in a situation where they lose 2 rounds in this map is over. Vex gonna jump in, or Koi that jumps in is gonna be taken out. Toph is traded out. Akula is able to take out Vex. So Vex does eventually fall. Caster Curse right there as another spike is planted. UW Gold, they have been letting Premier just go in every time, and every time they've gone in, they have lost complete control of this site.
Yeah, and a 3v4 retake isn't looking too doable for UW Gold, but as I say that, Damo Nation in the chat here, showing up big for his team, making it a 3v3.
Smoke goes down, Light gonna try to probably move in, but it's gonna be Rozzy that gets the first kill. All the defenders right now from UH Premier are on the other side. There's another Fury that's gonna come through. Lee trying to find a shot, only finds a little bit. Light now gonna have to go for the defuse. Time is ticking. I don't think there's gonna be enough time because Lee is about to run right into them. There's gonna be the headshot. There's gonna be another round. And just like that, Houston are back into this map.
Yeah, the Texans are on for it. They're making Bayern look like a very offensive-sided map. And it really just comes down to how they're playing these post plants and these entries, right? The trades are coming through for Premier just as they came through for UW Gold on that B site in particular. Both teams really making it an emphasis to go towards that site. And they're showing why this B site is so hard to defend, right? The split from Uka, the split from Long B, it's just so difficult to deal with if you're a B site defender.
And the other thing is that UW Gold right now has left their duelists on B, but they don't have their Sentinel. Cypher, nowhere to be seen. His tripwires are all the way on A. Just as I said, he's actually going to take the teleporter, which might be a good distraction as it is a trade. Toph able to take out Koi. Rodzi gives their life there. If Toph can get a good gun out of that, it could be worthwhile. They also got the Blaze Storm online, but of as weak as they are, I'm sure they're not going to be using it just yet. Meanwhile, everyone's moving on to A. The teleports come in. You see the Soba that has it on the side of each mirror. They're going to be there, but it's going to be Light holding the angle, is looking for the second shot, misses the second one. You miss that one opportunity. That might be all that you get. Misses two, is able to hit one body shot, but now it is only Toph who is on the other side of the map. Now going to be trying to rotate all the way to A. Only 47 health. Doesn't even pick up the gun. So they get the kill, but they weren't able to pick it up. They still only have the Sheriff. It is not looking good for UW Gold.
Yeah, maybe he's a little confident in his Sheriff gameplay, but chances are he maybe can get one or two. Of course, he knows that the Omen player on the other side is tagged low, but the Omen player doesn't face him, and it's Lee Monway from Premier to show up big, giving them their crucial 5th round. And Drag, I don't want to say they're on for it, but I'm going to give my caster blessing on this one, right? I'm saying Premier, they're on for this comeback. Maybe our prediction of it being a close game was true after all, as the first half was not indicative of how the teams did match up. Perhaps it was just a offensively favored map.
Yeah, there's one thing that we can say for sure here, Jonah, and that's that neither team has had a lot of success on defense so far on this map, but who knows, if we go to overtime, extra rounds, there might be more chances for them to make up for that. But as we see, Pink Hand's going to be thrown back and forth. It's going to be Light who's going to find 2 with the Hunter's Fury. Going to find 3 with the Hunter's Fury. Oh my goodness, that ultimate got so much value. Koi is going to be able to take out 2 in the meantime, but Rozzy knows exactly where they are. The rest of the team isn't a BQ'd in onto this. So Koi might be able to find one more on their way out, but I don't think they're going to find much more than that as they now go straight into the teleporter. They might try to rotate. They don't have the spike. The spike is still on B long, so there might be a world where they can get it, but no, they try to take the duel. Rodzi wins it. And UW Gold, it took them a little bit to get there, but now they are on map points.
Yeah, they got the read onto Premier setup. They knew that they were going for the 3B long and 2B short setup. Correctly does UW Gold read that, and because of that excellent Hunter Sphere from Light, tagging those 3 players up and then confirming those 3 frags, now it's given UW Gold new life. They only needed 2 rounds in this half, and they got the 1. Now they just need to close it out, grab that second round, crucially, as the defense seems to be set up 4 men strong on this A site, and that seems to be where Premier is actually headed towards.
Top goes in with the Blaze Storm, but isn't going to find the first kill. Such a small window for such large knives, not finding their way through as Rodzi is falling. Jivey finds 2. UW Gold, this might be the round they need to win, or they want to win, but it doesn't look like they're going to find the final blows just yet. Toph taking out its only Vex. Vex doesn't have that showstopper just yet. Could try to clutch it out if they had it. Instead, they're just going to try to blast back onto the point, but there's someone right to their left. It's Jivey. Jivey getting 3 kills. Premier still alive. And we mentioned this before, you know, the 14-12 comeback, it's still very possible. Right now, Premier, they cannot win in regulation no matter what happens, but it can go to extra rounds.
Yeah, and the way they're going to have to do that is continually good reads from Eric Appleson here, right? They got the read that there would be a defense stacked up, but they were able to bully them out with Koi's Showstopper and use Jivey's from the shadows to TP onto the A site. Excellent combination from them. Good read, and if they can keep this up, they can keep this momentum up as well, then this team will definitely be on for that comeback. Of course, it's not too statistically likely, but it is always a possibility, as we know all our players are incredibly capable of showing up when it most matters. They are playing for that $10,000 prize pool.
They are indeed right now. Vex is playing alone for it on B. It looks like they do a little peek, as actually Toph is rotating to B, but it looks like they might be going to A for UH Premier on their offense. They lose this round, and this map is all said and done. Lee about to run into Damo, and Damo gets the first blow. First blood in this round. There's still 3 ultimates on the side of UW Gold. So you get the Devil. There is one. The Neuro Theft's going to catch out Koi. They might have just gotten stuck actually in the tripwire. Light isn't able to find the straight transfer onto 2. Does take out 1. Damo able to fire through the Cypher Trap. The Cyber Cage. It's gone. Most of the players on UH Premier are gone. The spike is not planted just yet. Jivey has now been located once again. 5 health. And they're the only one left. They cannot do it. And there was a good attempt there by the University of Houston to get back into this map, but it is not enough at the end of the day. What a performance from UW Gold.
Yeah, definitely a great performance by them. They came out shooting. They came out red hot, and they carried that momentum as far as they could on their offensive side. And you see here on the scoreboard, Toph, we talked about him as a highlight player, right? Someone who's able to drop 30 bombs. If the game went on a little more, maybe he could have reached that mark, but 300 average combat score along with his buddy in Light at 295. These guys showed up to play, and they're certainly carrying their team. As you want to see these players really be the ones to make a huge impact, right? You want your star players to be the ones to show up.
Not only that, but everyone on the side of UW Gold got to at least double digits. Rodzi bringing up the rear at 10, but still getting, above some other players in the lobby. So overall, a great team effort. I would say it's more like Toph, Light, and friends here, but Damo, Vex, Rodzi, they all did the work they needed to do to get that first map win. They are now on match point. They want to go to that winners finals, which is directly after this, but they're going to have to take at least one more map off the University of Houston before that happens. Will it happen? Stick around and you'll find out. Welcome back, everyone. A very surprising result in Map 1 as UW Gold, pretty decisive throughout the beginning of it. Houston, they brought it back, but it was still a 13-6 scoreline when all was said and done. UW Gold trying to find one more victory to put themselves into the winners final. Jag here, joined by Jonah. As we go to the next map, it is going to be, just pulling it up right now, it's going to be Ascent. And this was Houston's pick, so it's a team that has already lost the first one. They're hoping that home field advantage will help them out here.
Yeah, and when they've been on the Ascent, UW Gold has typically run the Reyna with the Jet, so we will see some return of that agent perhaps. Vex can show off on that character, but still, UW Gold has been the team that has traditionally showed up big on Ascent. They win a lot of their series on Ascent, and this is probably more UH Premier saying, we're pretty comfortable on this map ourselves. We're not playing towards your strengths or your weaknesses. We're playing towards our strengths. And that shows a really good mindset from UH Premier. They're not really counter-stratting. They're more so deciding, we're good at something. Let's stick with what we're good at.
And I think one thing to also consider is we talked about, being warmed up versus being cold. I mean, you could definitely tell that there's a little bit of rust going there for Houston. It took them a little while to get into the swing of things. Unfortunately, by the time they were bringing rounds back, it was a bit too late. But now they've had that one map get out of their system. It's do or die here. Well, at least for the upper bracket. As we said, this is double elimination, so there is a good chance we could see them later on tomorrow during that loser's bracket run. But no one wants to fall. No one wants to give up their one free life just yet. And Ascent has already been locked in. Both these teams very good at choosing their agents. And there is the Reyna coming out to play from Vex.
Yeah, it's really interesting though, because UH Premier, they usually make swaps between map 1 and 2, right? But they haven't changed anyone on the roster, but they have changed agents. Eric Appleson, the IGL who did play the Cypher last map, will be on the Omen. Akula, who's on the Jet, is now piloting the Cypher. Jivey is back on the Jet, which he's so well known for. Perhaps he'll have more of an impact than he did last game when he played Omen. And Koi, the difference between the Reyna and the Phoenix is that when you're playing the Phoenix on these maps, you can really farm orbs, right? And since run it back or run it down, the ultimate for Phoenix is a 6-cost ultimate, as you see there on your screen, 0 out of 6. It means that if you're able to use this very well in offense to entry for your team, then you could see some success here from UH Mir, as they're starting on the offensive side.
They're going to need some success. It's got to be early on, and it's going to be often. They have to get some momentum going here. They got a good rhythm at the end of the last map, but it wasn't enough to save Bind, as right now Toph is just moving in super aggressively. Doesn't find the shots just yet, only just a little bit of damage. Takes more than they dish out, and it looks like it's going to be a 2-for-2 trade. UH Premier are able to get some kills, but they lose some members along the way, as well as the spike. Oh no, that is disastrous early on. Kula right now trying to get back in as the player that was on Jet before, as we mentioned, now onto the Cypher. They're going to try to create some space with the Cyber Cage, but I just don't think it's going to be enough, especially with the fact that Damo is still alive and that Omen smoke is up. They're going to be looking right at each other, but that's going to be the backup. There is a flank coming from the other side. It looks like the Jet on the side of UH Mir is trying to get into the backline, so that might be a story to watch out for. But it doesn't matter if there's not going to be anyone alive. That is going to be the turret also finding them out. Jivey dashes out, 16 health. Isn't going to be chased down because they don't have the spike, so UW Gold, they're just going to hold position.
Yeah, and they still have the alarm bot there, very crucial. So Jivey will not only get spotted out once, but twice. Low HP. Doesn't have too much of a chance, but he can definitely do this. It looks like UW Gold is trying to go for a double swing. They know that this player is low, and they do just that. Damo confirming the first round for UW Gold, starting just like how they started Bind with that this round win. And man, oh man, the early aggression from both teams toward that A main position. Neither team backed down. Everyone was traded out. It went 2 for 2, but as you pointed out, Jag, the spike crucially going in the defender's favor.
Yeah, it was just left right out in the open. There was no way to really recontest it. I feel like the best play there for Houston would have been to just be patient, just wait for the flank to come out. I mean, there's no doubt that Jivey was going to get caught out because the turret was there, so they would be, they'd know what's up, but it would make them turn around for just a second, and that's when you move in. So sometimes patience is the name of the game. Sometimes it's aggression there. Vex is going to be aggressive, able to take out Jivey. That's one duelist down as Eric Appleson tries to make space, ends up getting clobbered for it. Demo able to take out their counterpart. Now the door is up, but it's going to be down just as quickly. There is the dash onto the point. They know there's someone in the cloud smoke. That's going to be Rodzi helping out. Toph finding 2. Everyone's gone. The defuse is coming through. And well, the Premier might get a spike plant. That is all, as it's going to be a flawless round for UW Gold.
Yeah, in the first game, Jag, we saw SGSU play against Rutgers, and we highlighted Figwerb and Teddy. Now we're seeing how aggressive Toph and Vex can be as they just ran down mid there, through tiles, up, down catwalk. They were just everywhere, all over the map. They had complete control over that side. And because of that, if you get the middle, it's so easy to rotate. They rotate back onto A, but because of UH Premier getting that bomb plant, they are able to buy fully into this round. Of course, they would be able to either way, but now they have utility to their name.
Full kits and full loadouts. That is the name of the game right now for the Premier, as they're still looking for that first round win. And last time, it took them 12 rounds to get it. Vex is looking for that angle, doesn't find it. Toph does take out Jivey and is able to get the alt orb, so that Bladestorm is close by. Toph might be trying to peek a little bit too much just to get that gun. Is able to find one shot on to the Phoenix, but not able to take them out. That headshot was not able to be found. Damo now just holding the angle right now on A site. And actually have two players run right into him. Peeks just a little bit too soon, isn't patient enough. We talked about patience, it's the name of the game there. Damo just peeks way too quickly. Waited a little bit longer, could have found a 2K there, maybe even a collateral. Rodley now kind of stuck near tree as the spike goes in. It's still not too bad for the defenders. Now it is bad as they lose, like they're going to lose their Killjoy as well, and now the gun advantage is working out amazingly. Toph is able to find two, is able to get the dash, has found three on this round. Could this be the ace we've been waiting for? No, it is not. One shot to the dome. Eric Appleton shuts that all down.
Yeah, I mean, a good job there by Toph. He gets those two frags, and that really hurts the economy of UH Premier, as they have to rebuy into that, right? And because he got those frags, I mean, we love Jet, right? Everyone knows Jet, the agent that Valorant is so well known for, really. And Toph on this character, pulling out those two frags means that they now have Bladestorm available to them. So look here for this round for Toph to really show off what he can do with this aggressive Bladestorm as he looks to prepping himself towards A main.
It's already out. Toph's gonna run past the Owl Drone. That's gonna miss everything. Even though they're paranoid, they're still able to find the able to get out of their life too. Not able to pick up a gun, but it's a good first kill. So Eric Appleton's just trying to find out if anyone's gonna try to pick that. Once again, they're not. So Toph's gonna just hold the angle near tree in the meantime. The spike is now rotating towards A. So despite the fact that they lost someone early on, they're actually trying to push it as Aquila. It's gonna push out into mid. Light might be running into someone any moment. He's caught out. It looks like they were trying to get their gun back. They aren't able to. It's not the worst thing in the world, as still UW Gold is finding kills elsewhere. It's a 4v2. It's a 4v1. Jivey falls. Now it's only Aquila. Doesn't have the spike, does have Neural Theft, but it's not the right place, not the right time. Vex says you've got no time left. Gets 3 kills to end the round.
Yeah, and that's the duelist duo from UW Gold. And I really, it's just so weird that UH Premier is consistently, giving them the respect here. As you see, like, Toph is just full paranoid, right? They gotta swing off that. They gotta punish the Jet for making that kind of play. They use their get out of jail free card in the dash to go forward. Doesn't get punished, and Toph gets the frag, gets away with his life. But very crucially, they keep losing the spike towards A main. Perhaps they shouldn't be fighting towards there because the members of UW Gold are stacked. But look at the read from the Canadian school. They've put both their duelists towards the B main side as they think UH Mir is going there. They read them correctly as well.
Toph gets 3, isn't going to be able to get the ace, but can they get 4? Both, though, of the duelists are very weak, so Eric Halverson might be able to find a kill on the way out, finds one, isn't able to find another one. It's not a flawless round, but it's very well close to it, as UW Gold takes their 4th round win. And one thing I want to talk about really quickly is, from the previous round, not the one we just saw, but if you're Lee and you're using your Owl Drone, you want to be protected. And the fact that basically Toph was able to just run up and not even get traded back, that's just a misplay from the Premier.
Exactly. You want to have your teammate there to trade you. We talk about this fundamental of the game called trading, and it really just means that a teammate is able to, frag the person that ends up fragging you. So when you're on offense, you want to have that trading, that good spacing between you and your teammates. Make sure that you are able to help one another. As Toph has now pulled off the operator, that will be the glitch pop skin, perhaps investing a little bit there to make sure his team does win.
So many ultimates right now on the side of Premier. There's one, there's two. Neural Theft and Hunter's Fury using quick succession. Hunter's Fury did land one shot, but didn't get any kills. They already found the first kill here in this round. As Javi's going to find the next one. Rozzy going to be the victim of that. That's going to be the... Interesting, they're going to use the Friend of the Shadows here, so Eric Appleson going to try to clear out Boathouse, but Light's going to be on the prowl, is going to be getting them out of this game. Now they're going to be turning their attention to the spawn side. Curveball going to come in, they're going to back out, so still flash for a little bit. That's going to be the hot hands. There's almost four players running up on them. They weren't going to be long for that world, but Toph might be able to find one kill through that angle. Isn't able to. Now the Flame Wall is going to completely cut him off. A great job there by the Premier to sit up on the point. And if I'm UW Gold, there's two ways you play this, really. You throw out the operator so no one can get it, and then you run on, or you try to save it for the next round. It looks like they are going to do neither of those things. They're actually going to try to push this despite being down 2 people.
Yeah, they've got the confidence on their backs, but as we say that, I mean, it doesn't seem to come to fruition as they smartly decide to do the first option that you highlighted, which was save those weapons. And now that they're doing so, nope, Damo, screw it, we're not saving here. We got Toph here, taking the duel here with the operator, takes out the clone in Jivey, knocking him down a peg, saying, hey, it's a jet diff here. Boy, in the middle doesn't look the right way, and I mean, his head was on a swivel, but just wasn't on the right one.
They leave the operator. That's a very interesting choice. The operator not going to UH Premier despite them winning that round. And I think if I was them, I just would have hightailed it to A. Not even like... I thought at first they were trying to maybe find an exit kill through market, but the angling just didn't make sense. They do find one trade, but it's not worthwhile. Toph now, not going to have much of an economy. Does have the Blade Storm, the Premier. Able to bring it back a little bit. 4-2.
Yeah.
This game is definitely not out of hands for anyone just yet. You look at the ult economy, it's a little bit better. I would say, actually, it's very even, and that's going to be Toph trying to go over the top. Tries to get the fancy Blade Storm play. Immediately gets cut down, and that's a big misstep there for UW Gold.
Yeah, that's a great read there by Eric Appleson as it's Vex's turn, the double duelist, to go aggressive. And not only does Toph not find the initial pick, neither does Vex. This is his position that UW Gold did not find themselves in, really, in last map of Bind. But this time around, they'll have a go of it as Rodzy, Damo, and Light are still alive. Of course, it is still winnable for them, but they're not really on the right site as the A take comes in. No members of UW Gold are here to respond, so this run it back will not find its target, will not pay dividend. But here on the flank is Akula.
Akula's going to have that tripwire there. That's going to be just a misplay from Damo. Was trying to get out I believe a smoke, but instead is caught in the deer lights. Rozzy does get at least one back, but it's still not advantageous for the defenders. Light is trying to play into heaven. Right now, the Premier, they're really split up. I think they're playing this really well. They've got two looking the way of the Killjoy. They had one looking into heaven. It looks like now they're going to back out. It looks like UW Gold says, you know what, this isn't worth it. We're going to let them have this one. They're playing really, really far back. This is what they should have done last round, if we're being honest, but better late than never. At least they'll be able to keep some guns going forward. They keep the lockdown. They're going to have 3 ultimates overall, so they will have at least some utility going into the next one, but this is the closest it's been so far in the series. I think in the last map, the smallest lead was about 5 or 6 rounds. Right now, it's only a difference of 1.
Yeah, and that just goes to show that, yeah, UH Premier was not fully warmed up, perhaps, but this go around of it, they do have themselves, you know, circulating. They got the brain on, they got the Red Bull in their system. Everything's going for them. So 3 rounds on Ascent is no joke to scoff at. But UW Gold, they still have the advantage, the 1-round lead, and crucially, they have that Killjoy ultimate, and UH Premier doesn't have a Sova ultimate to answer it. So let's see how they are able to tackle this defense. As you really expect the Killjoy lockdown to be used towards A, to stop the players of UH Premier from encroaching on that position. Because of that, UH Premier is deciding to take things very slow, as they know if they're too hasty, then they could run into the traps of UW Gold.
Koi might be about to run into Toph. They actually left the spike behind outside of B. They don't want to commit to it too much just yet, and you bring up a good point. The lockdown, it is destructible. You can break it if you're the opposing team, but you can't really do it unless you have Hunter's Fury. You can do it with just gunplay, but it's much more dangerous. Hunter's Fury, you can do it from ways away. That's going to be Koi flashing in with the curveball. That angle by Top is held. It almost found 2. It finds 1. At the end of the day, it is going to be a 4v3. The spike is down once again, so they actually do commit with it onto the point. If they left it behind, then they bring it on, and that might be a pinnacle mistake for Houston unless they're able to get back onto this point. Light right now going to be using the recon. That is going to be 1 kill. That's going to be 2 kills. That's going to be 2 wall bangs back to back. The lockdown thrown in just as the cherry on top. Maybe not needed, but it did force Premier into a position they didn't want to be.
I mean, he's so aptly named, right, Jag? He's Light Sova. He's providing the way for his team. He's showing where the enemy is with his recon darts. Gets those 2 wall bangs for his team. And because of that, they've won themselves that crucial gun round. If they can win this one, right, and they can start building up their economy, as you see most players on UW Gold start to head over to that 3K, even 5K for almost Damo and Rodzi, they're able to build that economy. It's going to be a really tough half for UH Premier. See,
not only that,
boys.
It's not only that, it's also that we're getting closer and closer to halftime, and it's almost that, you know, the possible tie scenario where you at least want to have 6 rounds. It's kind of the golden number as trades come through. UW Gold again, 2 for 1. They're doing it really well, but Koi is able to get one back immediately after. He's able to get the headshot onto Damo. Now there's a Sova that's kind of caught out in no man's land. Koi, though, is found out by the recon bolt, so everyone knows what this. There's going to be Vex on the flank. There's going to be the curveball thrown in just to distract Vex. Flamewall going to create some separation, but he's still going to be fired into. Oh, the peek comes through, but Light is there. Koi just looks away at the wrong moment. Valorant, it's a game of inches and looking at the right spot there. Spot was not correctly looked at, but it's going to be the plan anyway for UH Premier. They've been on A for quite a while. They've got a pretty nice setup. 1 near Hell, 1 playing a little bit outside of Heaven in that box. We'll see how that works out for them. As Lee, it looked right. You might have been able to find someone, but this time you can't. There's another straight you're throwing in. It's not going to find any kill. It isn't even going to find a marker, I believe. It might have hit Eric Appleton, but now it's going to be a kill going the other way. The spike's going to be almost defused. The spike is counting down. I don't think there's enough time, and even if there is, Lee's going to be there. Just played that perfectly on the high ground there. They played too much on the spike. Lee gives their life, but it's going to be fine. They're going to bring one closer. Man, that could have been winnable for UW Gold. I just feel like the way they approached the retake was really poor.
Yeah, they sent this Hunter's Fury through during the contact. I mean, it was an okay idea, but after you don't know where the player is, you can't just run through A main like that. And like, pays the price for that, leaving Rodzi in a 1v1 where Lee Monglai has the advantage, has the high ground, has the utility. Everything's going on his side, and very crucially, the difference between the defense from last go around is Toff's not able to afford an operator, right? And if you're not able to get the operator out on this jet, you're not really able to make those opening picks happen as easily. So he still will be on the rifle. Of course, he's capable of making them happen, but it's just not the same, right? 1 click to the body versus 1 click to the head.
Currently on round 10, both teams very close, almost neck and neck, as Toff is not able to win the first fight. Koi does win out. That's going to be the Neural Theft coming out from the Premier. They have an ultimate advantage. They have 2 more to use at their will. Hunter's Fury could be big if they use it at the right time. We'll see if that comes to be a little bit later as Light throws out the Recon Bolt, but it's not going to find out Akula. Akula going to use the camera, but is going to miss with the dart. Light and Akula just going to trade a little bit of fire back and forth, but now they're going to take too much damage as more and more players on the side of W Gold are trying to make their way towards B. We're going to be running in with the flash, but it's not going to be enough. Vex now on a rampage finds 2. That might be the equalizer they needed. Isn't able to fend off anyone else. And now the advantage goes the other way. Once again, Jivey going to be in a matchup. Is going to win that one. Now it is down to Light. Can they guide the way once more? They have been the lowest fragger, I think, not only on their team, but in the lobby on this map. They do find out Akula without only 14 health. It's going to take a lot of instant headshots. Jivey is pretty weak. So is the Omen, who's on point. So there is a world where they can make this happen. Walking through the smoke. Eric Appleton just trying to find some blind fire. Doesn't find it. Now they know exactly where Light is. That's going to be the short distance teleport onto their side of Boathouse. They're going to turn around, but you're just going to get pincered. And now, for the first time in this matchup, the Premier are tied up.
Yeah, I really want to speak to the versatility of the Premier roster. Not only do they have that 10-man roster, but look, four of the players are playing a different agent than last map. Four of them, right? I mean, like you don't think of like a pro team or even a high level team of being this versatile. I mean, it really speaks to this roster how flexible they are, how adaptable these players are to not only pick up new agents but fulfill those roles quite well as they tied up.
And I know one thing you had mentioned was that, the characters we saw players come onto was not what was expected, so maybe they came out a little bit too overconfident. Maybe they thought, like, this is a team that's a lower seed than us, maybe if we, like, off-roll, it's fine. Found out the hard way, not possible, but now they are back on the roles they are best suited for. They are keeping things close as they get the first, the second kill. Now this point is completely open. The third follows shortly after. It looks like the Premier are going to be able to get to at least 6 rounds wins. They're going to have their first lead in the series as Koi gets another one. Can't get the ace, but does get 3 when all is said and done. A flawless round. The spike plant on top of it. The first lead.
In the half.
Yeah, no mistakes there from UH Premier. A good old-fashioned 8-take. They know the weaponry is low. They send in the drone. They put the smokes down. They have the players flash themselves in the form of Phoenix. They mop the floor with UW Gold that previous round. And now in the last round of the half, look at the success of UH Premier. They've won the last 3 rounds, and because of that, they've afforded themselves the run it back, the Hunter's Fury, and the From the Shadows. So this could be a very quick B take from them as they use the run it back. And look, the first frag comes through, the second is through as well.
This is not going the way at all of UW Gold. All of those ultimates popped at the very get-go, and all of them work out very well for UH Premier. UW Gold, there's only 2 left standing, and one of them might be about to run into Koi. The Killjoy just left on their lonesome Rodzi. Can't get anything there. Now it is just Damo and a Dream. The Dream is not going to be coming through. 2 flawless rounds in a row to close this out. Koi ends up taking out Akula. A little bit of a victory death there. Swim into the lava. It's not going to matter. It's halftime. The Premier now have a 2 rounds lead.
Yeah, Koi has the top frag for his team. He's got the 12 and 7 KD, right? Maybe he's just burning cool, making sure that his teammate can't have the second best KD, get him down a little bit, make sure that you're the top dog on your team. Just burns him down a little. Oh, no, it looks like Akula actually made it.
He just jumped in. He just jumped into it.
He just didn't care anymore. Just ran in there, and you run into that hot hand. It's not like a hot tub. You can't survive that, unfortunately. And UH Premier, they're looking good. They turned it around, right? They got the 4 last rounds, and crucially, the momentum is on their side. So let's see if they can keep this up on their defense, as they weren't able to last map, but this go around, it looks like they're able to show up big.
Ability kills coming through early on. Light finds 1, but it's still not going the way of UW Gold. They lost 2 early on, and they're kind of stuck between a rock and a hard place as they try to force themselves on to B. You see that Eric Absalon is in market, and this is where I say maybe it's best we just rotate all the way to A. There's no one there. There are utilities from the Cypher on A currently, but there is nothing else from the side of Premier. Just as I say that, of course, there is an Omen on the roam, so that plan might not work. They might be going for a fake. I think they're going for a fake out. They're just waiting. They're biding their time, and then once they feel confident that enough people have moved off of B, they're going to run in eventually. Akula, this is that camera set up. It's just a game of inches sometimes as they peek out. Now Akula knows there's one there. Cloud smokes are going to be thrown out into market and on to be long. There's the Nano Swarm being used as well. They might be able to catch out the one person who's in Bodos. It's Koi, but Rozzy does peek at the right time. Thought they might be missing their match there, but they do get it done. It's a 3v3. There are members that are weaker on the side of UW Gold, but getting the plant is big for economy. If they find a few more kills here, they may be able to secure this round and cut down this lead that the Premier have built up.
Yeah, and in this post plant, you're looking at Killjoy. He's low HP. He's got so much utility up for his squad. Even if the Omen Paranoid comes through, they've got to win the duels, do UH Premier, and it seems like they're losing them right down. Eric Appleson in the 1v1 Rodzi. They're both so low. One tap either way. And it goes to the favor of the Canadian squad. He sprays the little, the hairstyle spray that Hiko is so known for. Rodzi, the Killjoy, the Sentinel player for his squad, showing up big. Had that utility, knew where the enemies were, activated those nanoswarms at the perfect time. And because of all that, and his Clutch versus Eric Albelson. It seems like UW Gold, they're definitely back in this. They win this, they'll tie it up. It'll be anyone's game again.
And the biggest lead that UW Gold had in that last map was about 11 rounds, so it's a much smaller lead here today, but they are able to find a kill. It's actually going to be 2 kills going the way of the Premier, so they do have the man advantage currently, but they do not have the better guns as Dama wins that gunfight pretty easily. Lee is pretty weak as well on the side of the Premier, the weakest one currently still on the battlefield. He's able to pick up a Spectre though, so that's one gun going their way, the way of the Premier. They want to win this round, they want to keep a lead. They did not have a lead ever on the last map. And they only have a small one here. If Gold win this one, it will be tied up once again, and then we'll go into the bonus round. Until that happens, it looks like the Premier, they're trying to find a way on to this point, but so far can't do it just yet. There's going to be the Shock Dart. It's going to do a lot of damage. Akula is going to be taken down pretty low. Only one left. Lee against the world. Does find a few sprays against the wall, but doesn't look like with their health pool they're going to find the job. They get down to 22 health. There's the final blow. Light takes out the counterpart Sova, their clone, and it's tied up once again.
Yeah, and that's despite the score, it's a very good round from UH Premier. They only had classics and they're short of their name, and they were able to take out 3 members, collect those Spectres, use those in the post plant. In a different world, of course, Limon Way's Recon Dart comes a little bit earlier in combination with his team pushing, but although that wasn't the case, we will see a kind of, a motley crew of a buy, a scrap up from UW Gold. They got Spectres, they've got Stingers, they've got Pistols. It's all over the place, Jack.
It is indeed, and it's going to be very difficult right now for the attackers to win this as Koi just fires through. That's going to be an interesting Omen ultimate into Boathouse that ends up getting nothing besides themselves killed, but it is a 3-for-3. So there are kills coming out from UW Gold, there are guns that are going to be picked out, and there's still a Killjoy online. We saw how important it was to have the Killjoy live. Last time Rozzy found a lot of value. Rozzy might be about to be killed. Now Paranoia comes out at the perfect time, but Rozzy does end up dying in the very end. Light finds one. Toph, it's going to be Toph versus Akula, and Akula runs out of bullets. Toph gets 3 kills at the end of the round, and that should have been one going the way of the Premier. It does not. And the Gold now have a lead for the first time since halftime. They shouldn't have won that.
Yeah, but it looked like Akula actually also ran out of mouse pad space there. He wasn't able to flick all the way, right, when Toph relocated with that dash. And I don't want to point it out, but I have to. It's a little bit of a jet div here on Ascent, as UW Gold's Toph is taking down Jivey on Jet. It's a little bit of a difference right now in statistical performance, but that being said, UW Gold, UH Premier, they're still not out of it. They've got a team, and when your teammate is doing poorly, you really want to see the rest of the team step up, raise their morale a little bit, start getting them back into the game, and Koi is doing just that. When his teammate isn't doing well, he steps up with this judge, gets the first and the second.
6 health, is able to still win that one out. Believe they still had their flame wall, so they should be able to heal up just a little bit, but now the round they should have won, they're not the round they shouldn't win. Maybe they will. A lot of back and forth. Dama does take one out. That's gonna be There's Fury. I don't think it's gonna find much value. Does find one hit, but it's not gonna find the final. It does find the final blow onto Vex. Vex might have just jumped back into that one, or maybe the dance wasn't good enough. Needs to learn a little bit more salsa there. Could not escape those clutches, and the defenders are looking to tie this one back up once again. And not only this is a big round one because it ties things up, but there's gonna be a lot of free guns going their way.
Yeah, crucially winning this round, it's like a bonus round, right? You don't really have too much invested. You're looking for a cheesy win. You got it with Koi's Judge and the 2K. We mentioned the salsa, right? It's like a dance they get to do against that Hunter's Fury, and Vex just didn't have the right moves. Maybe needs to go back to DDR, practice a little bit more. And Koi, who with that 2K, is on for more this round.
Light able to find one. It is getting a little bit closer, but with so much time already gone, there isn't much they can do. Light might be able to find another kill. Isn't able due to that. A thrifty round win and a 3K for Lee. There was a chance there too, I think, for UW Gold. I just think they took a little bit too much time near the end.
Yeah, and Limon Wei on the Sova is actually playing as the B anchor for his team, whereas when UW Gold was on defense, right, they had Vex as the B site anchor, so perhaps a little bit of a difference in playstyle of how these two, despite having somewhat mirrored compositions, they do have a little bit difference in philosophy for how they would like to do that. Limon Wei showing up big there as the B anchor.
Get out of my way!
See if this anchor can hold the ship down as things are tied up once again. 8-8. Toph going to be using the Blade Storm. Going to be using the Lockdown as well, so they're going to be trying to clear out this point completely. And this is a bit of a dangerous play because, sure, you might be able to clear them off the point, but there's still one in market. There's still going to be people at the back of the point. But no harm, no foul. They are able to break it down, but they're going to be shot through the wall quite a bit. Damo's still on
The spike!
flank. We'll see if they can get it down. Yeah, the spike is gonna be taken out. That is not good. They take the point, but they can't get everyone through. Rozzy does find a trade, and there's an Omen very weak on the side of the Premier, but there's two players weak right now on the side of UW Gold. They have the Hunter's Fury. This might be the time to commit it. Just try to create some more separation. They use it, but they lose Vex. Light is able to take out one. Can they find another? They find a hit. Can they find the final blow? They do. Light finds two, but Jivey has the Operator, and players are so weak right now. The Operator isn't even needed. You just need to breathe on them, but Light finds the third kill of the round. It's going to be Light versus Akula. Akula is found out. That's going to be the headshot through the wall. Light, you mad lad. Doesn't even... Is it they're going to take... Nope, doesn't take the Operator. Just wins the round. It takes the lead.
Yeah, they don't pick up the Operator there, but they got what they wanted that round. Despite Damo having the spike in B main there and him ending up dropping to Koi's run it back, it still meant that the team from UW Gold fought back. There were 4 members on B site strong. They grouped up, pushed out. You saw Light being the hero there at the end. That all comes back to the fact that they needed to come off of B site. And winning that round, you know, it should have been UH Premier to win that because of the spike, but now that they have won that, now that they've gotten that round over with, they can say that they're in the better economic position, and they're also a round up.
As Damo takes out Koi, I think I can say without a doubt, no matter what happens in this series, UW Golds, they are a black horse you want to keep watching out for. That's another kill. That's going to be a third kill in this round, and it's not looking good for the Premier. We might be seeing double digits come out from UW Gold. They only need 2 more kills to secure it. Jivey does commit the Blade Storm late into this round. Maybe a misplay, unless they can find some big value. They lost Limon Wei, so now there's only Jivey and their knives. Knives are out, but can they secure kills? Jivey just trying to rotate. Ping's going down, maybe to get a gun. Does find a Vandal, gonna break the door out. Everyone knows exactly where Jivey is. They're coming from tree. You see the rotation already coming out. Jivey does take out Vex. Toph is on their way, trying to get all the way around. Rozzy is just holding this door, so this is really smart. They are committing a few players to try to flank, but they're not committing too many. Rozzy wins the duel. Jivey can't hit those shots. UW Gold 3 rounds away from going to the winner's final.
Yeah, and no one expected this. I mean, no one expected map 1, right? But map 2 is solidly in control of UW Gold, despite them going down at the half. They're showing their offense off here, and their offense is crisp. It's well run. Its executions are based around this Killjoy ultimate ability. That's the difference when you run the Killjoy over the Cypher, right? Neural Theft is an ultimate that is more situational based if you have a frag and you're in position to use it, but Killjoy Lockdown is something that you can be proactive with. You can force the push, and they're forcing it onto the B site, as it looks like the Hot Hands will momentarily stop them.
Let's see if these Dark Horses in UW Gold can win. I missaid it before. I was just too excited by the gunplay that was going on, but it's going to be Vex. He's going to be taken out of the Empress right away. Wasn't looking the right way, but Akula might be taken out soon. Koi gets the next one. Koi gets 2. UW Gold, they might have gotten 10, but they're not going to get to 11 just yet. Rozzy, the last person standing right now. While they might have utility, they don't have enough people alive. Flawless round from Premier.
It's a really interesting thing to see. The difference between these teams, you know, all the teams in our top 6, it's like every IGL, like an Eric Appleson and Joy Boy and Zebek, they're able to somewhat put themselves at the weak side, right? And they call the stack. They had Koi there, Limon Wei, and Jivey towards that B side. They're reading the enemy team very well, and that's causing them to have a stack towards the site wherever they go. But this round, it looks like UW Gold going for a default, so Not going to see too much action early on.
Camera taken out. No more charges.
Lear thrown out early, Akula's camera already taken offline for the time being. It'll be back sooner than later. In the meantime, they won't have that extra vision, as it is a split push. Like I said, default, they're looking for something on A or on B. The spike is on A, but there is a from the shadow, so there is a teleport that can immediately get that Omen on point if need be. On the other side, they have a from the shadows as well as the neural theft, so all the economy a little bit better for the Premier, but the neural theft won't be of any use unless they get that early kill and are able to use it then and there. For now, very quiet so far. No one has really made a move just yet.
Yeah, they've not crossed that like imaginary line of scrimmage, right? In football, you have that line of scrimmage, and it's the same in Valorant. You see it through horizontally across this map. No one's crossed it just yet, but UW Gold, they're starting to, group up, starting to move a little forward, advance their positioning, and the timing might work out in their favor as Toph gets the opening, but Koi trades it back.
Yeah, Koi's still alive, so that's really crucial because Koi is still on the point. As you see, they also have their Omen kind of just in the shadows, pun intended completely. Rodzi going to be taking a little bit of damage, is able to escape, probably because the turret was there. They didn't want to get too dangerous. Jivey is vulnerable, but is on the point as the angles are just working out so well for the Premier. There was no chance. Everyone went into Boathouse. They put themselves into a corner. UW Gold could not get out of said corner. Premier have tied things up. We talked about overtime on the last map, and kind of a joking matter, because on Bind, it was a little unrealistic, looking at the scoreline when we talked about it, but now, 10-10, it's very viable.
Yeah, definitely more probabilistic, and really, it's coming down to these small advantages, right? The game of inches, like you said, Jack, and it's really just UW Gold, they got the bomb down, they were on the site, but they didn't play the post plant too well, because they weren't really spread out, right? They backed themselves in that corner of Boathouse, they were all there, and if UH Premier is able to, slowly gain advantages of knowing that they can't be in certain spaces, they can all just crunch them together. But Toph, he's crunching Lee's head, man. He gets one. The take is on.
Crunching the numbers, but ends up getting crushed themselves as the knives could not land onto that last kill. Koi's gonna use the hot hands to try to create some space. Rodzi can't fire through the smoke. But look at where everyone else is right now on the side of UW Gold. Yes, it is a fake. They left one on A or on B as a distraction, but everyone is now gone to A. The point is completely open. And now you're going to see Rodzi get out very safely. So everyone is going to be there for the side of UW Gold. They know they need to win this round. This is actually a bit of a thrifty round. They were able to buy some assault rifles, but most of them don't have it. But Rodzi just walks right into the line of fire, walks right into the neural theft. We're going to be able to use that run it back there. They know there's one in hell, or at least there was one in hell. Not anymore. Jivey dashes and ends up falling. Light treated out elsewhere. It's a 1v2, and Vex has no way to regain extra health. Is going to try to back out into the smoke. Is able to get out just in the nick of time. Has the right angle, but doesn't hit the shots. Now they know exactly where Vex is. This is disaster. Doesn't look like there's too many Lears left. There's one out, but Koi able to find the third kill of the round. The spike. Is it going to go off? It does not look like it will. Only 1.37. Oh man, Vex, if you had played that a little bit safer, you might have been able to win that round just off the spike exploding.
Yeah, and that's all off the back of Koi and Akula, right? Akula flanking, gets the first frag onto Rodzi, uses the neural theft, which is so situational, and then follows it up with another frag. I mean, that's what you want to see off of your Sentinel player coming in clutch, winning that round for his team via the neural theft, giving away the positions of the enemy team, and Koi showing up big as that duelist player, taking first contact, and he's topping the charts off today. If he's able to do this, and he's giving UH Premier a chance, Jack, then he could very well not only see an OT, but also a map 3.
Map 3 is looking more and more likely, especially when you look at the buy that Waterloo has. It is very light. They don't have too much on the table. Jivey misses that first shot and has to dash out for safety. So that's a little utility off the board right now for UH Premier, but they still have a very nice lead. We'll see if they can get up to round number 12. That's going to be Akula finding Toph. That's a great way to start. And there's more shots coming in. Akula finds the 3K. We still have not seen an ace on the day just yet. This could be it right here. It's not going to be it as Rodzi taken out by Eric Appleson. Akula now going to be trying to find someone. It's going to be the player right behind them, Vex. Is able to get that overheal, so has a little bit more, but Koi is in position. Going to run right into the shock turret. Great angling. Lemon Wei ends up giving their life. tries to go for another shock dart, ends up dying because of it, but there is no extra lifesteal available right now or at all. The only way they can do that is maybe with an Empress. They need at least 2 more kills for it. Dex has their crosshair on 2 players, doesn't fire any shots just yet. Sometimes you got to take a blind shot in the dark, but isn't willing to commit and give away that position. The spike is so far away. How can they even try to get back onto this? Finds a little bit of damage onto Jivey, but isn't able to get the final blow just yet. Walks right into Eric Appleson, and now Premier are 1 round away from forcing a map 3.
Yeah, it's so difficult to win that for Vex. He's got, 2 players on the other side with the smoke covering him down, and the third player to trade him. Now that this round has unfolded, though, Akula with a brilliant play here on A Heaven gets the first, the second player TPing in, and the third through the smoke with the aid of his tripwire. Now that that dust has settled, though, UH Premier, they're looking to win this map right now. If they're able to pull off this victory, it'll be against UW Gold's full guns, though. They've been holding strong on defense thus far. They've got to keep it up. Jivey gets tagged a little early with that Sova drone.
Limonway uses the Hunter's Fury, but doesn't find anything. Like you said, a little bit of damage going the way of Jivey with the Operator, but nothing they can't handle. We're gonna run through market. We haven't seen a lot of mid pushes yet on Ascent. This is one of the first that it seemed to be a full team effort. Limonway has been caught out just a little bit, but that's gonna be a huge curveball. Gonna flash almost everyone. That's gonna force the Flame Wall as well. Eric Appleson on the flank has just done work. Now it's only light. They have Thunder's Fury, but they have no way to use it. And that is going to be a map for UH Premier. They are now ready to go. That first map. Whatever happened, they have left it in the past. They are here to play, and they are here to stay.
Yeah, they've definitely let go of their past. They're definitely here to play in the present. And for this, for this upper bracket in the lower half of our bracket, it really is anyone's game. We highlighted at the top of this match a 2-1 in one of the two's favor. Perhaps it would go towards UH Premier, and they're showing us why. When their engines are warmed up a little bit, when they're revved up, you see Koi here. 28 and 14. I mean, he's not the B-side anchor that last round, right? It was Limonway, but they didn't even make it to Limonway, right? He was in the boathouse, he was safe, tucked as can be, and that was because Koi came out with that wonderful curveball, showing up huge for his team. Not only this map, but also they will bring them into that map 3. And if he has the same level of performance on Split, which is our third map, then we could see some very, very dangerous gameplay going forward into our bracket, as both these teams look very poised to take on the Western Conference teams.
Yeah, whoever makes it out of this alive looks to be in great shape going into that winners finals. But before we get there, we still have one more map to go today. Will UW Gold be able to win another map 3, or will Houston be able to clinch it out after having a not so great map 1? Stick around, we'll be back after this short break.
down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control when we feel like the world is against us. We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the internet that we must reach. Into the internet that we must reach. Into the internet that we must reach.
And welcome back, friends. For what's gonna be the last map guaranteed in this series between UH Premier and UW Gold. They're going to map 3 UW Gold. They just won a map 3 in the first match they played today. We're gonna see how this ends up. But before we get to this one, a little update on the other side of the bracket. In that Western Region Finals rematch, the result was exact same as the finals, where UCI takes out San Jose in that matchup. So UCI is going to be waiting the winner of this matchup in the winners finals in just a little bit. But going back to this matchup, Jonah, I feel like you and I have been a bit spoiled today because we've actually gotten to see all 5 maps in the competitive pool, with this last one here being split.
Yeah, and I can't wait for Split, right? Because as you highlighted on Bind, you see a lot of rays on that map, and you see a lot of pop-off potential with the nades in combination with that showstopper. And more crucially, I mean, this is everything you want, as a commentator. You want to see every map played. You want to see maps go to best of threes. You want to see tight games. And that's what we had on Ascent. And I'm really looking forward to Split because, I mean, both teams have showed up on offense and both teams have showed up on defense in map 2. So now it's just about, like, who will do what and all these small margins of which team has the better read on Split, which team will innovate first, which team might run Viper, might run Breach. Whatever the case, though, I mean, I'm looking at Toph, I'm looking at Koi, I'm like, these guys came to play today.
Yeah, Koi really stepped it up on Ascent. I feel like not exactly quiet necessarily on Bind, but definitely really came to life in that second map, as all of Houston really did. They really all just came back after kind of getting wallops for most of that first map on Bind. But Ascent, it was their day. It was still a close one. We'll see if they can bring it home, or if UW Gold will take this next map. We do know, at least before we go into it, that it will be Houston on defense first. Ascent, or not Ascent, Split has always been known as a defensive-sided map. There were changes quite a bit ago that kind of changed that, so it's not as defensive-sided, but still, I feel like if you're defense first, you've got to feel pretty good going into this.
Yeah, and you can expect perhaps a Sage from either squad or both squads, and that's why Raze is so good too, because you can combine that Sage slow with the Raze nade, deal huge amounts of damage to multiple players. And if we're going to go into split defense as UH Premier goes, just defend first, I'm expecting a lot of aggression from Koi and Jivey. Jivey didn't have the best of performance on map 2, perhaps, on the Jet, but maybe on map 3, he's been given some time to rev it up as well, and we could see him really start to make his stamp on this series, because on defense, as Jet, you're allowed to push out very aggressively, get that operator online very early on, and you could see him doing some quite flashy plays.
And while we're waiting for one player to restart their game, so sorry for the slight delay here, folks. I want to go back to the Raze. You talked about how this is also a great map for Raze, just like it was on Bind. And that's, I feel like, where we saw UW Gold look best. Vex definitely had some good moments on the Reyna, but I feel like Empress was usually shut down pretty easily. Just had some other pop-up potential just from gunplay. So now that they have the agent that we saw them do better on, does that give UW Gold more of an advantage even if they're on the attack first?
It could very well give them an advantage, right? Being in the characters that they had on map 1. But that being said, I think that the point you pointed out during Ascent, where Perhaps they didn't give them the respect they deserve. Perhaps they were off rolling, and now that they're on the correct rolls per player, maybe that might be the little thing they need to go over the edge. And it's hard to argue with UH Premier winning this next map because of the fact that the team that wins map 2 has that momentum, right? You go in, you just beat them at map 2, right? You got their number now. You download the enemy team, and now that you've downloaded them, it's just about execution, right? And that's what I'm seeing from UH Premier thus far. And I can't really say that UW Gold has a chance unless, frankly, Toph pops off.
Toph does seem to be the win condition right now, but I really think Vex and Light also need to step it up just a little bit more going into this next match. I feel like on Bind, it was a really good team effort, and there it seemed like the Toph show. Toph was still doing really well, and it's not like other players are doing poorly necessarily, but it was still a very close game. What was it, 11-13 was the final score, something like that, 10-13? It was very, very close near the end. A lot closer than the map that they had won previously. So I think I agree with you. The momentum is definitely shifted into Houston's favor, but I wouldn't say that UW Gold are going into this we just got wrecked. Like, how do we recover from this? And even if you do get wrecked for a little bit, we saw that Houston themselves were able to come back after being down 10-0 on Bind. So I don't think anyone's out of this yet, and I still think that no matter what happens, these teams, either of these teams as they go to the lower bracket, I really think that both of them have a great chance of making it out of at least the first round. I don't know if they'll go farther than that. It depends on how things shake up, but I think these are both teams to look out for.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, both teams have the opportunity to win the whole tournament. They're the first seed from the Central region and the first seed from the Central region as well. If you look at the regions, right, and you think to yourself, okay, the West is the strongest, and you have the East and Central being the second and third strongest respectively, then you want to say, okay, UH Premier, how well do you fare up against the Western teams? UW Gold, how well do you fare up against them? And in recent performances in other tournaments, we've seen UH Premier take maps off of SJSU and UCI. So perhaps it might be better for history's sake, knowing what we know about the past, then UH Premier might be the better pick if you want to take down the Western schools, but UW Gold is no slouch though, right? Damo, the player, for the Smoke character, he's on BTR, the team that made it to Spain now, going to LAN for the Canadian super team BTR. And Rodzi has the consistent ability to lock down sites as Sentinel. He's got such a good team around him. His family's always watching him, supporting him. So they're by no means out of the tournament yet, and by no means are they out of this series as well.
Neither team is out of it just yet, but after this game, one of them will get knocked down to the lower bracket. But as we said, still plenty of chances for them to make it all the way to the grand finals. The winner of this, though, then they get to play for a spot in the grand finals. Vex is going to be going back to that raid, so I think this is going to give them a really good advantage on the side of UW Gold. Akula going to the Reyna would be very interesting here.
Yeah, I mean, maybe he's just hovering it, but I don't expect it to. It does come
locked
out.
In.
Oh my! I like the Reyna pick, right? It's good for the. I mean, it doesn't have too much verticality, but it has a decent amount. And Akula, unless you're able to really make your lurk presence known, it doesn't really have too much of an impact. Reyna does because of these players trading each other out so well. I want to highlight both teams running the Sage though, and the Raze. So the combinations from both squads of the slow into the grenade will definitely be there. Both squads, of course, running the Omen instead of that Astra. And the difference is just between the Jet and the Reyna and the Cypher and the Killjoy. So it's going to be up to whatever team on defense can lock it down harder.
And I'm always a proponent for Killjoy is a bit more versatile for attack and defense. Sometimes it feels like Cypher is just another body that's kind of out there, but if you can use your camera well, it can work out pretty good to give you vision, and if you take over a point, it can be really good at denying retake. So we'll see how those differences play out. No Sova on either side, the first time we've seen that all series, and I think really the story is going to be Toph versus Akula. This is going to be very interesting to follow, and I'm wondering if Premier are just like, you know what, our Jet play has not been great through two maps, they've tried to have two different people on it, let's just scratch it, let's play comfort picks. I'm wondering if the philosophy is going into this, because I feel like Jet is still really, really good here. You don't really see Reyna played here. It's usually just going to be on, really Ascent is the map that I see her the most on, maybe Icebox, but we'll see how this plays out as UW Gold are going to be on the attack first, going through mid. There's the bomb buddy. Going to take a little bit of help away from the stage on the side of UW Gold, but not going to be doing too much damage as UW Gold, or they're creating a lot of space, but they're being very noisy. Akula knows that they're on the other side, is able to find one, is able to get out after getting the kill, but isn't able to drop all the way into ropes. That's going to be a headshot. Light going to be able to take out Koi. 4v3 UW Gold playing very aggressively, and it is working out. Toph, though, is going to be taken down in the meantime, and I believe the health orb was already used by UW Gold, so there's no way that they could be saved. The Omen right now on the side of UW Gold is also really weak, and they're the one that holds the spike. That's really dangerous.
Yeah, and all members from UHB are actually towards this A site defending. Last time they were in this position, though, Eric Appleson did rotate off, and it did give a little bit of a leeway for UW Gold to push
right
in
now.
here. And because of that, it seems like the number advantage goes back into the favor of UW Gold. The timing, though, doesn't quite work out for them.
30 seconds left.
And of course, they were waiting for that Sage heal on to Damo. They've gotten that off now, and it looks like they'll be regrouping, re-executing towards the B site. But look at the time, Jag. They gotta sprint this, right?
I think at this point you just run back to A. I don't know if there's any way you can plan this. Eric Appleson is just set up. Light has the knife out. Damo's gonna be able to get onto point, but Razi's gonna have to commit the wall just to create a little bit of separation. It's actually gonna be Lemon Wei who is there. Damo is able to get a pick. 2 seconds left. It's not gonna be enough time. It's not even gonna matter. Jivey finds that pick, and the indecisiveness there from UW Gold, it's gonna end up costing them that round.
Yeah, they weren't able to draw the rotations properly towards A. As soon as the player in Light ran through that B heaven position, he was scouted out by Eric. Eric making that rotation this time around, it does pay off for them. And this bodes very well for split defense, right? If they're able to build that economy, as you see here, Eric and Jivey both on 2.6k, then they're able to start racking up the rounds with a superior weaponry. And if that's what's going, then you already know that what a team can do with better money equals more wins. Doesn't seem like UW Gold will have much of a say in this round, as they're just forced to take these classic pop shots from far away.
The math adds up. More money equals more round wins, and so far that sentiment is true for the Premier, as they're able to get the opening round for the first time in this series. Also able to get 3 kills here in the second round. Already looking like it's going to be near the end. Koi has the judge in. That is going to be the jury and executioner for at least 1 kill. Razi is able to pick up the spike. Able to get the judge as well. Needs to reload it. So low ammo. Now going to have some more in the clip. This is a gun you could actually win out with. Finds one. Doesn't have the heal orb for another 33 seconds, and there's going to be a rotation coming out on the other side. Gonna get pincered. Is almost able to find another kill on the way out. Doesn't get it done. Premier get their first 2-0 lead of the game.
You saw the golden orb gun buddy right there. Maybe it was a little factor contributing onto that frag.
I'm telling you, the gun buddy meta.
Yeah, it really, I mean, it just added that extra range you needed. You know, it didn't block too much vision. Maybe that's the wave, right? You gotta get the top teams on the line here, as gun buddy equals win thus far from our one sample size statistic.
Well, that's good enough for me. We can stop thinking about it now. It's a true fact, and nothing else can try to take that away from us. But right now, UW Gold are trying to take away some rounds from the Premier, as they are able to buy this time around. Premier, they're saving. They're just keeping what they had from last round. They only lost about 2 bodies, so they didn't buy too much. As right now, it's going to be a slow approach for Houston to try to find a way in. This time, it looks like they've got Vex going around B, but most of their players are around mid, so maybe trying to find that default pick. Maybe just trying to make some room as Vex fires the Vandal into nothing. Jivey does have the turret set up there, so if they try to run in, they might be taking some extra fire that really hurts them in this fight, as now it is going to be a full rotation towards B. Everyone's there except the Cypher, making their way in. Jivey's just gonna peek out. Oh, and that's the end of that. You don't want to peek that. You got the turret. Let the turret do some work before you try to make a move. Now the turret is gonna be completely offline. Lemon Wei just runs right into some more bullets. Toph able to find the headshot there. Great positioning from UW Gold. They do have some players take some damage. The health orb has already been used, so their Cypher's gonna have to wait. Toph gonna find 3, and I've said it so many times that I'm not even able to finish my sentence. It's not gonna be the ace. It's only gonna be a 3k for Toph, but it is gonna be the round for UW Gold.
Yeah, exactly. They took that so patiently, did the Canadians. They bled the timer out, right? They broke the Sage Wall in mid. They broke the utility towards A in the one-way smoke. They made sure that they had all of their T's crossed, their I's dotted. They got all the conditions on their side. They knew the Omen and the Reyna were towards the A. They knew the Sage was towards mid, and they knew Koi was somewhere hovering around that area as well. So because they spotted Jivey on that B site, he was alone. They took quick advantage of that. 5-man or 4-man group, punish that player, and now it means that UW Gold has found a foothold into this half.
Kula doing a little dance, not taking any damage, trying to run out with the Omen smoke, mistimes it but doesn't pay the price, and now Koi going for what could be a very aggressive flank and a very good one if it pays out. We're watching that on the minimap right now. We're seeing Vex in garage with the spike.
Oh.
Vex might be running right into a Sage, but Lemon Way just turns around. That interesting. What? I don't even know what to say that interaction was. They were looking through the wall, then they were looking around. And in the day, it's going to be 2 kills going the way of the Premier. Kula going to end up with another one. It's now only 2 members left. Razi able to find a kill and actually has a resurrection. But as they lose out on Damo, that's the beginning of that. If Damo's able to win that fight, maybe there's a way they get back into that one. But Premier are going to once again have a 2-round lead.
Yeah, the positioning there from Koi and Lee Monway was so good. They exploited the lack of presence there from UW Gold towards the mid. They found their opening and really pushed their advantages. You see here now, UW Gold is on this awkward half buy. They've got the rifles though, and they do have Toph with that Blade Storm. This is a totally winnable round for them. It just depends on if they're able to hold mid. This last round, UH Premier made quick work of that and pretty much abused the fact that no one was there. Now it's going to be up to Toph here on the A site. With that, and Light, as I praise Toph, is the one to get the opening pick onto that Sage. Goes down with that res.
Yeah, that's a big deal because the resurrection now is gone, so any more deaths are going to be permanent for UH Premier. Meanwhile, on the other side, UW Gold, they still have their resurrection if need be. The Blade Storm is going to be taken offline as Aquila is going to win that duel against Toph. Bombay going to be mid, going to be taken out before it gets close to anyone. Now, where did Toph fall? Because maybe you can go for that res, but you look at where it is, it's all the way back on A in A heaven. They're already on B. They don't even want to risk trying going for that. The Nanoswarm is going to be taken out, and that means Jivey knows they got to move. There's the paint cans coming in. It's going to explode in their face, and it's going to help get the kill. Now Razi's able to get that resurrection online because that's a kill much closer by. Vex isn't immediately taken out. That's the biggest where you use the res. They immediately are just a meat shield. Koi turning around. Might have an idea there's someone behind them. That's going to be Koi dropping in with Showstopper. Doesn't have it in hand for just a second, but does at the end of the day. Damo, very, very weak. Does have the teleport. There it is. From the shadows going to be used to reposition. Trying to find some room on A, and there's going to be a big plant. Light's going to be taken out. Oh no. Does do a bunch of damage though. It's going to be one shot no matter who wins this fight. That's going to be the fake out with the short range teleport, just trying to make some noise. Eric Appleton's going to approach. The spike has already been planted. He's going to drop and make some more noise. Even fires 1 bullet, and that's going to be very patient play by Damo. They must know that Eric Appleton is on the point. As you see, they are now looking towards it. They're going to put the smoke out. They're going to go for the fake out on the spike. Defuse isn't in just yet. Damo just going to fire away. You can play this as patiently as you want, Damo. It's going to be another fake out now. The spike is really going to be melting down. It is again. It's just looking away at the wrong time. More second looking in that direction. Might have been able to secure it, but also with so much time gone, maybe the defuse wouldn't be possible at that point.
Yeah, in the mono, the Omen v Omen battle, Damo comes out on top. He played that so patiently. And crucially, Eric did have a chance to win that round, of course, if he maybe stuck it perhaps, but that little 1 bullet tapper, right? That's there so that Eric Appleton can disguise the noise from the drop. It cancels out the sound cue of the drop, so Damo wasn't able to hear that, but well played by both sides, and a little unfortunate for Eric as the A fast push comes out.
Vex jumping in really aggressively, but isn't able to even get the rocket launcher off. The showstopper has been stopped, doesn't look around the corner, but the push is still on. UW Gold is still getting great positioning, able to plant the spike very aggressively. The numbers aren't in their favor, but at least they've gotten the spike down. Everyone right now for UH Premier is in heaven. Looks like the firefight is going to come out on top. Leeway again is falling, so that resurrection isn't going to be there. The 3v4, now it's a 3v1. Damo is just the last one left on the point. Might be able to smoke it off for just a little bit, but you see that Koi is going to be right around the corner, has the judge, and man, that does some range. It's not going to be the judge getting the final blow, it's going to be Akula, but still, a lot of firepower coming their way. The fuse is there, and this 2-round lead continues to be there for the Premier.
I mean, Jack, that just seems a little broken to me, right? The full sprinting, running judge from that range, I don't think it should have that much accuracy or that much damage. Perhaps Riot devs need to take a quick look at that. Judge, perhaps please nerf Rito. And all being said, the defense is holding strong from UH Premier. I like the idea, though, from UW Gold. They grouped up in CT, they pushed out. Unfortunately, Eric Appleson was there, and the man did make it happen, closing out that round for his team along with the judge. Means that Limon Wei, I mean, we've talked about this guy, right? He's a great player, he has the res available, but he keeps going down first. It's not really what you want to see from your stage, but still, his team is still pulling through.
Yeah, I think Valorant's a very interesting game because you have like the more support role, right, in Sage, but she still does damage. Like, she can still frag out. So on one hand, you want to like have a good KDA, you want to like really help out your team, but on the other hand, you got to make sure you're not dying so you can heal them. Meanwhile, top can't be healed up because they are dead. The resurrection is not online for UW Gold, and then Limon Wei is able to pop off, finds 2. Now it's only Damo. That was a bit of a save round. They're going to commit the res here, so they're actually going to use it just to get the gun back. Very interesting play here.
I mean, he's not going to use it otherwise, right? He's running it down. He's battle Sage. He's not really like support Sage, right? In his mind, he's not really playing this character to support anybody. He's playing this character to frag, take over the game, as you see both Sages on the top of the scoreboard. Another point I want to draw to, though, Toph versus Akula. We see again and again Akula have Toph's number on this map. Seems to be going in the favor of UH Premier's duelist, as perhaps the agent selection is working out in their favor.
The other thing to note is that Vex, we talked about how good their raise is, but so far they are the bottom fragger in the lobby, 1 for 7, and weren't able to get off that showstopper just a little bit ago, so they got some work to do if they want to climb back into the series, but the whole team needs to do it as well. Right now, the attackers, UW Gold, they're trying to play it patiently. They have Vex all the way on B, but most of the team is looking towards A. Look at all the Killjoy utility in the minimap. There's the turret, there's 2 nanoswarms, there's an alarm bot. They basically just said, Jivey, good luck. Have fun. If you can hold this down against a 4v1, I will be very impressed. There's going to be a few shots being rained in. The paranoia is going to connect on a Jivey, who only has the Bulldog, doesn't have the Vandal, is going to take some damage, falls down to 11 health. Going to be followed up on, but it's going to be Akula and Koi. It looks like they were on the high ground. It looks like they were coming from heaven. They find the kills they need. They use Jivey as bait, and it works out perfectly. Now it is only Light. Light able to find 1, but UH Premier, they have come to life. That momentum from the last map, it is definitely carried over.
Yeah, and it's not over just yet, right? They are on split defense, but it's looking really clean for them, right, Jack? They've gotten the setup. Of course, Jivey stayed alive on the A site, anchoring that site down for his team. And that's really what you want to see from your Killjoy, right? Of course, it'd be nice if you get 1 or 2, but how long did he stay alive for Akula and the rest of the team to come in and mop them up from a different angle? It really was frustrating there for UW Gold. I understand why they would call a tactical pause right now, is you know where Jivey is, you tag Jivey up, and despite tagging him up, they're not able to confirm the frag onto him. It's so difficult in that situation when you're a player, right? Because you're like, the guy's low, we gotta get him, we gotta finish him, right? But Akula comes in with that different angle, and you can't really just all tunnel onto Jivey, right? You got to be aware that the rotations are coming in, and rightfully so, UW Gold calms their nerves a little bit. Damo calls that pause for his team, and they start to slow down the game a little bit.
And I think that it is a bit of tunneling. I was going to say tunnel visioning is what it looks like there. They're so focused on killing Jivey that they don't even think to look at heaven. You can't do that in a game like Valorant. You always have to be looking at angles and corners. Like, you just take the wrong step and you get 1 shot because someone's just right there. So they're just a little bit too I guess, involved, too set on getting that one kill onto the Killjoy to realize that there's other stuff going on in the map. Speaking of other stuff going on, there is going to be the From the Shadows. Now I'm going to get onto the point, try to clear out this back corner, and it is now completely cleared out. The Nano Swarm comes out as well. The Bomb Buddy is coming out from heaven. Bomb has not been planted yet, so the Spike has not down just yet. There it goes, but they lose Toph along the way. Another Nano Swarm, it perfectly cuts off the line of sight for that plant, and Lehman Wei is so close to getting an ace, heals himself out. The Spike is down, so is the Killjoy lockdown. I'm not going to say it. I don't want to cast or curse it. We just know that right now, Lehman Wei, 3 kills, ends up falling. Koi is able to get the next kill. Vex shuts it down. Now it's only Vex against 4. Isn't able to get another one. That is going to be a guaranteed lead for University of Houston Premier.
Yeah, Houston Premier doing a really good job of reading where UW Gold is going to go. Lehman Wei, unbeknownst to them, he's on this site, anchored here. Bomb can't go down because of the Killjoy lockdown and the fact that they had the Nano Swarm on the default plant spot. So Lehman Wei just walks in there, puts the slows down, and you know, just rolls them over for lack of better terminology. And that means that going forward, if UW Gold can't start to climb back in this half, perhaps get a 3rd, 4th round into this offensive side, then they'll really be gasping for breath, right? You're really behind. You're going to be like your back is against the wall because you got to win every round on defense then.
You do indeed. I think the magic number usually is you want to get 8 rounds before a halftime. That's like kind of a sweet spot. 8 to 4, but realistically, UH, they could get 10 to 2. 3 more rounds?
Yeah.
And they will already be at double digits, only need 3 rounds after halftime swap. It's very possible. We talked about the scenario a bit before in the opposite direction where UW Gold was up a ton on that first map, but that first map feels like forever, as Lehman Wei has been a very good battle stage. I really like how you described it. Wasn't looking for reses to be, you know, support, was just looking to put in some damage, and I believe they're still the top fragger in the lobby. We'll have to check that out a little bit later. But in the meantime, they're taking a lot of damage. Already used the healer. We're going to have to use a slow to create a bit of space down mid. Cypher on the side of UW Gold is also very weak. So right now, Koi is going to be peeked at. Does have the Showstopper online. Going to try to bounce the paint cans off of the corner. There's going to be the Showstopper. Finds one, but Razi might have done too much damage in the meantime. Toph takes out the Raze once the ultimate has been used. It's now a 2v4 attacker's advantage. There is the Empress online as Aquila does take on to the point. Spike planted. They could try to commit it here. I think if they get the kill on the Vex, it's a good possibility they do. They do get that kill. They're able to get some health back. Is the Empress going to be committed? There's so many players that are weak. Everyone is in the red right now on the side of UW Gold. They're just firing through the boxes. They find one. Can they find the next one? They know there's one in garage. Where is the last one? They need to find out light. They're going to go for the defuse, and there it is. It was looking so good for UW Gold. They needed that rounds, but they do not get it. The 2v4 clutch right there for Jivey. Man, they did a great job there. Them and Aquila. And now it's actually going to be Aquila who's going to be on top of the leaderboard.
Yeah, I mean, Rodsy's showing up big for his team there on the stage, opening up for the first 2 frags, but you gotta wonder, right? In the 4v2 post-plant positioning, your job in that position is to set up crossfires. Make sure that if you get peeked from a certain angle, your teammate can help you out, but Vex perhaps peeking a little too early gives up the advantage, makes it 3v2, and now that the members were low that last round, it became a little bit easier for them to start mopping them up. And now we'll see perhaps another break happening from UH Premier. They're taking their sweet time with a tactical pause as well. I don't really understand why, though, they've won the last 5 rounds, they're up 8-2. Perhaps this is just to make sure that they've all got a bathroom break, maybe?
Could be in tech issue, maybe, you know, someone's frames are lagging, maybe a little bit of lag in general, just want to, like, make sure that nothing goes wrong. Maybe, you know, they're just having a little bit of a wrap-up session, you know, just talking about the last few rounds, making sure that everyone's on the same page. You don't want to get too ahead of yourself. I mean, we talked about this before. Maybe they were off early, maybe they weren't. We don't know. But that first map, I think, really awoke something in them. The second map was super close, but this one has really been just in their favor. There is going to be a Blaze Storm committed by Toph early on. Bomb Buddy not going to find them out as someone else breaks it. Toph does have the knives. He's going to not even have to use them. Is going to use them finally. Light and Toph opening things up. There's going to be a neural cut used on top of it, so now they know exactly where Lee is in a fall now. They've used every ultimate almost in the bank that they had. The only thing they still have in their pocket is that resurrection, which we might see come out if someone falls here. A very good round so far from UW Gold. They finally hit W, and it worked out super well. There's still Jivey in heaven, as well as Akula, so the two that were able to clutch out the round last time in that 2v4, maybe a 2v5, isn't too far out of the question. This time, no Empress to use, though. Jivey falls, now it is only Akula. Akula is able to take one out on the way, but it's not going to be enough. Like it's 3, and it's not going to be double digits for UH Premier just yet.
Yeah, a really clean execution there by UW Gold. That's the pickup and pace that they kind of needed, you know, a little bit earlier perhaps, but glad to see that they are doing it now. They exploited the fact that the the mid defense didn't really have that Sage there, and then they executed the split with the Raze, right? Everything there is very technically sound as the bomb has another player there with them. The 3-man split comes through, Light keeps on the lurk, all very, very great stuff. Because of that great stuff, we have UW Gold winning another round. And if they're able to get 4 here, Jags, they're able to get 4 here, I would say that the game is still alive.
It is still alive, and Jivey is not. Neither is Akula. Toph and Rodzi opening things up. A very aggressive push onto A. That's going to be the pink hands thrown out. It's not going to find any damage, but it is going to create a little bit of separation as Koi is trying to find the angle. Beck's going to be trapped a little bit by the bomb buddy. Koi going to run in a little bit. Blast Pack is just going to boot them back. A little bit of damage, but not too much. There's going to be the pink hands on the other side. Koi wins the matchup against their counterpart, but Toph is there to trade it out. There's going to be Lee using that resurrection. You can't use it after this, so why not? There's still a resurrection on live on the other side, but can Rodzi even find a position to use it? No, they cannot. They fall before they do, but with little health, only 6 health there. There is a world now where UW Gold can bring themselves back into this, but if I remember correctly, this was actually the exact same score that was on map 2.
Yeah. And I mean, I want to say in the immortal words of Arthur Conan Doyle and Sherlock Holmes, his beloved fictional character, the game is afoot, ladies and gentlemen. We've got UW Gold. They're on defense now. Of course, they only had those 4 rounds. Of course, they're down by 4, but it is crucial to add context to this as they're starting defense now on split. And as you know from so many of your games that you've played in Valorant, so many matches you've seen, split is definitely a defensive-sided map. And as you pointed out, it's the same scoreline from the last map. And if it's the same scoreline, will we see as close of a game as we did on Ascent?
Yeah, it was very close at the end of the day, despite there being a 4-map lead going into halftime. But here on Split, looks like might have another pause, or yeah, looks like we're stuck at 9 seconds, so a lot of tactical pauses this round. Seems like everyone's trying to get their bearings a little bit. Maybe Rodzi has disconnected. It looks like they're not moving right now, but we'll try to get more information on that a little bit later. In the meantime, this pistol round is getting set up. You see that most of UH Premier are actually going to go for classics instead of... There's always this, like, you know, battle. Like, do you go for a little bit more damage, or do you go for a little bit more protection with the light armor? Because if you buy any other sidearm besides, like, a shorty, you can't really get light armor. So it looks like, for the most part, except for Jivey, they do want to have a little bit more protection. I honestly would say just go for the Ghost. I feel like the Ghost isn't as strong as it used to be in the past, but still pretty good sidearm. The Sheriff is a pretty big commitment for Jivey. That's your entire economy right now. It's all down the window, but I'm looking at the buys, actually, and basically everyone except for Damo Vex has spent everything, so I can't even say that. It's not even a good point.
Yeah, I mean, it really comes down to the Classic versus the Ghost, right? And if you buy the Classic, you can get that armor and then also purchase utility with those extra $400, since armor only costs $400, but the Ghost is a $500 investment. So if you're investing in that or the Frenzy, then you can't really afford your other abilities. So Damo here won't have that Paranoia. Vex here will only have either a Roomba or a Satchel. He's got the Roomba, actually. So it looks like they're going a little util light on the side of UW Gold on their defense. And the offensive UH Premier, they seem to know what their strategy is. They seem to know what idea they're going for, right? And it's a classic rush. You got the armor, it protects you a little bit more, absorbs that extra damage, and they have the extra utility, as you pointed out, Jag, that allows them to perhaps gain some space with those paint shells, with those Roombas. It maybe affords them the ability to go in a little bit. Perhaps Lima will maybe drop the wall. Maybe Eric Appleson will throw a blind. Whatever the case, though, this tactical pause is still going to go on just a little bit longer, right? And, Caster Curse for the attack pause.
Yeah. Looks like it's over now. We're getting back right into the action, and it's going to be a B rush push. And one thing that's interesting to note is that it's really just Cypher alone on B. You do have the tripwire, but once that's gone, all you got is your camera, and you're going to notice at least one body there. There's going to be the one-way tried to create, but they get paranoid out immediately. There is going to be a bit of a rotation as the bomb buddy comes in, but it's not going to be enough to save Light on the defense. Rodzi, though, is going to be that battle stage. Gets 2 before being traded out against Jivey. 3v3, neither stage is alive, so there's no healing online. Vex falls a little bit low for UW Gold, but is able to stave alive. And now the full switch is on. It looks like they're actually going to be pushing through mid, so they might try to go back to B eventually. It looks like they might be just trying to clear out Heaven, try to get rid of that high ground. Nope, just going to make a few shots, and now they're going to go on to A. Good rotation. There's only an Omen there right now. It's only Damo who is waiting in the wings for the attackers, so pretty good setup for UH Premier.
Yeah, the defense is all split up, and the offense is grouping together, making sure that they can get these 2v1s, but the lurk here from Akula in B Heaven, he heard Toph, he confirms the frag, and Reyna is 150 HP, but it's not enough because Vex has that
Seconds left.
ghost in hand, takes him out. The 2v2 though comes up, and it is in the favor of UH Premier as they have the plant down, and they do have the health advantage.
One enemy
At the health advantage. I was going to say they do have utility from the Killjoy, but never mind. She is gone. And it's going to be the defenders holding strong, despite the fact that Vex had so little health. UW Gold, they take the right angles. They find the kills. That's going to be, I believe, now the 3rd round in a row for them, including what happened before halftime. We'll see how scoreline looks once we see it. And, yeah, there it is, 3 in a row.
Yeah, I mean, the momentum is definitely shifting hands again. It's a roller coaster. It's so wavy, for a lack of a better term. It's just, you know, riding along, and both teams are taking turns throwing haymakers, taking turns winning rounds, and it's really going to be up to UH Premier to stamp their own lead, though, because on offense, on split, you got to really make something proactive happen, right? And it looks like they're doing just that. They've pulled for the 5-man group up. Perhaps this will be a fast A take as members pour through that cross.
We'll see if anything can be made with these pain shells. Koi is so weak right now. He's going to be running right into the Judge. Can Toph find more? They find 2. They dash out, but it's not enough to save them. And the Judge, again, just so powerful. Close range, long range, medium range. Across the map, it'll get results. As Light is now trying to find some results of their own, gets a headshot, and now the defense is starting to become really strong. Talked about this being a defensive-sided map. This might be the comeback that UW Gold needs. Rodzi is going to be coming from Heaven. That's going to be the last kill. The finishing animation comes through, and 4 rounds is what UH Premier had before. Cut down to 2-round lead.
Yeah, and they've gotten this bonus round, right? You see Koi here try to go for this entry, Toph getting the first. Like Son out of the sec, getting it at, but Akula, I mean, he jumped around that corner, man, and then got the classic right click, right? And the classic right click jumping it feels a little bit too broken. I don't want to complain anymore about Valorant, but still, nevertheless, UW Gold, they've gotten another round on the board, as you said, and 6-8 defense split. The odds are ever so much in their favor.
Toph again, just waiting with this. Just decided, you know what, that worked out last time. Why not try it again? But this time they are not going to be running up into mid. This time it looks like UH Premier, they want to try to go to A via sewers. That just was a bit of a bait. Toph tries to cross over, isn't hurt. It's a good, successful crossing. There's going to be the slow orb. It's going to stop Koi from wanting to push in. And right now, UH Premier, they look a bit bamboozled. They're trying to push mid, they're trying to push garage, but they haven't fully committed to either. There is still a tripwire in garage, so if they try to push out too much, that might be triggered. It looks like, well, I'm watching in the mini map, they're just like kind of dancing around it right now. But Akula has pointed out that there's 2 members there, but there's going to be the Judge. Oh, Toph just doesn't fire away. It's 1v1 trade. Rozzy's able to get 2. Rozzy is a mad lad, the Spectre. 2 back-to-back headshots. That's not a fight you usually win against an assault rifle, but they do it anyway. Jivey, so few health. Eric Appleton cannot get the job done. And it just looks like it's a split defense diff once again.
Yeah, and the rotation came in so early because Damo pushed out all of A. He knew no one was towards that side. He flanked through sewer, so the rotation from UW Gold, all 4 members, rotating towards that mid and B site. And these one-way cages from Light are really really paying their worth. I mean, $100 and you staunch that B push, you stop the bleeding, no one can go through, right? Because unless you go through, you get your kneecap shot out there. And because of that, they win the bonus round, does UW Gold. And now that they've done so, they've gotten themselves a pretty healthy economy.
They want to keep that roll, and they want to keep the wins coming. They want to get back to even footing. They're only one round away from doing so. They have the Resurrection online. Houston, they have an Empress as well as a Lockdown, so they have some tools to work with, but I think the res is probably still the most important thing here. Koi now going to be trying a judge play of their own as Rozzy has walled themselves up. And this could be another play where you just look away for a second and it ends up being a disaster. There's still two players outside. Toph has their own judge, but again, just doesn't get the first shot off quick enough. Lee is able to dink their head, and that is them going into the grave. The res could still be there to save them eventually, as Vex is going to be taking the 1v1 against Akula. Has a much better gun with the Phantom, wins that one out. Damo trying to figure out where Koi is coming from. Has a Bulldog, so should be able to win out in range, but they don't try to take that fight. Instead, they're trying to now take over the point. Nanoswarm used to cut off the back of it. There is going to be a Sage in the corner, and you look away. Rozzy gets another one. Jivey does find a pick onto Light. It's a 3v2. They're going to put the alarm bot right out there, but they're not going to have any way really to contest Heaven. If they miss a shot, it's going to be game over. They don't have range. All they have is a Sheriff. Missed that shot, done. Missed the judge shots, you're also done. That's way less range. A few shots coming in. There's going to be the Resurrection. Toph is brought back into the mix, and that's going to be a defuse coming in very shortly. We asked if this would be a similar map to last time. I think the answer is yes.
You're exactly right, Jack. And I really want to point out that UW Gold did a great job that round, right? So often when you're versus a force buy, a like half buy that's a little all over the place, you tend to get a little overconfident, right? But UW Gold did a really good job. They held back, they played their range, the advantage of that better weaponry, and because of that, they've afforded themselves a tied game. It's all tied up, ladies and gentlemen, but crucially, the economy is swinging into the favor of UW Gold. The map side is in the favor of UW Gold. Even the Sage frags are in the side of UW Gold. I'm liking what I'm seeing from our Eastern representatives here, as I believe another pause will be called. Both teams using all their pauses here, as it means so much to both sides. This will decide, of course, who goes into those upper finals.
You know, I feel like we're just delaying the inevitable because it's such a good game. We just don't want it to end. So we're actually calling the tag pauses in production. We're like, hey guys, slow it down a little bit. Yeah. A little known backstage secret. No, one of the players called it, but we'll be back very shortly. As Jonah said, this is the last one, so there will be no more in this. I just feel bad because, you know, we had the long delay because the last game, you know, went into 3 maps. Now this game went into 3 maps. We've had a few delays starting it, and we've had a few delays here and there, but honestly, it doesn't even matter. This has just been a great series. This has been, honestly, I'm gonna say this. I casted a lot of CF1 during Stage 1, had to leave in Stage 2, and so thankful and, you know, happy that they welcome me back here for this game, but this has been my favorite game of the tournament so far, or at least what I've casted. This has been a lot of fun, and again, I said it earlier, no matter which team loses, still has a great chance of, you know, bringing it back to the finals, and whatever team wins, you know, they're going to have a lot of momentum going into the finals, because now UCI, they've been sitting for a little bit. I'm sure they're watching this matchup, so hello UCI players. I want to see, you know, who they're possibly facing in a little bit, but the advantage might go to whoever wins this one, just because they're still playing, you know, they're going to be really at it, and then, but on the flip side, they actually might be a bit exhausted, so, you know, there could be, you know, a little bit of a counteract there, especially if you're UW Gold. You've played 6 maps already today.
I mean, they've got the stamina, right? I mean, these players are no strangers to long days for tournaments, and they've done their due diligence in those conference finals. They've played maps back-to-back, series back-to-back-to-back, and because of that, they're looking at themselves for another long day of Valorant. Rozzy will be the first one challenged, but he'll just simply wall himself off. That will temporarily stop the push from UW Gold. And Jack, it's so nice to have you back here at CF1 for this game, and you gotta say this is definitely one that delivers.
This is what playoff Valorant is all about. This is all about what playoff just CF1 is about. As trades come through, it's going to be a little bit in the favor of the attackers. They get one more kill, then they lose. It's going to be the Empress as well. They still have the lockdown if need be. Blades are coming out from UW Gold, but they're kind of stuck up in heaven. The slow orb comes out. They can't really move past it. The turret's going to also give away their positioning if they try to move forward. Still have that Omen smoke there. There's just going to be a bit of a spray. Nothing going to hit anyone just yet. This is really bad positioning right now for UW Gold. They really can't do anything, and there's actually going to be a flank, but they're going to be caught out. Oh, that is not the place you want to be if you're a Sage. That might be the go button. It is the go button. All of a sudden, they are up. The lockdown hasn't been used. They're playing on the high ground, but they're found out. No way, no how. How did they do that? UW Gold. I was saying they had bad positioning. They were in the perfect spot.
And the Bank of Waterloo just keeps on growing. It keeps on rising. Toph and Co sniffs out the flank, gets the player on the site with that crisp, clean headshot from those knives. Clean taps off that round, and I mean, it looks so good, right? For UH Premier, they had the execution, they had the close plan, they had the flanker in mid. It all, though, fell apart so quickly. But despite that, they are making major headway. They did get that round very, very close in that 2v2. And because they got it so close, they now afford themselves this full weaponry along with their ultimates. Could see something from that kill drill be used proactively to take a site.
Rodzi peeking, pretty dangerous, but is able to get out just in the nick of time. The slow orb's gonna come in. That's gonna be the showstopper, but Koi just backs out, is able to find the kill at the end of the day, but takes a lot of damage for their trouble. Vex tries to use one of their own, finds one on the flank, finds 2 kills now. The defenders have gotten all the way into heaven. They take out Light, but Limon Wei might be in a bit of a world of hurt. Does have the healer, decides to use it on their teammate, who is much weaker. Koi does live to fight another day, but look at where the spike is. Exactly, that's exactly what I was thinking. They do have a res, so there is a way maybe that they're able to find a good res here, and then they can just try to contest the spike. But you see what they're doing. They're not even going to try to go for the rope. They're just going to try to go on the flank, and we know how this worked out last time for Lee. It did not work out very well.
Yeah, but this time he's got his gun out, no knife in hand, so he's got a shot. Toph might have a cleaner one, but no. Limon Wei gets the trade frag, then reses his teammate, and that activates Akula. Now it's all up to the IGL of Damo to win this 1v3. It makes it ever so harder with that siege wall plant being executed right now, and Damo, he's almost nearly got one, but Koi's got the better skin, the Oni Phantom, some would say, the best skin in the game, and wins that one. And quoting somebody, and because of that, I mean, it's 9-9, right? And it's all tied apiece. I really liked that exchange of showstoppers from both Koi and Vex. It just seemed like they both knew what they wanted to do, right? They both knew what their jobs were, their roles for their side. They just pop the showstopper, one apiece, gets into that round, and despite it going over to the side of UH Premier, though, doesn't mean that it's all over, as they are forced on to a really weird buy, as they have a judge on their side. It is not the most ideal weaponry for attack, but it can still pay off, as we have seen.
What we know is on the side of UH Premier is that lockdown. They're going to try to use it. They're also going to be using From the Shadows to teleport onto the point. They know it's completely cleared out, so now it is theirs for the taking. Jivey has the spike, hasn't planted it just yet, just to see that it is going to go down. Limon Wei is going to be out in mid, taking names, finding kills. There's no resurrection for UW Gold. There's no way that's going to be brought back. Rodzi now trying to rotate to try to help out their teammate, but there's no one there. Limon Wei has already made their way all the way back to the point. High step in it. The camera's taken out. Doesn't find anything there with the darts. They don't have really any recon. You gotta find a way onto this point. You can see the wall has also come out from garage, so there's really no way to try to take it out there. You gotta go to the right. The paranoia comes through. Rodzi is gone. They're gonna try to step through it. They do find one, but it's not gonna be enough. They find another, but Light is so weak. So is Toph. Toph has been shut down in the later portion of this map. UH Premier, they gave up the lead for a little bit, but once again, they have taken it. But it's been so close. I mean, the biggest lead in the last 2 maps has been 4. Right now, it's only 1. This is still anyone's game.
Yeah, I mean, it all comes down to the fact that Killjoy ultimate is used towards B-Man. It pushes Light off of the site, forces him to play retake, and it just seems like UH Premier has really figured out how UW Gold's defense is running. They're bullying that B site that the Cypher is alone, but nevertheless, UW Gold, they've built that large bank, and because of that, they afforded themselves a third gun round into this. It is still winnable for either side, of course, but they've not really challenged this A site, has UH Premier, and maybe Damo. He's so good at holding down A. The rotations are just all over the place, though, from UW Gold, as they're moving as a unit, a three-man unit, and the unit is able to take down Limon Wei. That is the spike dropped in mid. What is up with UH Premier's spike usage right now? It's just all over the place.
Well, you see though that there are players from Houston on both sides. That's going to be one coming out from Ramen, so they know there's someone there. There's still someone in sewers. Not sure if they have any idea of that. Look where Vex is. This is what you talk about when you talk about the blast pack. Jumping up into these precarious locations that you might not be looking at when you first walk out. It's going to be really hard to get the spray transfer out, even if you do see them in the nick of time. And I know Beanies, one of the other casters here, really wants UH to win. He's got them in their bracket, so for the bracket, I'm sure that he wants UH to win. Right now, I just want a really good game. It's going to be a trade as Damo does end up falling. Top is able to take out Koi. Top able to take out 3 before all is said and done. Still alive. Might be able to find the 4K onto Akula. There are ultimates online for UW Gold. There's no way they want to use them right now. Right now, Akula, really smart play actually, just firing into where the spike is, realizes there might be someone sitting right on top of it. But right now, Light is going to find that final blow. And once again, we are all tied up. Both teams at double digits.
Yeah, so unfortunate, though, for the side of UH Premier. They lose the spike in middle. It causes the rotation of UW Gold to move in. They camp that area. They've got the whole thing locked down. And look what it's done to the economy of UH Premier. Koi is only on $2,800. He's got to figure out some way to scrap up a buy here. Perhaps Lee could drop him, but no. He goes for the judge, perhaps the weapon of the game. Your Jag is everyone's got one, and it might just be what pushes them over the edge. And could see him at blast pack here through the A site, as Damo is this A site anchor. Let's see how they deal with him, as he's renowned for this A site defense on Omen. This one-way smoke is very hard to breach.
We've all heard of a flying scroll before, but have you heard of a flying raise of a judge? It is very scary, but it's going to be Toph finding the first kill there. Akula going to be taken down. Toph going to find another one through the smoke. Sometimes the spray and pray game has just been too clutch from this Jet man. Now I'm going to find one in the corner. Toph going to find 3. Might be able to find another. It did get another 3K. Might be able to find the 4K here, just like last round. It's only Eric Appleson. There it is. UW Gold. They are 2 rounds away. If they get this next round is so clutch, because even if it goes to overtime, it gives them a way out. Like there's no way, they're just gonna lose in regulation. So UW Gold, they know the importance of this round, and look at the economy of UH Premier. It is not in good shape.
Yeah, and they've even got the ultimates on their side. They've got the map on their side. They've got the ultimates. They've got the econ, and they've got Toph. The man has 6 kills in the last 2 rounds, crucially bringing his team over the edge. Right as UH Premier almost figured it out, he's starting to show up big for his team. But let's see what Eric Appleson and the UH Premier squad has for us in store, though. The Sheriffs are a deadly weapon of choice, and let's see if they can find those headshots onto the defending members. Roomba might have spotted Toph there. Let's see if they clear him.
Oh, Toph cannot get away with this. Toph cannot get away with this. He gets away with it again. Gets 2 kills. It's a 4v2, but there's so many members right now weak on the side of UW Gold. I'm not sure if the Sage Heal Orb has already come out, but the Cypher definitely needs it, or they need it themselves. They have the Resurrection, but they might be trying to save it for what potentially could be the last round if they win this one. Iman Wei destroys the Cypher tripwire, so now Light knows exactly where they are, but Light has less health. This is actually winnable for Liman Wei. They have a little bit more, especially now that their teammate is on the rotation. They're trying to set up here on B. Light is trying to play a dangerous game, but it's Rodzi from Heaven who's able to land the shots. Eric Appleson has to have some amazing moves here. Light, again, is just dancing around, trying to be a distraction. It's a great play because now everyone knows exactly where Eric Appleson is. They could try to flank from behind. They could just try to run at them. I mean, you see right now where the raise is. They're waiting in Ramen. Everyone else has moved all the way to the point. There's not enough time in the world. Rozzy gets 3. UW Gold might be about to pull off the upset of a century here in the CF1 winners semifinals.
Yeah, we call it an upset. It is still the East #1 seed versus the Central #1 seed. But most people thought going into this, right, that UW Gold was a little not favored. Of course, Beanies being one of them. But myself, I did say that UW Gold would win this at the top. And I do have them beating UH Premier in the bracket. So, a little self-pat, a little, high five to myself. And perhaps my prediction will come to fruition. But in the meantime, it is going to be UH Premier falling back from Toff's double updraft with these Blade Storm. Looks like he won't find anyone, but he's also got the Operator, Jag.
Operator in hands. A duel with UCI on the line in the winners finals. The winner of that will go on to the grand finals. Already secures himself a great shot at that prize pool, guaranteed to at least walk away with second place. That operator shot might have been the one heard around the world. There's no healing, no chance of a res. Every kill is permanent on the side of UH Premier. They do have 3 ultimates to use here. There is a will, there is a way. They're not out of this just yet. The question is, how do they use them as they try to approach on to B Heaven? Razi going to try to play into the corner. If they're caught out here, this is really dangerous. They have a resurrection of their own, but the blast pack comes in. It's going to be a 1-for-1 trade. Advantage is still the way of the defenders. No res, but it's still something. That's going to be from the shadows. It's canceled just in time, so they're not going to die. They're just going to get information. Damo going to use one of their own. It's also canceled, so both Omen ultimates are offline. Neural Theft still is going to be there for UW Gold. There's a lockdown. There's an Empress. There's a Toph with an operator. Has the angle, misses the shot, Toph falls! It's a wallbang for Jivey, but Damo is still on the point. The turret's taken out, the spike is down, the Empress is used. They need to use the lockdown. This might be now or never. There's no second chance here. They take out Akula, it might be too late. Jivey's the last one, Jivey cannot do it, and UW Gold are able to win. It might not be the upset of a century, but it is a great win nonetheless, and it is an upset to me at least. And what a freaking series. Oh my goodness, Jonah. We just got a real treat here.
Yeah, I mean, you see 2 top seeds go head-to-head. You can expect nothing less as both their pride and confidence is on the line. We said Toph needed to have a great series. He's had a great series, followed up by Roz. He's got the 22 frags on the battle stage. It's so nice to see these players, right, with that support agent showing up a little bit how it's not maybe a real support character. Perhaps it does a little more damage than we previously thought. And we highlighted the Raze, right? And Raze really was used in this game specifically as an entry character. That's why you see Koi and Vex get so many deaths, right? They're throwing themselves in there first. They're trying to make space for their team. And despite them going down and not having the best KDA, they still did what their team needed them to do. And with the win going to VW Gold, they punched themselves that ticket versus UCI. A matchup not a lot of people expected.
No, it's not the matchup they expected, but it's the matchup we're gonna get. It's gonna be a great one, and it's coming up right after this. Unfortunately, that is the end of my time here in the Castros booth. Jonah, are you sticking around, or are you heading out too?
No, I gotta take a break. Maybe 3 best of 3s is too much for my heart.
Fair enough. So me and Jonah are going to be heading out. We got a new pair of cashers coming in for that winners final coming up just after another break. So don't go anywhere. Thank you so much for being here with us today through 2 great matches. I'm Jag, joined here by Jonah. We've had a pleasure being here. We'll see you for the next one.
I'm the only one alive who get me to the other side. The other side. I'm the only one alive who get me to the other side. The other side. Giving up, letting go. Times we might feel compelled. Looking down from the heights that we have built all by ourselves. And there is fear of the unknown, but we cannot lose control. When we feel like the world is against us, we're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves. We must reach.
We have one last match of the night here, folks, and it is sure to be a banger because we're walking into the winners finals. University of California, Irvine versus the University of Waterloo Gold. My name is Paul Sibble. Alongside me today is Josh, and boy, oh boy, do we have an interesting match in our hands.
Oh, man, if anybody has been keeping up with all of these matches all day long, the action has been absolutely insane. It started earlier when we were showing SJSU against Rutgers. That got a little out of hand. SJSU doing a nice job of moving on towards that. But then they met a wall in the next round against UCI, who we're about to get to see for the first time today. And UH They got the bye. They were the number 1 seed going into this, but UW Gold making it past Texas A&M and then just stealing a game away from U of H. UH forcing a map 3, had the lead, had all the momentum, and UW Gold just steals it away from them. We've seen UW Gold we saw them put on a great match last week against Rutgers, and they've been on a tear ever since. So this one's going to be insane. I have no idea where my prediction lies on this game right now, but UCI versus UW Gold, this is going to be a really tight one because both of these teams have been so on point throughout the playoffs, but definitely today they've both been on point.
And this is how the bracket has shaped up today so far. I mean, look at those round 2 matches, man. You can't get better than that. So, hopefully you can. Hopefully we're about to walk into an even better match here. But I mean, if nothing else, we've had a stellar start to our play here in the interregional playoffs. And let's remind everybody what these teams are fighting for. Because there's $10K in scholarships on the line. Each team wanting for that first place prize, that $5,500 scholarship money. Good news for both UW Gold and UCI, who we're going to see in just a minute here. They've already secured themselves at least a piece of this pie. But obviously, if you win this match, the lowest you can place then is second. So, momentum is something both these teams want to carry on through the rest of the day.
I don't know if like caster gifts are a thing that they're supposed to give, but I'm just saying if they go ahead and win any kind of money here, right? If they win anything here, I like Target gift cards, Starbucks gift cards would be fine. I'm just saying I don't know if it's customary. Maybe this is a custom that you and I can start. But
I think it's scholarship money. I don't think that.
My bad.
Yeah.
Okay, that makes sense. No, I mean both of these teams in a great position to be able to place in the grand finals and win some of that scholarship.
Players to get Target.
I'm not trying to bribe them. I'm not bribing them. I'm just asking them for some Starbucks. Coffee's not a bribe. That can't be. It's liquid. But no, both of these teams in a great spot moving into this winners finals to move on to the grand finals and win some of that scholarship money. Every little bit helps. So each one of these schools, they want to fight to be able to take that first grand finals prize, take that first prize. But look, second place, third place, fourth place, doesn't matter. As long as you're finishing somewhere in there, any of these teams will absolutely take that. But these two teams right now are the favorites to take home that $5,500 grand prize. Maybe somebody from the lower bracket could sneak up and snag it from them. But in this winners finals, one of these teams is going to come out on top as the favorite. And you know what? I said I wasn't going to do a prediction. I'm feeling UCI tonight, plausible. UCI has been so strong in the West region all season long. They have looked very, very good. They looked great against SJSU the other night. They looked great against SJSU again today. It's hard for me to pick against them. And as good as UW Gold has been, they have to be on point. We've seen them have issues with communication. We've seen them have issues with rotations and sets. Sometimes they give away a couple of rounds here and there where maybe they shouldn't, and UCI will absolutely take advantage of those things. So I'm feeling UCI tonight in this, but UW Gold, it's not like they haven't surprised us before.
Well, and UCI are unique in the sense where they don't necessarily have the same sort of like hard style that they commit to like the other teams, right? Like, you think of TAMU or SJSU, right? And they're the teams that'll get up in your face, get aggressive, always fight. Then you pull back and you look at teams like UH Premier, where, they're more of that more methodical sort of play, the tactical, always trying to out macro you. But UC Irvine's kind of just good at all of it. They have rounds where they'll come out of nowhere and sideswipe you with unteaming aggression, right? And then they'll just cool back. They'll say, hey, good luck. We've got a really solid defense here, and we've got traps that you're not prepared for because we are on the ball. We've outthought this. We have our plan. We have our macro and micro all locked down. So I think going with the UCI Pred here, Josh, is smart, albeit maybe a little boring.
Oh, wow. Okay. Just throwing the boring word out there from the very beginning.
Yeah.
Plausible with the B word. Look, I have to go with my heart. That's what my heart tells me. But we talk all the time about adaptations and counters and what can teams do to try to counteract the strategies that another team uses. That's why UCI is so difficult. You hit the nail on the head. They change it up so often. There's no way to adapt because you never know round by round what they're going to do. You never know where they're going to hit you from, how they're going to hit you. And one of my favorite things that they do on defense is just how constantly they switch people up on each of the sides. You don't know what utility is going to be attacking you from each of those different sides. And so UCI, yes, maybe it's the boring call, but at the end, I'd rather be boring and right than crazy and wrong. So I'm going to go with UCI because that's how I'm feeling. Look, I'm a 35-year-old man almost, Pauls. Well, I have 2 kids, both in the double digits. My life is just a pile of boring, so I might as well go with the boring.
You got to gamble safe with those college funds. Right? I mean,
yeah, exactly. Yeah,
you can't be throwing those out the window with these predictions. Gotta keep the channel points on there to fund the college later. Yeah. Makes sense. Makes sense. We gotta talk about UCI's competition though, because UW. Not to cut you off, Josh. Sorry, but UW Gold have been on a tear today, right? And I think this is a very momentum-based team. They're a team that when they're winning, they win hard, and then they'll lose like 8 rounds in a map in a row, right? So I'm looking to see what kind of heat UW Gold start off with here. They can often be a little bit slow, and Ascent hasn't really been one of their best maps coming into playoffs. I believe they've lost it. They lost it just last series, and then in their regional playoffs, they lost it to Rutgers as well. So keeping an eye on Ascent here, because UCI, this is their map pick. They know that this is a place where UW Gold are vulnerable, and it's a place where they get to pull out their Astra.
Yeah, I mean, you look at UW Gold real fast. It's pretty standard agent picks for them. Everybody is on an agent that we're used to seeing them on, with Light over there on Sova, Damo, on Omen, Vex. This is pretty standard, but I love seeing the Astra over there for UCI. Any team that feels comfortable using Astra almost always has just an inherent advantage because of how overpowered she can be in general right now, especially on a map like Ascent. So UCI, smart pick, smart map pick, coming out strong, deciding to really to attack and take it to UW Gold early on and utilize that Astra that Astra utility really, really early in this map.
Yeah. UCI have actually been one of the few collegiate teams that we have in the interregional playoffs to use the Astra, right? We see most teams preferring the Omen, despite what the pros are running, what the semi-pros are running. Everybody's running Astra or Viper, even past the Viper nerfs. But it hasn't really been the case here in collegiate, right? Most of our top teams, at least in CF1, have been opting into the Omen. But UCI, in the past, have really enjoyed the way they play this Astra, especially here on Ascent. They have a lot of traps to set up on their defensive side. They're going to be starting off on the attack, though. We're heading in to the upper bracket finals here. UW Gold versus UCI. Winner books their ticket to the grand finals, and the loser has to fight through the lower bracket. Already charging up mid here. Oh, that's just blowing them away already. Oh, Vex will be able to catch one. And then hanging on to be main control by a thread here. Turret taking out Platinum. That is rather unfortunate. But this mid control gives UCI options. They don't have to hard force onto this B site. They can instead head all the way back around the map toward A.
Yeah, Rodzi doing everything he could to try to come out of B main and stop that rotation over towards mid, but not quite rotating fast enough. UCI just coming out fast and strong. And taking that mid control, taking that map control on Ascent could just open up so many different opportunities for you. And UCI showing exactly why. You could just say, all right, we're not going to make it in. Turrets are taking us out. We're going to go ahead and rotate over towards A because we already forced the rotate. Now you have a 3v3 retake situation in favor of UCI.
One player spotted too, June. Taking the aggro from that turret. This is a nasty choke for UW Gold to try and get through, though. They're already so low on health, but UCI aren't looking too healthy either. June with just 35 HP. Swinging on around here. Nibbler good on the cover, though, and then June swings out to finish it off. UCI start off with the dub. Get themselves the pistol round.
June just playing, just peeking out, playing these little juggling games with UW Gold, and it just works out so well in their favor because it's, well, hey, keep focusing on me. Nope, I'm over here, and then that gives his teammates a time to really take him out and force that choke through trees. I would have loved to have seen UW Gold maybe try to almost split on the retake a little bit. Somebody go heaven, somebody go through trees. But when it's a 3v3, you kind of want to stay together and hope you can just trade off and then finish it off. But UCI starting out very, very strong. It looks like they're going to start fast again as Silk takes down Damo very, very early, and the A plant is coming in quick as Top goes down. Oh, that is a huge loss. Now Razi down. This is a 5v2 retake. UW Gold, you're not in a safe situation, but this doesn't look like a very strong retake opportunity as Light does take down Platinum and picks up the Judge, but will be found up there in heaven. Oh, not enough range. 1 HP for Light. Still takes down Light, finishes him off. Vex has 33 HP. Might as well try to get a pick here if you can, but UCI. Oh, Vex dropping June. That's a good drop.
He's only got 1 bullet left, though, Josh. I mean, even if he puts it in the head of somebody, yeah, no, that was never going to happen for him. Pretty decent second round from UCI. They keep 3 alive. They'll get their bonus round now. And I actually kind of want to double back to June because you were talking about how in the pistol round, right? He was, getting those swings going, just back and forth, back and forth. I found that in the Western Regional Finals, June was probably my favorite player to watch because his individual timings on swings are, I think, second to none across Conference 1 right now. It is insane the predictions he is able to pull off on what his enemies are going to do and the value he gets off of little swings like that. Again, UCI just charging forward. This is their bonus, keep in mind. Ooh, Platinum up over the top. Did get revealed there, so Vex will be able to swing that out, get himself a nice little overheal back to full health, but it doesn't matter as Nacho takes him down. UW Gold, this is their buy round, and they are down players right now. Sylph ready to catch Damo and waiting, and nice headshot to do so. Expecting a second player, too, through mid. Top will be able to finally put down that Sova, but now 2v4, or 2v3, sorry. I can count, I promise. Still looking pretty rough here for UW Gold. Top's going to try and charge forward here. Oh, taking a bam headshot through the wall there. June. Woo! Covering the Spectre at the very least, but won't be able to recover his HP bar anytime soon. Thankfully, it doesn't really need to, as Top ain't too good himself when it comes to the old health bar, and June will clean that up.
I mean, just those positions on the retake on B right there, the spots that they're putting themselves in, and just knowing what lines of sight to be firing down to be able to get those shots on top through the wall is incredible. And that's the kind of heads up stuff that you see from UCI. You see a little bit of that here and there all throughout CF1, but you see that a lot in the Western region, especially from UCI, where they just know somebody is going to be coming from market. We didn't close the door. I'm going to fire shots through this wall and hope I tag them. Now, those shots didn't hit Top, but a couple more through the wall did. And it's those little moments like that, dropping the HP just a little bit, even if you don't get the kill, can be such a difference maker as Platinum moves onto the site very quickly, taking down Vex right at the beginning of the round. And now they're going to be planning on B again and get themselves back in those retake positions.
Look at this cheeky spot from Platinum here. This might get cleared, but oh wow, Light actually good on that headshot. He'll recover himself a Judge is a little present there. UW Gold charging on in. Top has the Blade Storm available. Running low on knives. Gonna get the refresh though and finish off the players on site. Only 42 health though. He's got to try and stick this to half. He won't be able to. Nibbler swinging on out. Will get the headshot necessary. Narrow victory for UCI, but one they are fine with.
I mean, that's a great try by Top to try to be as efficient with the Blade Storm as he can. You rarely get as efficient as what Top just did, but just not enough. UCI doing such a great job of trading off 1-for-1 and putting, at the very least, putting Nibbler in a great position with just a full load of HP to go against Top with that Blade Storm out. And UW Gold, I like some of the ways that they're answering, but we need to see a little bit of an answer back. We're seeing a move over by UCI. Now they're not going to take that mid control to B. Now they're going to chase over on A. I do like seeing that UW Gold already has 2 people on A. They're kind of peeking mid to figure out how they're going to get control. But this is one of those things that you talked about, how sometimes they go fast, and then sometimes they just pull back and go slow, and that's exactly what UCI is doing right now.
Oh, what a great play there from Platinum. Knew that they would have to go up to heaven likely to try and avoid that. Damo was able to get one from hell, so the entry onto A is not gifted to UCI despite the lockdown, but they've still got a player advantage here. Ooh! Nacho actually caught while Nibbler was trying to put up that Cosmic Divide. He just passed it. Rozzy expects one. He can't quite hit the first array of shots. He's trying to hang on to this mid control, making sure that Nibbler can't go for any sort of cheeky flank, but look at back as well. Platinum here with the Blade Storm, ready to right-click anyone who runs through. Cosmic Divide wears away, however, so he's going to have to fall that position off. Rejoin Nibbler. This is a nasty little crossfire, and he doesn't even need Nibbler's help. He finds the first shot. Easy peasy. Second, body shots for Platinum are more than enough. And he'll finish it off with a headshot. Platinum for 4.
Platinum saw what Top did with the Blade Storm and said, "Oh, I don't think you're going to be the best Blade Stormer here in this match." And Platinum just finished him off. This one right here at the very beginning is just ridiculous. And then to drop 4 more, one after the other, or 3 more, one after the other is just absolutely ridiculous play by Platinum. And UCI with the 5-0 round lead, 5-round lead, big goose egg over there for UW Gold. UW Gold's got to make something happen soon, but it's going to be tough with an army of sheriffs out.
I mean, the only benefit really for UW Gold right now is that UCI had to use 2 very strong ultimates, and then also the Blade Storm, which is a strong ult when you give it to somebody like Platinum. So eventually, maybe UW Gold can get a buy round where they have an ultimate advantage. Not going to have an advantage of much in this round, though. 4v4. No rifles recovered for UW Gold. We do have Rodzy coming around through tree here. Largely smoked off. I think there's just a pile of attacker utility right there. He's going to try and invest this lockdown. UW Gold, they want to go for this. The Showstopper at least invested here. Oh! Gets 2, though, and that, I mean, that's the gambit up. Lockdown ain't getting squat now, and Vex needs nothing but 2 clean headshots. Gets 1, and now can just go for the stick. I mean, it's going to have to try and half-stick this. Expects Nibbler to come around from heaven. Oh, he's just playing for time. Nibbler's doing so well right now. And I mean, he even gets the kill at the end, too. Gets away with his gun. Nibbler not letting anything go over to gold.
Nibbler just waltzing away with 7 HP, getting just out of range of the bomb. And, you know, I think that's one of the more underrated plays right there. That's an underrated play by in a league where we constantly see people pushing and being aggressive and just being like, I have to get the kill. Those are the plays we saw earlier. UH Premier ended up losing a round because they didn't play time. They got a little bit too aggressive. But Nibbler right there taking with the wherewithal to say, okay, I'm gonna sit back, I'm just gonna poke, I'm gonna mess with them, I'm gonna make sure that bomb goes off, and then I'm gonna wait for the right moment. Perfect. Vex takes down Nacho. That is a pick that they need a top, finishing Platinum off. UW Gold getting the pick early in this round that they needed. Oh, June is going to finish off Rozzy, but top making him pay down.
Good attempt there by June. Was underneath the Lear, so able to catch 1. UCI still control their spikes, so not all is lost here. Nibbler, I believe, getting leg shot there. Has to chill a little bit. Don't want to re-challenge Toph, I think. But I mean, 2 versus 4. Either Sylph or Nibbler need probably 2 picks, honestly, between the 2 of them to actually make this round feasible. And with just 30 health on Nibbler, I wouldn't say it's looking good.
Last player standing.
Almost finds the timing there onto Light, but the high ground making it too difficult for Nibbler. And Vex able to catch him on that angle. That's a solid defensive round for UW Gold. They walk away with 4 players, and they get to recover a bit of their economy.
Vex, Rodzy, and Toph coming up huge on defense there to be able to take that round with those early picks. I mean, being able to take Platinum off the Platinum and Nacho off the board as early as they did is huge. If you can drop those guys off of UCI's board, but really, I would have loved to have seen UCI just save there. I know you've got a little bit of an economy advantage. I know you've got a round advantage, but with Nibbler and Sylph, just save everything that you can. I don't think you want to really be too highly aggressive against this UW Gold team because they can make you pay for moments like that.
Hunter's Fury, early investment, gets quite a bit of information. Would have heard the updraft and tag onto 2. Ain't half bad, but it's not an elimination. That is
down mid.
top finding Nibbler, and that's the spike. Oh, it doesn't even get the tag with the Owl Drone. Unfortunate there. So, I mean, Toph could have committed to Cubby harder if he wanted to, but not going to take that risk. He's bought enough time. He's gotten an elimination. He'll fall back.
Enemy mark.
Light has just been so efficient with those Hunter's Furies all throughout the playoffs. We constantly see him. Light might be, if not the best, one of the best Silva players in all of CF1, in all of Collegiate, just constantly finding information and being highly efficient with those Hunter Furies and all the utility that he drops with Silva. So it looks like UCI is going to make the push in, but Rodzy's going to take down Sil. Oh, Rodzy's detained though. Rodzy's stuck. Oh, just barely getting out. Just barely getting out of the line of sight. UCI is on the site, but UW Gold is ready for the retake and ready to push it.
Just barely Platinum's going to be able to recover that spike. The 3v4 here. UCI, this is the least favorable position they've been on in one of their post-plant situations, barring none. Everybody stuck on the site, too. Oh, no, Platinum does actually get revealed by that recon dart. He dashes out of 1 and into 2. Damo with 2 in the round. UW Gold, good to put a second on the board.
And just another moment where Light doing everything he can to get that information for the team. It's those little moments, those little plays that Light brings to light for UW Gold. Pun not intended, but the pun happened anyway. Everybody needs to deal with it. But Light just doing everything he can to try to bring that. You know, you see him. This is where we talk about where guys may not be super high up on the scoreboard, right? Like it may not come up on frags, but Light does so much for this UW Gold team to put them in the right positions, giving away that position and getting them that round win there yet again. But UCI is still up 6-2. In a good spot, and now, well, in a good spot, maybe moving forward. Right now, it's going to be a save. So UW Gold has a chance to get another round right here.
A 6-6 half would be great for UW Gold, considering how Ascent started for them.
Taking that back.
Of course, that is a long ways away. UW Gold give up all this mid control. Oh, my word. Info does this drone get? That is absurd. Cooler's not having. I mean, now you're ass down, so you don't have smokes, you don't have those gravity wells to get you into a site comfortably. Oh, tough. Gotta be careful. There's a second one there, and avoiding the shock dart just narrowly. And even though it's over to support him, this isn't a position that's easily held onto by UW Gold. They should have an inkling that this is going toward B now. And Toph finds a beautiful angle there. Skill 2 hanging around on the site. Platinum will dispose of 1 and Nacho good on the second. That's a couple guns. Recovered 2 in theory. 3 versus 3 now. UCI, they're not out of this round. Oh, but they don't have the spike.
June a little overly aggressive there. Yeah, they don't have the spike down. June getting aggressive with the gun. I would have liked to see them stay back just a little bit. Oh, no.
Well, that's an oopsie for UCI. Definitely could have been a winnable round had they had the spike when they went onto the site. Unfortunately, not the case. So now Nacho's just going to get the spike down on A. Do a little bit of more money for UCI and probably die here.
You never know. I mean, we've seen Nacho go off before. You're on the Rays. They got a couple with a little bit low health. It's not the most winnable. There's one right there. Nacho taking down Light, only 30 HP left. 2 left on the board. Nacho's going to get the second one, but doesn't take down Damo. Damo's going to make him pay for it as they both beat the corner. The op will get picked back up for UW Gold, and now they take another round. He's still got to defuse. I think he forgot about that for a second. Damo going down to defuse, and UW Gold is going to take this round. Now they're only down 3. They've got the op back. They've got some money, but UCI is going to be able to go full guns again.
I'm not going to lie. When that second headshot came through onto Toph, I was a little bit worried that I cast a curse on UW Gold, but we're fine. We're fine. Everything's fine. Don't worry about it. They've still got plenty of money. And UCI, not so much the case, right? And if they lose another gun round here, I mean, they could tenuously force buy the next one with the 2,900 loss bonus stacking up their pockets. But we're running into this situation where UW Gold, like I said before, they're a momentum-based team. And despite the atrocious start that this map got off to, UW Gold have the momentum right now. Pull. Gravity well forcing him out. An owl drone spots him, but it won't stop Top from taking one down. Nacho hitting the floor. An aggressive entry here to try and catch one off the Hunter's Fury, but Damo holds his ground. Won't be able to do much beyond that, and Sylph ultimately ends up with the advantage here. So 3 versus 3 as UCI inch their way onto the site. Light still hanging around. Spamming through here, and he's going to break that door sooner rather than later, most likely. Vex is already here on the flank, too. Nibbler a little bit late. He was pulling his gun out still while Vex was already there to meet him.
One enemy remaining.
2 Lears available. One is going to clear A main, and the other one is going to assist his team on site. But no, they don't even need it, honestly. Rodzi good for a second from heaven, and that is a 4th in a row for UW Gold.
And they get the op back. Vex just does such a great job on those flanks. I don't know any time that I've seen Vex be terribly late on a flank, really showing up at the perfect time for Nibbler to peek but not be ready for it. Gets the drop. That throws the balance completely out of whack, and that gives Rodzi the chance to finish off June. And I like that. That's Vex is so good at being able to flank and time it perfectly, which that's an art form, honestly. Being flanking, sometimes people flank too slow, they flank too fast, get there too early. Vex does it perfectly almost every single time, and that's where you see UW Gold shine on those retakes.
Ooh. Narrow angle, tough. Not quite able to hit that first shot, though, and I mean, this close swing. It's a dangerous position. June, can't quite make it happen, though. And across the map, things still going well for UW Gold. They'll lose Vex, sure, but ultimately a player advantage. They have info on where the spike was, too. Light is going to double up on that. See Nacho in mid. Nibbler has inched his way onto the site, though. Damo, if he doesn't expect this, could get caught slipping. Nah, Damo's good for those, dude. Damo knows.
Last player standing.
Platinum sneaking in. Is able to catch Light. But 56 health. 3 players up. One of them's tough. I don't know if this is a good spot for Platinum. I'm gonna be honest with you guys.
I mean, it's a good move by Platinum, a good try. The door is closing. The rest of your team's got taken out. Just move in and try to catch Light moving through that smoke. But really, I mean, you look at that scoreboard. Nacho and Platinum are the only ones doing anything for UCI right now. And UW Gold is just rolling through them. Toph is on right now. And anytime we've seen Toph be on with that operator out, it can be lights out for the other team. And UW Gold, just to see the way they bounce back in matches is incredible. We saw them do it against UH Premier earlier. We've seen them do it against teams. We saw them do it against Rutgers last week. We see them do it against teams all the time. Top dropping June yet again, just op shot after op shot, punishing UCI for being aggressive as they start moving in now. With the Blaze Storm out, Top takes another one. The rest of his team following it up, and only Nibbler is left. Nibbler taking down Light and Vex. Top is going to move in with the Blaze Storm. Is he going to get Nibbler? Nibbler finishes off Top. Now it's a 1v2 with 32 HP left for Nibbler, moving out towards B main, or out of B main now.
All the time in the world for Nibbler, but I cannot say the same about his health bar.
You want to fight it?
Try and use the Cosmic Divide just to get himself onto the site here. Ooh, gets the lockdown out of him. All right, you take those. Cool, the lockdown's there. You know where the Killjoy is. Time to hightail it over to A. Damo's not going to be in time to mid either to catch that rotation over. But the problem here for UCI is that their only remaining player has 1 star to his name and 32 health. Versus 2 full health players from UW Gold. Ooh, the info too that Nibbler's hanging around on site. What will Nibbler do with that? That's the question. Gonna just... Oh my word. Okay, Nibbler. This is... You know what? I give you props for at least trying this, and he swings around the smoke for 4. One more, and he gets the ace for the clutch, but Damo denies him! And that is 6-6 answered for UW Gold to finish out the first half.
And you called it. That you said they'd be happy to finish this 6-6, and far away is not that far away whenever you finally finish it out. Now we're going to switch sides. I love that play by Nibbler. I love the aggression there. Just drop that star, smoke it off, and just try to play around with the smoke. It's 1v2. It's not a high win scenario in the first place. Nibbler had a chance on Damo, but you can't miss that first shot on Damo. You have to take him out, and Damo punishes Nibbler for that. Now we're switching it up. We've seen UW Gold on defense, the way they've played defense on Ascent. We saw it. We've seen it all throughout the playoffs. We've seen it all throughout the season. They are a team that to be reckoned with on Ascent on defense. So UCI is going to have to, on attack. But so UCI is going to have to come out way more aggressive than pretty aggressive on defense if they want to stop UW Gold from doing what they want.
Interesting too. Look how defensively UCI have set up their Asper stars here. So deep into mid, B main, and A. They know that UW Gold like to play this aggressive mid to B. So they're stacking the cards in their favor to deny that one. Razi good for the first though. And Light will clean up B main. His team's not having too much fun though. Nacho shutting that push largely down. Dama will sneak his way onto the site here. Hoping to bait out one into a trade. An unfavorable one at that. Nacho gets the third though. And UCI with yet another pistol.
It's a good job by UW Gold to try to get that mid control, though. I mean, it's smart play. Set the trap off. Go to B through mid. Get that mid. Honestly, we brought this up earlier, but I'm surprised more teams throughout the playoffs, whenever we've seen teams play on Ascent, haven't forced that mid control early on to try to force more defense over towards that mid. That way, you have a little bit easier of a time attacking on A, attacking on B, but UCI's agent composition is just set up so perfectly for defense with the Killjoy and the Astra out there. UW Gold is really just going to have to make sure they play smart and hit some shots to be able to stop this defense by UCI.
And a good anticipation here from UCI as well. The Stars have moved their way over to the other side of the map. Gravity Well has been baited out over toward A main though, and although Nibbler gets one, that gives the over toward 3 is where that was. Oh, Nibbler's good for 2 though. And A main is not as free as I initially thought it might have been. Nibbler coming over to cover that as well. Does actually fall. A player advantage here for UW Gold. They still got to be careful though. The firepower favors UCI, and they don't have much intel right now.
Nacho just jiggling in heaven right now, waiting for somebody to come out, but UCI has already started the rotation. UW Gold's already started the rotation, but Damo's got the spike. His teammates are coming back right now. Trying to get sights on Cat for UCI. Nacho is watching A main, so they're going to be pinched. UW Gold with a slight advantage, even though their third player has just a minuscule amount of health. Vex and Nacho just playing with each other right there. Nacho is going to finish it off. Vex just moving just slightly too far out. Nacho there finishes off Light. One more left. Nacho finishes Damo. Didn't even need the extra teammate. Nacho is alive and kicking after dropping those 3 UW Gold players. UCI up 8-6 now.
I mean, it was still just the anti-eco, right? It's not tragic for UW Gold to lose that one. The Vex certainly will look back and maybe kick himself for checking that corner so slowly. But, I mean, what do you do there if you're Vex, honestly? It was a pretty difficult round to win, and they did enough damage to where this bonus round isn't very potent from UCI anymore, right? Expensive at that. Holy moly, it's hardly a bonus round. That's an op that Platinum has bought. And, I mean, UW Gold, they're avoiding it entirely. They're just charging over. Whoa! Okay, still only good for 1. Smoked off is the operator too, so although it's a 2-for-2 trade, UW Gold get onto the site here. And Platinum's now got a difficult time. Maybe use the classic to do that one, buddy. The classic right click, yeah, there you go. Oh, nope. Thinking about it. Hunter's Fury out though. Doesn't really catch much of anything. The timing not working out. Close corner, not able to find that first one top. Just narrowly not able to grab the ace. But still gets 2 overall. Platinum with just 11 health. I mean, save the op, buddy. For the love of everything, save the op.
If you're going to buy the op that early, you've got a 2-round lead. Just save it. You don't want to risk losing it here. Light is a smart player. He's going to run in 11 HP. He's going to go for it with the classic, and he's going to lose it, obviously, to Light right there. I mean, it would have been cool if he'd be able to do it. I understand, why you would try to go for that, but the op being bought so early and then being dropped, although you see still buying the op there and now selling it off, they're going to decide to eco. Just whenever things start to go against you and Top gets those 2 kills, and it's just the 1v1. Just back off, save the op. Now you see a bunch of sheriffs come out, and their economy is going to be in trouble for a while now.
And what good presence of mind from Toph in that fight, too. As soon as Platinum dashes away, he knows how difficult that kill would be to finish off, so he switches to the person who actually sees him. Gets Nibbler, and then gets things done. He's going to get Nibbler again to start off this round. It is an eco here for UCI, and already they're kind of getting blown to smithereens. Not much going their way in the early this round. And UW Gold, they've got another chance to build that momentum, right? And that's what UW Gold is always thriving off of. A nice first shot there from Sylph. Not going to be able to really turn that into much of anything, though. Definitely can't recover that gun anytime soon. Ooh. Nazi doesn't expect this. There's no turret here watching the flank. Nacho has it. There's no way. Yeah, easy pickup for Nacho, and now he's going to grab himself up. Now he's going to grab himself a Phantom. There we go, buddy. Not necessarily expecting players to already be coming around and meeting him, though, so Vex will be able to catch that elimination, and it is 3 versus 2. And keep in mind, those are 2 players that don't have much firepower.
Again, Vex, just that timing is so incredible. Knowing exactly where, okay, our Killjoy is down. Razi was waiting, Light taking down June. They've got the gun. Sylph finishing another one off. Sylph with the Sheriff is just absolutely dangerous. All that recon dart telling him everything he needed to know. Backing off, this is a tough situation. 2v1, not going to take it. Domo's going to finish him off, and UW Gold is going to tie it up 8-8.
Very well set up there in that final crossfire by UW Gold. Probably more expensive than they wanted an anti-eco to be, but at the end of the day, they get the win, they keep their momentum. That is what UW Gold needed, right? And with Light getting onto the site early, Damo waiting to drop and swing until Light was set up properly. Very well done by UW Gold to not fumble the late stages of that round. Now a gun round for UCI, op in Platinum's hands yet again here. But yet again, UW Gold, they've gambled correctly. They are on the complete other side of the map, and as long as X doesn't die in mid to that operator cross, UW Gold are in just a fine spot to start off. Oh no! How? The bottom of Stairwell? With the double shot dart lineup? That is disgusting, Light.
I'm trying to figure it out myself. Light, with those shock darts, we've seen it so many times. He is absolutely ridiculous as a Sova player. There are very, very few people that play that agent the way Light does.
Ooh, caught by the recon dart. Thought it was going onto the wall, but it actually reveals his position now. He is in a very difficult position as UW Gold enclosed on top of him. Ooh, good for quite a bit of damage and a pick to boot. Not on his block. UCI feeling just fine. They got the player advantage and everything right now. Swing, pretty ambitious, but June gets it done again. The timings on June's swings. UCI able to hold this down, and they have control of the spike.
Standing ahead.
30 seconds left.
Recon dart going forward. It will be destroyed, not giving tons of information over to Light. Even if he swings that and gets June, Platinum likely will just come right back on the op. Ooh, actually Bladestorm at the ready. Oh, body shot. One more would have done it. Light needs to move now. He doesn't have much time. A headshot's what he needs, but Platinum's the only one hitting domes today. Lead reclaimed for UCI.
And then UCI needed Platinum to not die there. The fact that they would have gone already in the second half, dropping the op twice, would have been rough to try to explain away. But now UCI being to buy, not a full buy for them. They're going to have to buy some light shields, but looking much better now, up 9-8. Economy's starting to look good. It's full guns. They've got the op out, and they forced UW Gold into an eco round. So this could go UCI's way for a couple more rounds.
Platinum not going to be able to get much off that A main position. Has to dash all the way away. Does himself up just fine right here. Lockdown will eventually force him out, but I mean, Sylph is just going to get rid of that problem before it even starts. And Platinum good on the first frag as well. UW Gold, not looking like they're going to be able to accomplish much in this round despite their ultimate investment.
UCI rotating over towards mid, looking to get that mid control, but You see there's a lot of defensive firepower over on A. UCI with a nice split. Oh, that trap comes out right there. That's going to give them away. You see the rotation back over towards mid. Nibbler just waiting to see somebody try to go through market. All three of those UW Gold players, Damo, Rodzi, and Toph, are in a tough spot. Light right across from them. If Nibbler peeks, could get a couple of picks right here. Oh, they're going to slowly back away, though, possible. They're like, nope, don't like this.
But just look at how good UCI are at adapting their positions alongside the Astra, right? Nibbler gets up in that smoke and then uses the smoke off BK. Platinum gets on this angle and he gets the second. Coming on out, dash all the way to the back. And he's still able to swing back out. Didn't hit that shot and still feed him to the punch, but flawless nonetheless.
And as you were saying that, UCI, not just the way they adapt their lineups, but the rotation over there at the exact time that they needed to rotate, just to have that kind of feel and that kind of game sense to know, okay, we've come back over towards mid. We know the trap was set. We know that they're over there. Oh, they haven't tried to push towards here. That means that they're going to rotate back over towards B because we've got sights on mid and A. There's no way they're going anywhere but B. So they rotate back over, take the perfect angles, and just systematically drop the rest of the members of UW Gold. Incredible defense by UCI in that last round.
Not a half bad owl drum there. But Platinum holds his ground. He knows that no one is really going to be charging forward to meet that op headlong when, Owl Drone was destroyed pretty early and didn't get a ton of information. So he's able to go right back into this close little corner. And as soon as he fires his op, he's going to dash away, probably to safety. Smoke's coming out, but do you expect Platinum to be back in that position? I don't think so. Okay, the recon dart does actually reveal him and get him out of there. So down to 2 health, Platinum not able to hold on to the site, and the spike will eventually get planted here. Oh, look at the other side of the map. Oh, Toph was on alert, but got spotted by an alarm bot rather. So now he's going to run all the way back around. Lockdown's just going to be counteracted here by the Hunter's Fury. No problems there. Showstopper not hitting squats though. Knox was on the site. In a difficult crossfire, he'll be able to grab Zamo, but ultimately things not going UCI's way. With just an op, just 2 health, Platinum. Sylph's coming around. Platinum might be able to actually just stick this. It's not the ideal position. Pop has to charge forward and stop the defuse from going off, and he gets it done beautifully. Blocks it down and everything. You ain't beating Toph there. He'll die to the spike, sure. But he'll get one back for UW Gold.
Toph thinking for a second, maybe I can make it out, but it doesn't matter. Again, another heads up, smart play by UW Gold. We saw UCI do it on attack. Now we saw UW Gold do the exact same thing. Just play time. Make sure that you don't let them diffuse. Toph moving in, stopping the diffuse from going down. Perfectly played by UW Gold, and they needed that round to try to take some of that momentum away. But now they're in light shield. The Empress is going to come out on Vex. Vex is going to push really, really hard. Here come the flashes, and that's going to be a fast push by UW Gold on B.
Fast push. Halted for the moment, though. Paint shell as well as the smoke here. UW Gold cutting noise entirely. The rotate has not been fully committed to. That being said, re-upped on the stars. Confident that UW Gold haven't abandoned this position entirely. Toph charging onto the site, but no one to cover him. No Lear invested either. Not much Toph can do from that position except get a little bit of damage. Astro not looking too healthy. Glad that shock dart went a little wide. Ooh, and that recon dart. Beautifully done there by Sylph to reveal that there's at least still 2 players hanging around. Platinum has so much control over mid. UW Gold, they have been pigeonholed into this B push. If they go anywhere else at this point, it's going to be a long time until they actually get to A, and it'll likely be costly in terms of players. Pushing their way out onto the site here. Slowly but surely.
30 seconds left.
He's actually gotten a lot of position. Oh, but he doesn't look the right way. He has too many corners to try and check. Thankfully, he's good on the cover. Oh, man, help! Gonna swing out and find Nibbler without a doubt. Heal up as well. That is beautifully done. Gotta deal with Sylph on the site. Nope, that one, not gonna lose it. Damo left alone. At least he has the spike, but he's gotta take out Sylph, and Beautiful timing there to catch Damo as he falls. UCI maintain their lead.
Sylph is doing such a great job of playing that backside B. Just sitting there patiently waiting for UW Gold each and every time, getting as much info as he can for his team, and UCI just really honestly, they're disciplined to hold the angles that they've got. You saw Platinum wanted, I can't imagine wanting to push that mid just a little bit farther onto B main, but understanding if I stay here, there's not much that they can do. So I'm going to trust my teammates to do work on B if UW Gold. That creates those moments where UW Gold doesn't know where to go with the spike. So then that creates the opportunity for Platinum to move in and start to close out on them. That creates the opportunity for Sylph to be able to close and pinch slowly. But they're disciplined to be able to wait and hold those angles. Incredible as Platinum takes out Vex early on and then backs away. Top moving in with the Blade Storm. Going to go clear out mid, looking mid, doesn't find anything but the rotations coming in. Sylph coming out to take down Top, though. That is a huge, huge loss for UW Gold.
And the omnipresence from the Astra, from Nibbler right now. Even though Toph gets onto the site, unless he finds a miracle pick early, what's actually going to happen there? There's a smoke there. There's another star. Rodzi can't go in and cover him. So, again, he was left in a similar position that Vex was in the round prior, where, yeah, you have a great position, but no support and too many angles to actually worry about. Rodzi stuck in B main too, going to be eliminated now, and with just Sheriffs in hand, no picks in sight, UW Gold are in a very difficult spot.
I mean, we saw UW Gold go on that really, really long run on defense and just really tie it up. But UCI, so far on their defense, has been so strong. Their ability to counter and adapt to each different push that UW Gold has shown them is absolutely incredible. And Nibbler taking down Dama. Only Light left, and Light is going to go down to June, but possible. It really, talk about June again, right there with a nice, very nicely timed swing. It just shows like the timing that UCI has. Their ability to communicate each individual moment within a game is so on point. Game in, game out, round in, round out, to where UW Gold makes that push, but they're not even a little bit flustered by it. They go into the second half and they know, all right, guys, let's play our game. Let's let them walk into us. If they do this, we're going to make this adaptation. If they do that, we're going to make another adaptation. As we see this tack pause come out by Damo right here, UW Gold needing this one, Damo calling this for his team. But UCI's ability to just make the right call every single time is so underrated.
Let's take stock here as UW Gold have their tack pause. Let's use this as a tack pause in our own right here, Josh. And sort of think, what do UW Gold have available? What is there that they know they can take advantage of? There's been a lot of heavy presence toward B. It's a site that UW Gold showed earlier in their match against Houston that they very much prefer to assault, right? But A has been a little bit lighter, right? They've been able to get onto A pretty consistently, and A main control is not something that UCI have really contested for thus far on their defense. With one ult orb away on Rodzi, it's not out of the realm of possibility that they get that ult orb, throw down a lockdown, and try to force onto the site. Even with the Hunter's Fury up from Sylph, Light will have his own available, so if he gets in the right spot and can avoid Sylph's Hunter's Fury, then he can counter Hunter's Fury, and UW Gold can actually get onto this site. First things first, though, you got to get past Platinum. Ooh, oh no, and it's all up. It's all gone. Okay, they survive it just barely. That was a dangerous proposition there, and Rodzi's not going to be around for the lockdown, so there goes all the theory crafting I did. Hopefully UW Gold are a couple steps ahead of me.
But, I mean, that really just comes down to what we were just talking about. All the theory crafting, all the ideas that you said, hey, this is what could happen. UCI is 3 steps ahead of that. They've already thought about it. They've already pushed through it. They said, hey, this is what could happen. We're going to take all of this off the board. Platinum rotates over towards A side. We've seen Light coming out with a Hunter's Fury here, but nice. Gets Nibbler. I didn't think he was going to get anything from it, but that's what I get for doubting Light on a Hunter's Fury. But Damo now backing away from A. Platinum moving back towards A main site, but this is what UCI does. They look at every single scenario and say, okay, how can we adapt to this moment? They're calling attack pause. They've tried to go B main. They've tried to take mid control. They can't do that. So we're going to move Platinum over with June over towards
30
A side.
seconds
Normally,
left.
we've seen June all over A. Well, now they switch spots, and June's over on B with all that Killjoy utility down. Platinum moves over towards A, and UW Gold gets punished for trying to make their first A push of their attack as June makes top pay right there. Top now off the board. June's location will be revealed as Damo and Light move in,
10
but June
seconds left.
backside B. Want to make something happen, but Damo gets it down now.
One enemy
Planning the
remaining.
spike. Oh, Platinum gets dropped by Light, and Light finishing it off. UW Gold with an incredible attack. UCI had every advantage in the world possible, and both Light and Damo just took over.
Shining the way for his team. I mean, this is just a laser beam ultimate that opens up the map, right? Because 3v4 on a map like Ascent, that is not a vulnerable position as the defense. But with Light getting that final pick, the defenders are split across the map enough to where even though Toph gets isolated by the Nano Swarm, even though it's a rough catch at the very end, and then Platinum dashes in onto the site to try and stop the plant, Light is able to clutch it out. UW Gold out of it yet.
Sylph getting
I don't
a
think the
lot of
Aljones
information
was
on
here.
me right now.
Ooh. Oh, it does actually get to Top. Oh, no. Didn't get the tag, though, it seems. Toph is able to hang around. And Nacho's not going to push that too aggressively here. That's a lot you have to clear out now as UW Gold, though, right? I mean, if you want to go toward B...
Look at all the utility on the ground, too. This is where we talk about Killjoy and
Killjoy
Astra being
man.
just so huge. But the combination of those of all that utility combined, like, what do you do if you're UW Gold? How do you attack? You don't know which side the utility is going to be at any given time. And every time you try to make any kind of a push, you're going to get stopped by it. So you see the Astra smoke come out here after the Killjoy ultimate does go down. They're going to have the lockdown. Top is going to move in on B very, very quickly.
Nice.
Finishes off still, clearing out B side just a little bit more. Nacho peeking, but not in time. UW Gold is on the site. They're up one player, but two of them are hurting right now.
And this Cosmic Divide means that Rodzi in B main... Oh, are they not going to clear him? Do they not clear Rodzi? Platinum's watching it with the op. Rodzi's just waiting for a time here, but he'll hear that op shot go off. He's not going to swing this until he has to when he catches Platinum unaware. Meanwhile, things not going so hot on the site, though. Rodzi trying to backstab, trying to do what he can. The defuse just going to get stuck here by June. No. Baiting it and beautifully sprayed. UCI finishing it off. Only a sliver of health remaining, but a sliver is enough for Irvine to take map number 1.
Defenders win.
I mean, UW Gold did everything that they could on that map, but once UCI got on defense, you know, if you're UW Gold, like we said, going into half, you tied up, you're 6-6, you got to feel pretty good about that. It started off slowly for them, but they went on a nice run. But as soon as UCI got on defense, it was game over. They knew exactly what they wanted to do every single time. And between all of the utility from Astra, Killjoy, Platinum, just going with the op early and finally making it stick the second time they bought the op, there weren't many angles, there weren't many lanes that UW Gold could try to go down. It was pretty much B main every single time. They couldn't take mid control because UCI was doing such a great job of covering mid. They couldn't go A because there was too much utility over there, usually with June on the Killjoy, keeping all that utility on that side. So really their only option was B, and UCI made them pay for it every single time. The amount of information that they were getting, the amount of shots that were going through, UCI just played defense perfectly. UW Gold with a great showing. It just wasn't enough against a team that is on fire right now.
Yeah, UCI are unlike any other team in collegiate Valorant right now. And we see the power of the Astra that they bring, right? I mean, we were talking about it, one of the few teams we have in our finals bracket that actually consistently uses Astra, and Nibbler, one of the best players in all of collegiate, honestly, makes that hero shine. Even with just a click of one button, one smoke, one grab well, was putting a stop to lockdowns, was putting a stop to 5-person rushes and pushes. Astra is second to none, honestly, right now. And it's something that UW Gold haven't employed. We haven't seen them bring out the stellar addition to the team like that. So I'm admittedly, this was never going to be a map that UW Gold were favored on. So let's keep that straight. Ascent has been something I believe they have lost all 3 times we've seen it on stream, the last 3 times that they've played it. So a rough map for them in general. Now we move on to a map that's much better for them, Icebox, but still a hard hill to climb.
Icebox is. We've seen a few different teams choose Icebox lately, and I love seeing teams get more comfortable in Icebox as a map. It's been really enjoyable to see the way these teams keep attacking it, and UW Gold felt really, really strong the other night during the East Region Finals on Icebox against Rutgers. So I feel like that's some of that confidence. They've been playing well on it lately, but some of that confidence comes from how well they played against Rutgers, a Rutgers team who is also very good on Icebox in their own right. And so it's going to be interesting to see how does UCI combat that. You know, do we see Viper play again from UW Gold now? Are we going to see a Viper come out for UCI? So they had a lot of really good sets, a lot of really good attacks on B for UW Gold. How does UCI counter some of those things and try to take over the map control in Icebox? Because there are a lot of angles and there's a lot of verticality. I love watching how teams attack this map, and it's going to be interesting to see going into map 3 or map 2.
Well, we'll just have to wait and see. We'll be back with Icebox after a quick break. Don't go anywhere because it's just around the corner.
And now I know my heart is a ghost town.
Welcome back, everybody. We finished up Ascent here in the upper bracket finals, and UCI had a pretty close win. It was 10-13, competitive, certainly, from the University of Waterloo. And now we move on to their map pick of Icebox.
Yeah, like we were talking about before we went to the break, I think this is going to be a fun map to watch. It's always a fun map to watch UW Gold on, right? It's always they always play this so well since it's been introduced, but UCI, I mean, I don't even know that there's necessarily a map where I would say they struggle on. I wouldn't say that there's a map where I feel like that they're even an underdog on, because they're such a strong team, but they're going to have to face UW Gold on their territory, and UCI is going to have to come out strong. They're going to have to be on point. The communication is going to have to be there, because UW Gold has some really interesting sets, especially if we see that Viper come out. I believe we saw Rodzi on Viper last time, so we could see Rodzi on that Viper again, try to close off some of that B, really, really separate UCI from the rest of the map and get that spike down. But UCI, a force to be reckoned with in every single map that they go on.
And one of the things I loved about UW Gold when they played Icebox in the finals of their region, of the Eastern region against Rutgers, is how unpredictable they were able to be a lot of the time. Now, the question remains, is that unpredictable because Rutgers couldn't read them? Or is that a next level of unpredictability where UCI will also be caught off guard, right? And that is something we have to keep an eye on. As well as UCI, they also played Icebox in their own finals in the Western region. They got off to a pretty slow start here on their defense. That's where they're going to be starting off this time. And I'm interested to see if there are any adaptations, because I'll be honest with you, Josh, you know me. You know how picky I am when it comes to Viper play. I was lukewarm on UCI's Viper play, so if they're gonna run that one back, I'm needing to see a few adjustments.
Yeah, I'm interested to see UCI hovering on a really, really interesting lineup. I saw Nacho was hovering over Breach, but we're going to see Nacho go back to the Raze. We see Platinum hovering over the Yoru, but going to go back onto the Jet. And Nibbler's now sitting here hovering over on the Viper. Not quite sure if we're going to see that Viper lock in. I hope we do, so we can see that double Viper play. But I think, Rutgers did everything they could to try to stop UW Gold on Icebox the other day, and I think it was just better adaptations by UW Gold catching them off guard, even though Rutgers was making some of those good calls. But we are going to see that Viper lock, or Nibbler lock on that Viper, so we're going to see the double Viper play, a little counter Vipering from both of these teams. Which team do you think is going to use it better? I don't know. I mean, Rodzi looked pretty good in the sense the other day, but we've seen Nibbler work pretty strongly on Icebox on Viper before.
And Nibbler, last time they were here, keep in mind, it was actually Platinum playing the Viper. Nibbler
that's correct.
Definitely
Right.
looked very good on the Astra, so, I mean, the skills aren't really transferable, but I'm assuming Nibbler, as good as Nibbler is, will probably look good on the Viper. I'm actually taking a look at Nacho, though, on the Raze. Raze, on this map, can be pretty coin flip, right? Is very good over toward the A site, is very good in specific sections of the map where you can actually get those choke points going, but it can be a little bit difficult to actually get a Raze player online, to actually find the timings on those utilities. And with Nacho literally only ever playing the Raze, no matter what map UCI ever go to, Nacho is always on Raze. I'm keeping an eye on how effective he can actually make use of this agent. Already, Platinum taking some early contact, early damage as well. Buddy not getting much that time around, but Platinum will find a nice headshot over on the side. Body to combo with it too. It's the healing from his buddy. It's delayed a little bit here by all the damage he's receiving. And he's not going to be able to heal up to full, I'll tell you that much. Top will finish that one off. Lickety split. Spike gets planted, but Light will get caught. Gets one on the way out the door though. So 2v2 we are left in now. Ooh, nice headshot there, but it won't finish off Nacho with bot light armor. One headshot. Oh, Domo can't quite find the flicks, and Sylph dipping and diving and dancing around will get the third pistol round in a row for UCI.
UW Gold, I mean, look, the spike was in the perfect spot. They had the choke points that they wanted. They just couldn't finish it off. And Sylph really hitting, just nailing those shots. Platinum getting those early drops. But I feel like we already saw it now. You talked about it going into into that round. Nacho is probably going to stay over on A this entire time. You see Nacho playing A towards mid. Maybe you'll see a little bit of mid there, but again, they're going to keep that raise over there. But UCI doing a good job of responding and rotating over on that retake after the spike was planted. I'm a little surprised we haven't seen more Viper utility so far. We didn't see any Viper utility in a pistol round. And we don't see any here right now. Usually you see that Viper utility come out pretty early.
Yeah, the wall is being set up over on the defensive side, and I believe Rodzi hit the floor pretty early last time around. He's going to throw up his wall this time to try and keep the defenders out, but UW Gold haven't actually taken this space yet. And meanwhile, Nibbler's actually on this flank, so even if UW Gold decide to bow out, go all the way back around to B, they're going to be running into Nibbler. Keep in mind, UW Gold have actually forced into this, though. So Nibbler is not as safe as he necessarily would be in an alternate anti-eco. You're going to have to just head all the way back. This is where this wall actually becomes really powerful, though, because he knows that they're rotating off of A. He's going to throw that wall up now, presumably, and make things pretty difficult for UCI. He's actually trying to hold onto this B long position. He's jiggling for that information, which means that UW Gold have gotten up mid a little bit. Not enough to make anything happen, though, especially with Sylph watching this.
It's good mid control by UCI, though, to be able to make sure to keep those sidelines, hold that angle, watch for somebody to come down. Platinum catching light, just crossing right there. Can't get another one. Can't. Vex finishing Platinum off now. UW Gold putting the wall up, planting the spike. Nacho rotating behind. Nacho isn't going to get the drop on Rodzi. Rodzi ready and waiting for it. Top finishing off June, and now UW Gold has the spike down into 3v2.
Gun here.
And just now, Nibbler is actually able to join. Still
player
up on
standing.
down. He knows where top is, but he can't quite hit the headshot this time. A dash on out, and Vex good on the cover. UW Gold flipped the anti-eco on its head, and now they're going to have all the economy.
Yeah, UW Gold just doing such a good job of just waiting it out and being patient. And, you know, sometimes that's the best play on Icebox. There are so many angles and there are so many ways, so many ways you can attack Icebox or defend Icebox. Really, if you let that defense sit there and get antsy, then at some point they're gonna rotate. So at some point they're gonna try to move and get some eyes somewhere else. And as soon as they got that pick on mid, UW Gold was able to attack A and get the spike down.
Platinum does get revealed on that forward position there, so he'll have to fall that off. Once again, back to A, go UW Gold. Up. Ooh, gets that first contact and doubles back for the headshot there. Paint shell does make things a little bit dicey for UW Gold, but not nearly dicey enough to where UCI can actually accomplish anything here. So 4 alive, UW Gold, they're getting the spike down. We've got this Viper wall up. June's got a pretty tricky situation ahead of him here.
Yeah, June in a tough spot.
Oh.
Top just finishes him off right there. But, you know, UW Gold played this so perfectly. Platinum had no idea that Toph was pushing right there. You saw the shock dart come down towards mid, trying to close them off from it. It came down maybe a little bit too early, and they just followed it. As soon as that shock dart finished off in mid, you just saw them push a little bit harder, get those angles on UCI, and just drop them one after the other. UCI just expecting them to hold off and be patient a little bit more like they were the round prior. Nope, UW Gold decided to push it, got the spike down, and they end up taking the round because of it.
We do have an adaptation here. The Viper's Pit is online. UCI naturally moving over. Their Viper to the other side of the map, but a great read from UW Gold. They're just up mid already. And already Platinum's hit the floor. June trying to wall off one and take a fight with another. He'll be able to put down Vex, but not going to live to talk about it. Bulldog upgrade here for Damos. This is a bonus round for UW Gold, keep in mind. Fight going to be planted. Ooh, okay, without too much of an issue there. This man got a little bit dicey, but ultimately Damos holding strong, dude.
With the Bulldog at that, I mean, UCI is they're coming around these angles really fast. Nacho dropping top right there, but for the most part, they're just missing their shots. They're coming around a little bit too fast. They're not looking, peeking the right angles. Oh, Nacho punching Dama right there, but Light peeking at the perfect time as soon as those paint canisters come out, and UW Gold takes another one up 3-1. And UCI is just pushing. They're rushing just a little bit, and it's getting them off in these off angles, and UW Gold's taking advantage of that.
And that poor wall, dude. Nacho was almost in a position where he could have actually supported the defuse Nibbler was going for, but he came around and was like, June, you walled this? Oh, now I can't see him. I gotta go back on this tighter angle where they can double swing me. Oh, no. I mean, from there's not much he can do. Now UCI on an eco round. Tough stuff here. I mean, Nibbler's gonna try and hold the line over toward B, but this is what I don't like about this B long wall. I'll be honest with you. While we're just on an eco here and Nibbler's heading for the hills, I'm gonna rant about this defensive B long wall because I see a lot of teams do this. And it just doesn't get you the control necessary, right? One Viper is not enough to hold that, even with the Viper's pit. Okay, hold on. Okay, no, Platinum's down, and that's the only firepower that UCI actually has. Nibbler will recover one gun, but unless he does something crazy here, I'm gonna go back to ranting about the wall now. Because even
He heard you were about to start ranting, and he decided, you know what, I'm gonna do something crazy.
Fine, I'll pay attention. Okay, now I don't have to. Light with a good lineup. Yeah, that's very well done there. Light bulb! Light with the light bulb! I love that. That's a great spray.
Okay, that defensive Viper wall. Go. You have time.
Yes. Okay. It's just, I feel like it's too easy to get past, and then once they're past that wall, it doesn't offer you anything, right? Whereas you could save the wall for like a retake situation. You could save it for if they move to another site. I just feel like it's a very one-dimensional wall, and although it's an annoyance to be sure, it's not enough of an annoyance against a team like UW Gold.
Well, and I feel like it just, as soon as they get past it, it's almost like they have to force the push as Top is already down to 26 HP. They almost have to force the push, right? So they get past it, and if you're the only Viper there, right? You're getting pushed on B. You're going to get caught in a really tough position almost every single time unless you can hit those shots from the very beginning. But if you can't nail those shots as soon as they walk through the wall, then you're in a lot of trouble on B. So I do agree with you that it's tough. I would much rather see them save it for a retake.
And just are going to come out here, dispose of the lockdown without much of an issue. Ooh! Even gets the flip over to Toph. That is nasty. So ultimately a 1-for-1 up mid there. And UCI still have pretty decent control. Platinum hanging on to that angle with the op. Deep into mid goes Nibbler. This is looking like a good round for the defense.
UW Gold being so patient right now, though. Just waiting for the right moment. Seeing that recon dart come out. They get nothing from it. Oh, Platinum sees him, but can't hit him. Platinum has to back off. He's going to try another shot. Nailed Vex right there. Finally gets it. The third time is the charm. Oh, now Light in a tough spot. Platinum makes him pay for it. Nacho coming in with the showstopper. Gets one, but Rodzi makes him pay for it. And just like that, Rodzi is all by himself. Another member to the UCI moving in. Holding it, almost gets picked through the wall and self-finishes them off. Rodzi trying to do everything he can there. UCI with a much better defensive round.
Very well done there. And I mean, that round is practically all Sylph, right? Not only does he destroy the lockdown, which is expected, but that flick over to the middle of the map to catch Toph, almost blind, keep in mind. I mean, he knew Toph was there because his buddy died up top on Boiler, but other than that, you don't know necessarily the exact position of Toph. So excellent work there from Sylph. And once you've lost that mid push, I mean, UW Gold were stuck. They had to go toward A. It didn't work out for them at all. UW Gold still have enough to buy, especially with a Blade Storm in their hands. They're going to try and deal with this wall. See, and now it's going to drop, right? So now there's just nothing stopping UW Gold. You bought like 10 seconds, and now Nibbler just has to get the heck out of dodge. His forward position gets him and his buddy killed as Toph just runs on forward and recovers a gun.
And now UW Gold has all of the room in the world to work on B. The ult goes down. And UCI is just at a major disadvantage. Platinum peeking mid, nobody's there right now. Top finishing off Nacho, the Blade Storm comes back out. UCI only 2 members left. I almost kind of say stay. Sylph is right there. Top trying to get some more blades out there. Doesn't quite get it. Sylph is going to be shown. Damo's going to finish him off. And Platinum's just going to run and save and wait to fight another day.
Got the op in hand, right? And at this point, UCI, I mean, they got a couple on the board, but not enough to where Platinum can probably comfortably buy his op next round, so he's got to try and save it. I mean, yeah, not comfortably. He would maybe be able to buy his op with no armor, but it does seem like he is going to be able to hold on to this one. That's a silver lining, at least, for UCI. But the problem is nobody else is buying anything.
Yeah, playing the cat and mouse game. It's great that he has the op, but he has no support built around the op. I guess you got a couple of guns coming out. They can buy a little bit, but not much. I mean, you're gonna have a sheriff on June. You're gonna have a bulldog on Nacho. You're gonna have light shields and a phantom on Sylph. Nibbler's got full. Platinum's got the op, but it's still not ideal with against a UW Gold team that has the lead.
Look at this read, too, from UW Gold. They knew the Viper's Pit was up. They knew it was going on A, and they are just charging headlong into B. 3 players here to meet them, though. This is taking a bit more time than they probably were anticipating. So they have to clear the rest of this methodically. And a 4th has actually come over, too. Platinum ready to meet them. Nacho is going to get caught there, but doesn't actually fall. Okay, eventually falls to light. Ultimately trade. That's looking pretty decent for UCI, considering the economy they had in June with the Sheriff has got all the way across, doing just fine. Damo's in a rough position to try and take that fight in a res, too. Getting one back up, he's gonna live! Just barely. June will give his life so his buddy can carry on his memory.
Damo gonna try to run over towards B main, and it's gonna be hunted down. Trying to at least get that orb. Is Damo going to push this, or is Damo going to save? They have the 3-round lead. He could try to get a couple of drops, try to knock the off the board. Oh, takes down Sylph. Can he get the final one right here? Damo trying to make something happen. Platinum's being a little bit tricky right here. The op is out, 58 HP. He's going to peek this, but Damo waiting off to the right, holding that angle, waiting for the peek. Here it comes. Nice. And Platinum is going to make him pay for it. UCI finally taking a round, but woo, that got dangerous. Platinum had lost that operator right there.
It was just a good read of the map there from UCI. Yes, UW Gold beat them to the punch, but enough was thrown in UW Gold's way to where they couldn't just steamroll onto the B site, right? And that bought time for the rotations. You were able to get Platinum over, holding that kitchen position. Still found a couple nice timings, and with that res coming out from June, it was a round that UCI were able to recover. They're going to piecemeal together one more buy, but they are far from out of the woods here, Josh. And there is a switch up now. UCI have actually moved their Viper Wall over to A. It's pretty deep onto A. The UW Gold get all of the position before that for free. Do they actually check for Nibbler up here? Oh, now they will as the shots go and take down that recon dart. Attacking wall. Nibbler's not able to do much either. He does have a snake bite. I think that got a bit of damage onto Damo, but he'll be walking away just fine. And using the lockdown and everything, too. I mean, that is an excellent way to buy some time. Nibbler, he's in a strong spot. He's going to be able to at least trade himself out 1-for-1, but you need a little bit more than that for UCI.
Drama's gonna come back up too, but Platinum dropping back to the top one right after the other.
Nowhere to run.
Good Hunter's Fury, though. There's just so much utility. Stalling time off the clock here. So it's impossible to stick this. Everybody's heading out. 3 players from each team will survive, but it's the 6th round for UW Gold. They just stalled so well, Josh.
I mean, and again, I gotta give this to Light. Light playing so well, supporting the team, and right there at the very end, just using the Hunter's Fury just to hold them off just long enough to force them out. Vex doing a good job of moving in, getting the res, even if Platinum takes takes him down right afterwards. Damo getting a drop and then coming back up. But really, it's the amount of utility that they use to just play time is exactly why UW Gold succeeds on this map more often than not.
And back to the default here for UCI. Well, the A wall didn't work. Let's just throw Nibbler back over to B. That was working at least tenuously better. Ooh, interesting wrap through mid here. They're going to A right now. Gotta be careful of your left. Oh, but there's a Viper wall. So well done by UW Gold there. And Light even hanging around to get that lurk onto Sylph. Not much June could do from that position, even if he was able to kill Damo there. And what a difficult retake for UCI now. Nibbler on 2 health. You're walking into a 2v4. And I think this might just be another save.
Yeah, I think it has to be a save at this point. You don't want to lose those guns. Platinum
Nope.
busting out the Blade Storm right now. I mean, maybe it'll pay off. Nibbler's on 2 HP, though. This is going to be tough. Vex sitting right underneath. Platinum's going to move in, but there come the nanos. There comes the nanoswarms. Nibbler sitting up top. Oh,
no.
Vex finishing off Nibbler. Platinum can't get it done. The off is now down. Damo finishing him off, and that was just a risky, probably ill-advised play by UCI there on, what should have been, as you said, Paul's a save.
I understand the gamble. You're down 3-6. You don't want it to be 3-7. You don't want to lose that round and go back to economy because the lost round bonus isn't stacking in your favor right now. So you try and make it happen at the twilight of the half. You want to get as many rounds as you can to make this half competitive, make this map competitive. But at the end of the day, unable to clutch are the 2 members of UCI, and now they will be forced back to an eco buy.
Yeah, I'd rather have an eco buy with an extra phantom and an operator on the board. I get the gamble, but I just think it was a bad gamble at the end of the day. As we see UW Gold pushing pretty steadily and pretty handily onto A right now. Oh, Vex moving up, but Sylph finishing off Razi there. Great flank by Sylph.
He's kind of nasty with that sheriff, dude. Like, I think I fear Sylph with a sheriff more than I fear most players with a rifle.
yeah, Sylph. Oh, another one there for him. Can't get the second one.
On a toss, man. He almost hit that. That is absurd.
I know for a fact I fear Sylph on the sheriff more than I fear me with a vandal. 100%.
Defeated.
I fear Sylph with a sheriff more than I fear 5 views with a vandal. I'll be honest with you.
You know what? I'm right there with you.
UW Gold have gotten rid of Sylph, though, at the very least. Oh, no. Nacho, he would have been hurt. Now he's been seen. They hit the one headshot there, but at range, not able to finish it off. And although things were a little bit dicey at the end for UW Gold, not the highest health bars imaginable, they will squeak on out of that round now with an 8-3 lead.
You know what I think this is really coming down to? I think the strategies by UW Gold are great, and I think that the way they're adapting to there haven't been a lot of defensive mix-ups by UCI. There's been a couple here and there, but the way they're adapting each and every round is great too. But what really makes them so strong and what's really showing against UCI right now is the angles that they know, the angles that they cover on these attacks are putting them in the exact perfect spots every single time. They are nailing these shots. And yes, all these guys they're great braggers. But what it comes down to is they just know the exact angle they need to be looking down as Nibbler drops that ultimate right there. But they know where Nibbler is. Top finishes them off, but Top is taken out by Phantom. Oh, can't get a second one, and now the operator is on the ground again.
Okay. Go for the Hunter's Fury here. Able to get at 1.
Spike down.
Spike drop 2, I do believe. At the end of the day, it's traded back, though. UW Gold still have the player advantage. An interesting wall they've thrown out as well from back of yellow there. Creates a very odd position for both teams, realistically, when that wall goes up. Ooh. Light figures out where Sylph is. Ooh, but even swinging him, they can't make it happen. Rodzi just going to book it across the map and desperately get the spike planted. Play for the 2v1.
30 seconds
UCI
left.
playing it safe. rotating, but ever so slowly, and Razi's just in high gear right now, trying to make it over towards A. Now you're going to see the rotation, pick it up and move a little bit faster. There you go. Now they're rotating over, but Razi has all the time in the world to get into a perfect position to try to catch both of these UCI players in a bad spot.
No
Razi
way.
now going towards mid. Is going to peek mid, trying to find them. Now has a pretty good feeling where they're coming from. They're coming from A. Oh, he's going to catch them off right here. Razi finishes off Sylph. Only June left. June now peeking that corner. Razi playing it slow.
Razi just has to play for time here. He's got the snake bite. June's forced off. And there's nothing June can do. There's nothing. He cannot possibly win this one, and Razi will die for the spike here, even get the last kill to go on the way out. Beautifully played by Razi.
Switching sides.
And a dominant lead to start off Icebox for UW Gold.
Again, it's strategy and it's discipline by UW Gold. You know, he has all of his teammates in his ear right there saying no, don't go out. You have the advantage. Don't peek, you don't need to. Just drop that molly right there. There's nothing that they'll be able to do about it. Play time, let the spike go. There's no way they can defuse it. Perfect play by UW Gold. And they're, I mean, up 9-3 now. This is a complete turnaround from what we saw in Map 1. In Map 1, we saw a couple of runs here and there from these two teams, but this just shows how strong UW Gold can be and has been on this map.
UW Gold, this is undoubtedly one of their best maps. Split will be a different animal should we eventually get to it, but UCI are hoping that they can still swing this back around. They're going straight mid to B. This is my least favorite push in all of Valorant. I'm going to be completely honest, but Platinum, okay, well, he tried to clear out yellow. Ozzy's trying to clear out long, and actually the gunfights devolving here are still going the way of UW Gold. Notch is going to have to run forward. Does pick up a frenzy, only 3 bullets. Ooh. Gets tagged there a bit too, and now they know where he is. Even if he recovers the spike, Rodzy's not going to give him this fight unless he is forced to do so from a favorable angle. Recon Dart, revealing him as well. Pain Shell will force him off, but you got to be worried about players coming from behind you now if you're Nacho. Oh boy. And now he's decayed. Easy shot for Damo to finish him off.
UW Gold just playing so smart, playing so well together right now. You know, there are times where we've seen them just with a little bit of, you see Toph and Light, Vex all kind of do their own thing, a little bit of hero play here and there, but they're playing so well together right now. And it's showing every single round. Again, when those fights devolve, it doesn't matter because they're communicating so well. They're there to trade off and adapt to those fights. And so now this sees them up 7 rounds, and they're going to be, see those Spectres come out and yet another Bulldog. I've seen more Bulldogs tonight than I've seen all season.
Okay. Not a bad catch there from Nacho. Tough. A little ambitious on that first swing. Ooh, and Damo, actually able to make that happen despite being a pretty rough spot. Pulls out the Sheriff, but has too many angles to watch now. And will eventually fall. UW Gold have lost most of their team in an instant here, and UCI are looking good to get the same kind of flip that UW Gold did on the first half.
Rodzy and Light just need to play it slow right here. Try to get some of the picks. They have a little bit of time to work with. The Recon Dart comes out. It's not going to find anything, but June. They have to expect June sitting underneath, right next to that wall. Rodzy playing it smart, going towards mid. Finds Platinum, but can't get the job. Light does finish off June. There's 2 more left. Light's going to finish Platinum. Now it's just Light and Nibbler, but Nibbler can just play time right here. Nothing Light can do about it. It's going to come out for the fake. Nibbler's going to peek. Oh, playing games with him. Nibbler's just, look at Nibbler, finishes him off with the shot. I mean, just all the time in the world to work for that. Light tried to do everything he could, but Nibbler just jumping in and out and playing games with Light and goes down to the ball.
Gonna be honest, Nibbler probably could have survived there, but either way, he still played the round pretty well, so I'm not gonna fault him too much for that.
We'll give him a pass.
This means he buys up to a Phantom earlier. Yeah, just an earlier Phantom, right? Don't worry about it. I mean, UW Gold are pretty broke right now, so unless they get some nasty Sylph-esque Sheriff shots, it's a hard phrase to say, I'm not gonna lie to you, it's looking good for UCI to start closing the gap on this lead, and Rodney's doing the same wall that I said I didn't like before. is gonna find out just as quickly, or actually even quicker than Nibbler did, honestly, that commanding that position isn't the easiest thing to do.
Yeah, I mean we've seen that wall a lot in especially in Europlay, right? We've seen that the difference between the Vipers that we're seeing at the professional level with that wall and the Vipers at the CF1 level is just, I mean, we're talking about some of the world's best fraggers playing that as Platinum takes down Light. And so that lineup works perfectly at certain levels, but if you can't hit those shots and get those picked early on and switch the tide with Nacho taking down Damo, it's just not the best wall that you can have on defense.
Yeah. And a lot of European play has also shifted away from that initial wall to playing more for retake.
Be faster.
Ooh.
Playing from top.
Top.
To get himself enough
Yeah,
right
Top
off
trying
to.
Top trying to like channel his inner Sylph right now with that sheriff shot.
Everybody else is going to be surviving, though. UCI get a 5th on the board. They'll have 4 coming out of this round, most of which have pretty decent weaponry. They can go for a bonus now, right? I mean, there is a risk to not committing your economy to this round because then UW goes on 11 rounds, and that gets kind of spicy. But it seems like bonus is likely the call. Yep. Bonus it is for UCI. I mean, they still have very decent firepower. It's hard to actually say that they're disadvantaged in this round by more than a couple of inches, a couple of bullets.
Platinum is going to get the Blaze Storm here too, which is going to be big. It's going to move on quick. Oh, Platinum not being able to finish it off, and Damo's making him pay for it. Damo also finishing off Nibbler. Oh, this is dangerous for UCI with Top breaking out the Blaze Storm now. June will finish off Damo, so that makes it just a little bit easier for UCI.
Nice.
Nacho gonna pay for moving in. Light has the pick, but now it's a 2v2. Rozzy finishes off Sylph. June all alone.
Got a Guardian too. Oh, that is an unfortunate gun to try and take a 2v1. You get no spray transfer out of that one, friend. Ultimately, decent work there by UCI. And keep in mind, that's effectively a delayed bonus for them, right? So UW Gold, although they get up to 11, although they've got 3 really good alts coming into this next round, their economy is not the most stable in the world. UCI is going to comfortably buy, and as long as they can get this round here and now, they can get some momentum and still look to close the gap on that lead. But this round is ever so important because if they don't, UCI will be all but broke as UW Gold sit on map point. An early commitment wall offensively instead of defensively this time. Rozzy's actually holding on to his. Hunter's Fury coming out there, but I don't believe it really got much of anything. A couple of tags to team, but definitely not an elimination. Sniper's Pit creates a safe zone to retreat into. Not safe for Nibbler, I'll tell you that much. He did not realize that there was a snake bite at his feet.
You will not kill my
UCI still trying to prod through this Viper's Pit, and with Rozzy going down, they can. Top's about to be exposed. They'll trade one before he dies, and this is turned into utter chaos. Nibbler throws his own Viper's Pit down, but he's not sticking around. He is headed all the way to A.
Platinum lurking, though. I love this play. Platinum might be able to catch them over towards mid. Nibbler's already pushing. But you see Platinum is going to be able to rotate over. Oh, Nibbler's going to get the spike down on there. Damo not quite moving over towards mid like I thought he would. Has a little bit of vision, catches it real fast. Now the plant's down. Vex is trying to move in just a little bit too late. Nibbler gets out of there just in time. Right as Vex turns that corner. Defender Killjoy does go down, so now they're going to have to stay out of the lockdown. This is going to be tough.
They're going for the fights. Vex is going to fight Nibbler there. Platinum now, he has to clear close and stop the defuse and fight Vex, and he won't be able to do so. That is map and match point that UW Gold sit on the... Oh, well, not match, actually. Just map. They lost map. They lost map 1. I need to correct that because I don't want anyone to be confused. UW Gold are 1 round away from forcing a 3rd map.
And that was just such a great job by Vex to hold that bottom angle, understanding the Platinum was probably going to be sitting at the top just outside of that lockdown. And hey, I'm going to peek this as soon as I feel like it. Once we start going for the defuse, I'm going to pop out and I'm going to see Platinum right up there. And again, that comes down to UW Gold just understanding where players are coming from and what angles they need to be looking at. UCI, sometimes I see them looking up and then they have to try to flick down and vice versa. But UW Gold almost always has the exact angle they need to be able to get the picks.
Almost gonna get spotted here. Oh, goodbye. Yeah, not much you can do about that if you are Damo, except hit a disgusting headshot onto Nacho, and that is not an easy task.
Spike planted. Got him.
Oh, beautiful flank from Toph already, though. Oh, he's getting a second as well. Now can go up to the high ground. Knows where the third is coming from. Bladestorm available and at the ready. 2v2. He finds it blind. Toph going for the ace to close it out. And he'll send us on to split.
I mean, those are the types of plays that we've seen from Toph
Defenders win.
all season long, and you can't ask for any more from your top fragger than in that moment. Just perfect flank, perfect timing, drop 3, Bladestorm, and they're just done. I don't even know what else to say. Just incredible play by Toph. Great job by UW Gold to really put their foot on the gas and go in Icebox and force this map 3 in UCI. Now we're going to move into Split, and this is going to be a different story than Icebox, but UW Gold is a momentum team. They're a team that thrives on having momentum, and right now they have all the momentum in the world after map 2. So map 3 and Split is going to be very, very interesting between these two teams.
UW Gold are a team where as long as the only map they lose is Ascent in a series, they haven't lost a series yet, right? Like in since the beginning of Split 2, if I'm not mistaken, I think they were actually undefeated in Split. I should know that off the top of my head, but either way, UW Gold are looking phenomenal thus far. And I gotta give credit to Toph, right? Ace aside, Toph was still playing this map spectacularly, and you need that Jet to be a confident entry, and not only getting the entry, creating that space, but getting kills to boot. 4 First Bloods is not something that just goes under the radar. Platinum matched him best he could, but when the macro came out, when UW Gold just clearly understood the map of Icebox better and were able to punish a lot of the things UCI were looking to set up, it gave Toph much more room to breathe than Platinum ever had. And I mean, that's how we end up on Split for our third and final map of the night. One team is going to book their ticket to the grand finals, and one is going to head down into the lower bracket to try and fight and claw their way back. I can't speak today, Josh. I can't speak, but I can send it to a quick break, folks, as we wait for map number 3. One more map separates either the University of Waterloo Gold or University of California Irvine from landing themselves in the grand finals. And it's only fitting that that final map is split. One last time for the night, folks. It is myself, Possible, alongside Josh. We're heading into a tied game that is wrapping up in a very interesting manner.
Yeah, and I mean, we've seen both of these teams play so well on Split before, but I got to tell you, I still feel so strongly about my UCI pick at the beginning of the night. Now that we're going into Split, this has fallen about how I thought it would. You know, I thought maybe there was a chance UCI could steal Icebox away from UW Gold, but UW Gold once again showing how strong of a team they are on that map. But now going into Split, I mean, we have seen UCI just decimate teams on this map before. And if you're telling me that I have to choose one of these teams, from what I've seen time after time after time again, UCI just they perform. They perform on Split every single time, and it's really going to come down to, can UW Gold steal some of those attacking rounds away? This is a horribly defensive map. And can UW Gold steal some of those attacks away, steal some of those attacking rounds away, and give themselves a little bit of a chance? But I still feel good about my UCI, my boring UCI pick, Possible.
Well, and you know, I think it's fair to say that UCI likely have the advantage coming into this map. Of the two maps we've already played, I would say Split is far more similar to Ascent than it is Icebox, right? You don't have all the crazy angles. It's not nearly as open, right? Not that they're similar vaguely at all, but I would give, although, I might have to pivot here. I was going to say the Astra is going to be a phenomenal tool for UCI as they're one of the teams that uses it, but they're not. Platinum's on the Reyna. Nacho, for the first time I personally have ever seen, is moved off of the Raze and is now on the Breach as Nibbler picks up the Raze himself. So a very interesting compositional swap up late in the game here for UCI.
I like seeing the Breach play, though, but the one thing I want to call out for UW Gold real fast is Rodzi. We've seen him the last couple of times on Split. We just saw him against UH Premier on Split. He's been playing an incredible Battle Sage on Split lately, just knowing exactly what angles to attack, when to attack, and he really uses his utility, his heals, his res situationally in the right spots. But Rodzi on that Battle Sage has been really strong for UW Gold lately, and you see that come out. And what is this going to come down to? Is this going to come down to those heals and that utility that Rodzi and the support that Rodzi can provide for his team, or are we going to see that Breach play come in very strong for UCI as Top and UW Gold just taking mid control as early as possible, and UCI just completely gives up mid, so UW Gold can do whatever they want here.
They're threatening toward this A position, making a lot of noise, and look how quickly UCI are out of heaven as well. But now UW Gold want to double back. There is a trap wire that they're going to run into here. Smoke, they're going to run through it now. Oh, got to clear that one. And a paint shell, well placed, keeps UW Gold out of heaven entirely. Beck's not finding much luck on the site either. Light rather, trying to come over and clean that one up. He'll get one, but now is an impossible crossfire at 90 degrees. Has to wait for his team, and June won't let him. UW Gold, they are completely unable to get the control they were looking for. Now they're going to make a dash back to the A site. Platinum here to meet him. Nice first flick, a body shot is enough when you have something as strong as the Sheriff. Thinking about getting done. Feisty, but Platinum just barely reloading in time. Good for one. We're left in a 2v3.
Damo in the right spot. It gets caught a couple of times by Nacho, but it doesn't matter. Rodzy's there to clean up. June.
One enemy remaining.
He's gonna peek out, but oh my god, UW Gold's gonna take it. Great job by Damo and Rodzy right there to play that elbow perfectly. Bait them in, get them to check elbow, and the other one was there to finish him off. Great. Rodzy, 3-0 on that round. Incredible, incredible job by him to just hide here, peek. Damo drops one, Rodzy finishes the other one. Good job by UW Gold on that first pistol round. I thought that was UCI's.
Yeah, it definitely looked dicey for UW Gold. UCI had some good responses to the areas of the map where UW Gold were pushing, but not good enough at the end of the day to put the pistol on the board. UCI, they're not going to bother to force this one either. Just sidearms in their hands. UW Gold not really afraid to just run out B main either. They know they have the firepower advantage. They're going to be able to wall across here.
I'm down.
And there's hardly a way that Toph ever loses that fight. Nibbler will pick up one because the classic right click is really balanced, I promise.
Spike planted.
I like how he pinged where he thought they were sitting and then just fired wildly all over. Ultimately, it doesn't end up in a kill for him and still left alone. Yeah, I'm not really confident. Still been pretty nasty with the Sheriff, but this would be unbelievably monumental.
I like that Sylph is still sitting in mid, just waiting. Yeah, waiting for those exit frags. Smart play by him, waiting for somebody to try to come out there, knowing he's probably going to go down. Not going to be too aggressive and just wait for somebody to move out. But all of UW Gold is going to move back out towards that defender spawn, and Sylph is going to go down to the spike. UCI going down early. I mean, that was going to be a tough one for them anyway with Sheriffs out, but UW Gold getting a nice lead here early on and split.
You have to keep in mind when you are buying those Sheriffs, though, if you're not getting picks to go along with them, it makes the next round buy a little bit more difficult. So we can see things like the Judge or Nibbler, Platinum only on light armor. Still a pretty formidable round for UCI, especially considering they're only going into the bonus for UW Gold. But no shortage of damage that can be done here by the Waterloo. They know where Nibbler is, too. Oh, if they just force into him, though. Okay. They know it's a Judge. I'm expecting them to not face check into a smoke against a Judge, and it looks like I'm right.
I do like that push through mid, though. They forced some of that utility to come out and made them just scared enough. You see the paint canisters come out, but more gets even used, and now they're going to rotate over towards B main. But, oh, they were waiting for him. June getting top right there and dropping top off the board for UW Gold. A nice little jump by Vex, but Vex is taken down by June as well. June is making them pay for it right now on the Cypher.
A nice catch there from June, and UW Gold now just have to tiptoe their way onto the site. Oh, over the wall! Nibbler good for one! When he had a Judge, that's all you're really looking for. Light left alone, not able to clean up much. June with a good trap there in B main. But you bet your bottom dollar UW Gold are going to clear that camera next time.
I mean, that was a much, much better round by UCI. June just sitting here waiting for it, waiting with that camera, tags them, knows that they're all sitting in there, sees them all, and then just to get these couple of drops right here on really honestly aggressive plays by UW Gold. And Nibbler with that satchel over the wall to get the drop with the Judge goes down, but you'll take that all day long because now that allows your team to peek out and finish off the last couple of players. Great job by UCI communicating and working together.
I'm a little bit of a risky peek there in B main, but nothing bad going to befall because of it. Nice flash, beautiful work, but Vex can't pick, or Nibbler rather, can't pick a target. Oh no, he goes for the one that gets behind cover, and Vex finishes him off once the flash expires. Almost very well set up there by UCI, but just a couple of pixels making all the difference.
Now it looks like they're going to rotate over towards Suitors. At least a couple of them peeking over there to see what's going on. Platinum comes out after that flash. Doesn't see anything over towards Ramen. Vex is going to step out, and Platinum is going to make him pay. Vex now off the board. Just a couple of UW Gold players peeking out towards A side. Now you see the full rotation over towards there, but Sylph is sitting on A waiting for him, ready to throw that paranoia out.
And the trap wire is going to give him the information he needs too, right? So he's not just going to throw that one hastily. The second that trap wire gets either shot or triggered when someone walks into it, he's going to get that paranoia. I don't think anyone's really in a position to swing that very effectively, though. He knows where Toph is, spots him heading on over into screens, and nobody looks for Sylph. Eventually, we'll get taken down by Damo. That's not a half bad trade, all things considered. June already has crept his way onto the site. He'll know he's there now, as that camera will get him. And that's a difficult fight for June to win without losing too much health. He will lose a bunch, but eventually cleans it up. 9 health's all he needs. That's the second on the board for UCI.
9 HP separates UW Gold from another round win, but UCI is going to tie it up there. And Sylph, you take the bad with the good, right? At least they took the round, but Sylph doing such a great job of throwing that paranoia out right exactly when you said they would. As soon as they make that move on that tripwire, you saw the paranoia come out, but the trigger discipline not to take out the Jet as soon as he saw Toph run past and wait for his teammates to follow behind them. He gets that drop on Rodzi, but then just looks over towards Elbow, doesn't trust his teammates that are rotating over there, and he looks Elbow and then immediately gets taken down. He could have had 2, maybe 3 kills right there if he had just held that angle just a little bit longer, but UCI takes it anyway. Now they have a chance to stop UW Gold again.
Killed my coffee.
Oh, what a big hit! They're taking out Vex. Oh, on the blind throw.
That's well set up too, because you throw the boombot in there first. That draws their attention. Once it gets contact and you know there's someone there, you throw the paint shell into a corner where they were probably trying to hide from the boombot. Light still gets 1 off a nice lurk in mid though. So now the map is tenuous for UCI. Thankfully,
Give me those
they have their anchor over toward B, but they don't have Sylph anymore. That's a good set of cloud bursts up top too. Means that UW Gold can just carry themselves onto the site. You've still got Light coming around too to catch the players coming through a lobby down from ramp. Nacho will get spotted. Light not going for the swing yet though. Just waiting until Nacho actually comes out onto the site. Nice updraft, just buys so much time, and now Light is able to backstab for 2. June, the only one left standing, as he was the furthest from the action, and it's a 1v3.
I hated not seeing Light wait. I'm like, Nacho's there. Hurry up. Toph is going to go down, but Light showing exactly why he's a better player than I am. Just waiting, knowing that another person was going to come around and getting 2 off of it, with Damo finishing off June with a frenzy from long range. But Light with an incredible play right there. UW Gold has some really nice sets on split, especially while they're attacking. And UW Gold, I talked about how they just have to steal a few rounds as the attackers from UCI. Well, you got to feel really, really good about the fact that you're 3-2 right now as the attackers, and you still haven't even had a chance to go to defense yet.
I mean, if you get 4 on the attacking half of split, you're feeling pretty good, right? 5 is a short miracle, honestly. Ooh. That's not really a miracle. Well, actually, it is kind of a miracle that bullet, I think, went through a wall before it connected onto his head, so he's still alive. Ooh, this is ambitious. Platinum, you could just play back, wait for the crossfire. June, good for 1. Oh, that's devastating. UW Gold. They're going to try and double back here, but June's going to take that contact, and they have no idea that Platinum is waiting to pick up another. Guess it is missed out and even spotted 1. Can't quite find the shots on Adamo, though. As UW Gold answer back a bit. Still difficult for them to get out onto the site. A minute still to play with, though. UW Gold, they don't have to commit.
I got the spike.
June being backed off in a tough spot right now, but he's going to get the rotation and the help over on B. I like seeing that UCI is still keeping someone over towards A just in case UW Gold decides to rotate. Still 33 seconds left to play with. They
30
could
seconds
decide to
left.
rotate here, but it looks like they're going to continue on with this B push.
Spike
The camera's out. Top.
Blocking sight. Blocking sight.
Just try to watch. Here comes the cloudburst. Top is going to go ahead and plant. Actually, Top is going to peek and take down two. And then Nacho. 2 people left for UCI right now. You're going to see the rotation come out fully, but the spike is going to go down for UW Gold. You may have a major advantage in this. Nibbler is going to drop down, only 44 HP left.
Last player.
Only 44 HP to Sheriff, but Top snips it out and finishes him. And Sylph with a nice fake TP right there. Top not ready for it. Thought Sylph was gone, and Sylph is just sitting there waiting for it. Now going across. TPing down. Gonna try to catch up on Light. Gonna pick up a Vandal on the way. Takes the camera out. Sylph, 1v3. This is a tough thing. Don't know if he's gonna be able to get this pick. There comes the smoke. He's gonna fake. He gets snipped out, and Rodzy's gonna finish him off. I mean, that was just a tough play for Sylph to be able to finish. I love the aggressive nature there, but UW Gold, once again, putting themselves in the perfect post-plant positions.
And Nacho maybe showing why he's always on the raise. Look at that. The concussed, the Rolling Thunder actually serves June up on a silver platter to Toph right there. This is a new look for UCI as far as I'm aware. And one, you can see that there are some growing pains on. June's obviously very comfortable. This is an agent. He plays a lot, but it's more or less role swaps across the board otherwise. Now UW Gold, they're feeling it, man. They're gonna charge right on out. Rocket, you don't need vision. You know vaguely where the paranoia came from, and that's enough for him. Damo cleaning up the site as well. They're gonna try and answer back. Using a second to get out onto the site, but he needs vision to get use out of his rocket. Not having the same kind of luck that Vex did. 2v4 now for this retake.
Spike planted.
UW Gold is just feeling so good on split on attack right now. June trapped in heaven. Nice play right there. Nacho flicks over to Vex and takes him out, though. June should have been gone, but Nacho on the nice backup. Saving June's life. June finishes off top there on ramp. Now it's a 2v2. Elbow is walled off. Only one place to come from, but Damo sneaks around the corner and finishes them both. Oh, I think they both thought what I thought. They thought that elbow was fully walled off. I didn't think that there was room to peek out from there, but Damo peeking out right from that elbow and finishing both of them as they were stomping through.
Just the best timing you could have asked for there for Damo. Got a little bit dicey with those 1v2s being isolated, right? But at the end of the day, it's still UW Gold with all the money, all the momentum, almost all of the rounds. Now it's back to Eco here for UCI. They're more than likely giving up another. They did put up a good effort on their couple of thrifties before, but it's such a tough ask. Man, I'm never peeking that corner against June, dude. That is 2 Sheriff headshots in a row he's had when he's gone for it.
This time Rodzy doesn't have the res to be able to make up for it either.
Ooh,
It's
they're
an
gonna get the
aggressive
girl
push by UCI.
That's some nice early information there. You know that Toph now has made his way up mid. I think he got spotted. I think Nibbler should be ready for this, but no. Not quite. Toph might have just narrowly avoided the vision early on in that from the shadows. Now he's just charging onto the site using Cloudburst to cover for his team while he waits for the full smokes to come out from UW Gold. 4 versus 4 though. Empress has been popped. Platinum is ready to take fights necessary. They're worried about alert from mid. Gonna swing out dry. Swing out dry. Toph! That's an easy shot for him to hit, man. And now, once again, it's 2v4 for UCI.
Oh, UW Gold, it's just in perfect post plants. Nobody's seen Rodzy hanging out in that corner again. Light hanging out underneath. Rodzy's going to peek a little bit, gives himself away. Damo comes in and finishes it off. That double peek, and now UW Gold guaranteed to go into the second half of this map 6-6. And UW Gold, if they could steal a couple more rounds right here, imagine going on defense. If UW Gold could find a way to go on defense, up 8-4.
They'd certainly be feeling good about it. To be fair, I think there are arguments to be made that UCI's composition might fare a little bit better on the attacking half, as they do have that abundance of flashes, which lets them get onto sites and take fights very easily. But still, This is not a position that UCI were hoping to be in the last map of the upper bracket finals here. They're going to try and play aggressive. Maybe they're going all the way up a paint shell 2 to escort him forward, but no, there's no one watching his cross. Light just finds him easy peasy. Neural Theft and 2 to reveal that UCI are split across the map. So there's no clear opening for UW Gold. Ooh. Nacho just tiptoeing away. Oh no, he got spotted. Ah, that is unfortunate. The close angle there. The sightline's not playing in his favor. Sylph's got to come up massive here, and he looks away at just the wrong time. Tragedy for UCI in what's an almost unrecoverable round.
Just back-to-back painful timing. Finally, the timing worked out for UCI in one play, but now Platinum's being hunted down, and Light finishes it off. UW Gold now up 7-2. And we're getting closer and closer to the second half, but we're not quite there. And UW Gold with a 5-round lead and feeling very, very good about themselves. Look at the economy for UW Gold right now. Look how many rounds that they could lose and still be out there. I mean, it's full guns until we go into the second half.
And look now for UCI, right? Their economy, they know that they're too far down. They can't let any more rounds get away. They thought about forcing this, man. They're still thinking about it, and they're going to. They're going to commit all of their economy. They have to desperately play for every single round they can, but Sylph won't be around to do so. Oh, it's tough again, dude. Put the Blade Storm in his hand. He's going to take off your whole team's heads. Look at this. He's just unafraid entirely. Charging forward, using the dash to get away from a fight he wasn't prepared to take. Paint Shell going to force them off, and eventually they will fell the unbelievable Jet, and suddenly this is looking like a potentially winnable situation. 2v3 here. Or no, 3v3, sorry. Even Stevens. But a nice shot from Damo. He knows where one is too. June hiding in hell. And Damo with another swing. He gets another there. And he just three-piece hat trick for the Omen.
I mean, just to see Top go Blade Storm and go ham like that, I would have loved to see if Top push Platinum right there instead of throwing the Cloudburst and trying to go to Heavy. You know that rotation is going to probably be about 2 other players, but if anybody's going to be over towards Spawn, maybe you'll get one, and Platinum is right there around the corner. But Damo, like, look at Toph and Damo right now on that scoreboard. Obviously, Razi, Lightvex doing an incredible job supporting the team. But any time Toph hasn't been there to finish off some of those players from UCI, Damo has been there just like we saw in that last round. Drops 1, drops 2, drops 3. Both Toph and Damo have come up so huge for UW Gold. And now there's a tack pause by UCI called by Platinum. They got to figure some stuff out because they know being down 6 rounds, starting off on defense in split, is a problem moving forward, and they have to find a way to at least take a couple of rounds here before they go on the attack.
And with where their economy is, it's perfectly feasible that they end this half 2-10 on the defensive split. That is, there are a few situations that are more rough than that outside of it being 0-12 on the defensive split, right? So there needs to be some sort of tactical adjustment here from UCI.
Mm-hmm. Well, and one of the things that, we brought it up a couple of times and we've talked about it, but we really haven't been able to dive into it too much, is just the unfortunate timing on some of these times that UCI is looking away. Like, we see June just looks away for a half a second, gets dropped because of it. We see Sylph just looks away for a half a second, gets punished because of it. And that's unfortunate timing from a team who normally is just so on point with when they peak and when they swing.
UCI look uncharacteristically uncomfortable, right? They look uncomfortable.
Yeah, exactly.
And I don't know if that's because they're on new agents or if it's because they're just uncomfortable on split as a map. But they need to find their footing in the late stages of this half, or they won't have much to stand on at all when it comes to their attacking side. Not much of an adjustment either from UCI. They keep June over toward A. only has the one trap wire. They're giving up A heaven entirely. Luckily, that won't punish them here, as UW Gold are prepared to just send it on to B. Nice smoke there, but it's not going to stop UW Gold from coming on out. Vex does get flashed. No swing for the player in backside, though. Eventually, he'll walk into Sylph's fire, and things are finally starting to look decent here. Rodney caught, didn't expect the wall to drop. Has to be sure. And UW Gold, they're going to have to back up.
I mean, and things could be worse for UW Gold. Well, now things did get worse for UW Gold with Toph going down to Platinum right there. I was about to say things could be much worse. It could be worse than 4v3, but now the 4v2, at least Damo gets to move over towards A, but the rotation's coming in very, very quickly. Rodzi not quite getting there in time, so Rodzi's going to get pinched between both of those two UCI players. Nacho and Nibbler coming from the other side, but Rodzi's about to get pinched right here from the left and from the right. Platinum moving in. Platinum drops Rodzi. Damo finishes off Nacho, but Nibbler finishing the job. Now UCI at least taking one round. That's exactly what they needed to do. Just something to get themselves right.
There we go. The flashes onto the B site were the necessary adjustment that UCI needed, right? Although UW Gold came out onto the site, although they were able to get some tenuous entry there, the consistent flashes from Nacho were just too much for UW Gold to actually force for it. Gave time for rotates to come over to cover mid so that the players in heaven could go down onto site and support Sylph, right? Then they're able to catch the easiest choke in the world toward the back of that B site. Showstopper didn't accomplish much of anything, and now we actually get a pretty decent buy for UCI. They get a real chance to make this a 4-8 half. Still not good by any stretch of the imagination, but a recoverable one.
Well, and all the look at the ultimate economy that they've got. They've got 3 ultimates right now that they're going to have to use and send, but Vex sneaking around right now. Nacho is holding that angle, but Vex is going to pop out and get that pick. Sylph sitting right there. Knows where Vex is now. June's going to peek out.
Oh, my word.
The pink canisters. They're going to get caught. Pulls out the showstopper, but doesn't get it in time. And UCI, every single one of the ults that they had is off the board and still takes down Vex right now.
Ooh.
June finishing off light. Now it's a 2v2 situation. Still winnable for UCI.
And it's actually pretty difficult for UW Gold, because they have information that one player's A heaven and one player's B heaven. They don't know where rotates might be coming from. They don't have information to really get them forward. But Dama will find the timing onto Sylph as the res comes through, and now UW Gold are looking much more confident in this final round of the half. June is left all alone, doesn't even have full health to try and clutch this one.
30 seconds left.
Oh, here
He's
comes
dead when he walked out here, right? Not quite.
Oh,
Pretty close.
not long after, though.
Yeah. That's a beautiful half from UW Gold. I really liked the hive mind that they had in that that mid play, right? It was everybody swarming the B player, and then everybody going back and fighting Nibbler as he came up from vents. They were aware of where UCI would be coming from and would be standing, and they invested so many resources to give themselves overwhelming advantages in those fights. Now, I mean, if UCI don't win the pistol, this map is all but lost.
And this is why UW Gold has played so well on split lately. And I think here's the thing that to look out for now with UW Gold on defense and why they've played so strongly. We do see UCI setting up for an A push here, but what UW Gold has done with this battle stage with Rodzi and B Heaven, and he walls it off and just waits for them for that mid pressure, but he can rotate over quickly. But UCI is just sending it in this pistol round on A. Oh, Damo getting that pick with the frenzy though. Sylph is at low health. It's going to finish off Damo. But Sylph goes down to top. Top not quite being able. That was such a slow reaction. Nacho taking down top. And now it's still a 3v3, but the spike will go down on A. Rodzi,
no
Light,
heaven
and Vex
control
rotating over.
There's no heaven control here for UCI. They have to put Platinum down in hell, trying to catch players falling. But a smart drop, and Platinum's position is
One
exposed.
enemy remaining.
Camera not tagging much of anything, and June left alone again. Gets the first in this 1v3, and the second's relatively low, but he's got a 180 angle to worry about, and UW Gold ain't letting him walk away.
It's a great retake by UW Gold. Understanding they moved into heaven without any any kind of opposition whatsoever. They have full advantage. They weren't tested from ramps. There was one person underneath, but nothing that they had to deal with. They had full control of the situation, and now being up 10-3, they get to buy Spectres. A judge comes out on Vex. Vex is going to try to satchel judge some people into oblivion, and it looks like UCI is going to set up for another A push. I don't think UCI wants to touch that mid control, although we're seeing the rotation over, maybe now rotating over towards maybe trying to get some of that mid control. But again, Rozzy and Vex do a good job of shutting down these mid pushes. Here comes the mid push by UCI. Let's see what they can do against this combo.
Great couple of slow orbs, and Rozzy's nowhere near that paint shell. Just going to wall this off. Play on top of it as expected, and Vex swinging out the smoke. Able to find that first and then use a paint shell to deter the rest. Dune does find that pick over toward A Heaven, so you have to be a little bit careful here, UW Gold. Just keep in mind, UCI have forced this up. Oh, there it is. Dune flying forward, or Vex flying forward, rather, and not letting June get away. This has left the B site completely vulnerable. So the spike will get planted. UCI will get some money, but on a force like this, when they're this far down, they need more than just the 300 each that the spike plan allows them. They need to come out with a win in this 3v4.
No charges.
UW Gold still with the advantage. The spike may be down, but again, they've got Heaven. They're coming over from spawn. Rozzy with the flank over from B main. Light dropping Nibbler and Nacho. And then Nacho is the final one to go down. UW Gold is going to take yet another one. They will be up 11 rounds to 3. UCI. No situation is ever impossible to come back from, plausible. I can never, in my heart, in my mind, I can never say that any situation is impossible to come back from. It's not how I'm built, but I will say
it's
this
how
is
I'm built.
as
I'll
close,
say they're not coming back. I'll say it. I'll say it so you don't have to, Josh.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for that's what I need you to be my support person right now, because I can't say it in my heart, but this is as close to impossible as you can get.
You can be the optimist. I'll be the realist. UCI are done for, right? They gambled all of their economy on that force in the second round. They're working with piecemeal for the rest of the game, pretty much, unless they find some unprecedented momentum. And now they don't have smokes. Sylph's gonna hit the floor, and Damo's good for a second, despite being at a firepower disadvantage technically there. He ain't afraid. He's just gonna charge forward. Vex is here to support. Dune is good for one, but with 28 health, he's not walking out of that one. Nacho left all alone. At least knows where the close player is, but needs nothing short of a headshot. Okay. Only 39 health, though, so I still don't give him good odds. And that is UW Gold now on map and match point.
I mean, let's just... UW Gold looks so incredible on Split now. Seeing the way that they've just dominated teams all throughout Split 2 and throughout the playoffs with this agent composition that they have. I mean, to do something like this to UCI on this map is wild to me. And UW Gold, I have to say, I don't know who they're going to end up facing in the grand finals, because yes, I'm passive aggressively saying it's impossible, but I don't know who they end up facing off in the grand finals. But UW Gold is the absolute favorite as Vex takes down Nibbler right there. Just nothing UCI can do. They're going to send it and do everything they can, but UW Gold is just too on point. Oh, Rozzy tries to wall off and still finishes him. Nacho finishing off Damo. There's a little bit. There's something going right now. Now Vex is off the board.
Yikes. Okay, a little bit ambitious there from Sylph, and blind.
Down
Top will take one more down. 2 versus 2. It was looking good for UCI. But it's not over yet. They're far from out of the woods, even so much in this round. Ugh, and Platinum now only with 3 health. At least he's still having fun. That's what really matters here, is that all these collegiate players have some fun. June definitely having fun here. They know where the last player is. They just have to wait for Light to swing. And June finds his head. All right. A 4th round for UCI, but again, that's 1 of 9 in a row they need to win.
That was a great bait by Platinum too, just sitting there continuously faking the plant, just making that noise, knowing that June was waiting there for that crossfire. So good job by UCI, but barring a miracle, this is UW Gold's to lose by to lose by a long shot. And I mean, they're the favorites going into the grand finals. They have to be, unless for some reason, in some wild way they lose here. UW Gold has to be the favorite.
UCI at least get comfortable by now. So they'll have guns for the rest of the map. Because, I mean, either they lose or they have guns. Oh, interesting. Stilf actually able to get a surprising amount of value there, despite everything that went wrong for him, and teleports out to safety. Once again, UCI actually having some pretty decent luck on these trades. And Stilf spots Toph. Toph has no idea. Oh, buddy. Oh, he's gonna kick himself for that later. Oh, it's okay, Sylph. It's okay, dude. Walk it off. The team still has the player advantage.
At least he can rest knowing that he's not the only person Toph has done that to before.
Yeah, and you're not wrong. Toph's got the Blade Storm too here. I don't think it would be an ace. I think one other. I think one other player would get this done, but do we get another Blade Storm to finish off the map is the question. I think Toph might just save this one. Yeah, I mean, he's got a Vandal. No need to go for the style points when you're already this far ahead. Running out of time here, though, for UW Gold to actually make this clutch happen. Platinum in an unexpected position. He'll be able to cleave them both down.
All right, so, I mean, now UCI has something going. They've got a little bit of money. They can buy utility. They can buy up. They can buy full guns. And UW Gold, yeah, look, they're going to have a gun round here, but they're kind of running into a little bit of a problem. UCI might be able to go on a little bit of a... Honestly, I think UCI just got mad. And you saw Silk, you've seen Silk, you saw Platinum, you see June just bum rushing and making it work for them. Just using aggression that they haven't used against UW Gold yet, and it's paying off. Keep being aggressive. Keep pushing the subject. They're going to try to go for mid here, but there's the Blade Storm that Toph was saving, but June takes it right out of his hands. Rodzi sitting in mid. Rodzi doesn't go down. We're going to see the wall come out in just a second, try to block that off.
UC Irvine aren't going to be able to bust that one, though. It bought enough time for a defensive smoke, though. Good work from UW Gold. Back that utility, and I mean, it just stalls more time. UCI still with the player advantage, and they have plenty of ult to make this push happen as well. Gotta be wary about this flank. Look at where Vex is coming from. He's gonna fight Platinum right now. Yeah, he gets one. A satchel charge to get himself away, too. He is out. One kill, makes out like a bandit in the night. DP onto the site here. Oh. I don't think Vex heard it. I don't think Vex was close enough when the actual sound cue triggered. Elmo finds Nacho looking the wrong way, but won't live to tell the tale. And although Vex is here, he had no clue that that's where Stilf went. Left. So now the spike is going to be planted. 2v3 in favor of UC Irvine.
And, I mean, there's that slight advantage, that player advantage, but June only has a little bit of help. But Nibbler now with the showstopper is going to take out both Dombo and Light. And now it's Rodzi against 1.5 people right now. Rodzi showing himself. June's going to peek out. June has only a little bit of help and is going to finish off Rodzi there. And now UCI making something happen. They're probably going to, they take this round only down 6-12. They probably take the next round too. Although Damo and Toph, they're going to be as close to a full buy as they can, but not quite. But Nibbler right here, dropping both Damo and Light was such a huge moment for UCI.
And he's in that position because he realizes that the resurrection is available, right? And that's the only player that can really be rezzed. So he holds that showstopper. He stays in that position. That's a beautiful play, and he gets a two-piece off it. I believe the technical term for that, as the kids would call it, I mean, now UCI, they're feeling fine, dude. I mean, well, not fine. They still gotta win 6 more rounds in a row to even force it overtime. But at least in this round here, they're feeling pretty good.
Godzi already off the board, so that Sage, no more utility, no more support, no more heals. Dama's going to go down to June. UW Gold being really aggressive right now. Vex has now dropped, but Platinum will go down. Still a 4v2 situation for UCI. UCI moving over to rotating towards A right now, and nobody from UW Gold is even close to being there.
And UCI have managed to hold on to the most critical ultimate, in my opinion, which is that Rolling Thunder, right? That's almost a get out of jail free card, right? Or a later round. It's a situation where it's like, oh no, we're losing this round. Let me throw out the best ultimate that any agent on either team has available to swing this back, right? So UCI still have that bit of a trump card in their pocket. The longer they're able to hold on to the Rolling Thunder without using it, the more and more likely it is that UCI are actually able to push us into overtime.
I love that idea by Toph and Light to try to save, maybe get an exit frag. They had no idea that Nibbler was going to meet them in mid like that. And Toph peeking out, running with the knife in hand, just tries to move out of the way, can't quite do it. Nibbler gets both of them, but I told you, Plausible. I said I'll never say nothing's impossible.
They still have to win 5 in a row. I still don't give them good odds.
I'm just saying, there. You know, everybody talks about the caster curse, but nothing is impossible, Plausible. And now they are only down by 5 rounds, where it once looked impossible for sure.
5 is still a lot. That's a lot of rounds.
It's a lot. Yeah, it's a lot.
It's a lot. You're looking at least 3 more gun rounds for UW Gold here. A trade to start off too as Dama finds the lurk this time around. June's been on a tear this map, but he's not going to be around to help them out this time. And there goes the trump card. Nacho hits the floor, and with Vex cleaning it up, it's all on Sylph. He doesn't even know. No, he didn't even know that Dama was coming around. There it is, Josh. Not everything is possible. UW Gold move on to the grand finals.
I made fun of you for saying it was impossible and that it was a caster curse.
Who caster cursed it now?
I think I reversed. If I caster curse, but then you caster curse, and then I uncaster curse it again, is that a triple caster curse? Is that what we did? Is that it's like
no? We just
caster
take
curse inception.
No. All we do is we take the last one because it's the only one that matters. So I get to say
no. That's terrible.
It doesn't happen.
It's a great push by UCI, though. It's a nice little run by UCI. But again, UW Gold just taking that massive lead all the way through attacking. They coming out with a 9-3 lead before we even switched into the second half. It's a good job by UCI to switch it up, to adapt and get more aggressive and just really put UW Gold back on their heels. But that was just too much to climb back from. And UW Gold now has punched their ticket to the grand finals, and I don't know who they're going to go against. I don't know if it's going to be a UCI again, if it's going to be a UH Premier. There's no way to know, but they are the by large favorites. By the way they played UCI today, UW Gold has proven that they are one of the strongest and should be one of the most feared teams in all of CF1.
And dare say, they've been pretty underrated. University of Waterloo, right? I mean, this wasn't a team that I even had on the radar of being top 2 in Conference 1 coming into Split 2, right? But then they find those necessary wins against teams that were doing very well. They get themselves the first seed out of the East, and now they are the team to beat in all of Conference 1 Valorant. They get to just sit back, rest on their laurels until somebody shows up to meet them head on in the grand finals tomorrow.
Hey, you know, whenever they beat Rutgers in the East Region Finals, I thought maybe they've got something. They're going to have to prove a lot to show that they're one of the top teams. They're going to have to run through a UCI or an SJSU, and I want to see how they compete against those two teams. They're going to have to make it through Texas A&M and a UH Premier. Well, they did just that. They just ran through the competition, and all we've heard through Split 2 is West Region. Who in the West is going to come out on top? And for UW Gold to be a team that was a little underrated from some of these teams we saw in the Central region, some of these teams that we saw in the West region, even as strong as Rutgers was, it was like, well, yes, Rutgers has been great, UW Gold has been great, but, well, it's not the West region or the Central region. It shows, doesn't matter what region you're in. Any one of these teams can compete. All these teams at the top level, there's a reason why they're competing at the level that they are. And UW Gold, they are in a good place to be the champions.
And also, just a quick humble brag here. I, in my bracket that we were asked to complete as casters, had UW Gold in the finals, and I had them winning. Admittedly, I had them against SJSU and UC Irvine, are making it look like that's not necessarily the most likely outcome, but I'm going to just pat myself on the back for that one. I had faith in you, UW Gold. And we do have some updates on the bracket as well. I don't know if we have the graphic ready just yet, but I want to tell folks how things are going down in the lower bracket. We are saying goodbye to two teams already. The Scarlet Knights and Texas A&M University have fallen to University of Houston and SJSU Blue, respectively. So it will be UH Premier and San Jose facing off first thing tomorrow.
Yeah, look, those matchups were going to be tough. You see an SJSU team loses on map 3 to UCI. You saw a UH Premier team lose on a map 3 to UW Gold. And if you're Rutgers and Texas A&M, you got to think, okay, we have a chance, but man, these are two strong teams, and they're coming off of two very, very competitive matchups. And UH Rutgers, with as well as they've played all through Split 2, UH Premier has just gotten hot at the right time. And as much as I love Texas A&M and how biased I can be towards them, it's SJSU they are tough competition.
Let me cut in here real quick. This bracket is totally correct. Outside of the upper bracket finals, UW Gold, who take that one, not UCI. So UW Gold will be moving on to the grand finals here, folks. And we're actually going to be back in just a minute with an interview with one of the players from UW Gold. So don't go anywhere. We get to pick their brains in just a second. We are back one last time tonight here, folks, in the penultimate day of Conference 1. UW Gold have just taken a solid victory over one of the favorites in the tournament, UC Irvine, and as such, we have to welcome Damo to the stream. Thank you so much for joining us, man.
Yeah, it's good to be here. Super happy, proud of the boys.
Oh, Josh?
Oh, I was sorry. I froze up for a little bit. Dama, thank you so much for joining us.
Internet happens.
I was still waiting for him to answer. Then it all happened all at once. Doesn't matter. I'm old. I lag behind on everything. Anyway, Dama, you guys looked absolutely incredible tonight. Obviously at Ascent, y'all have struggled a little bit throughout the playoffs, throughout Split 2. So Ascent, we saw a little bit more of a struggle again. But we see, there was a little bit of a run there midway through that map. But on Ascent, do you know what is it that's causing the problems on Ascent? Is it communication, just not getting in the right sets? What are the problems? What are the issues that y'all are having on that map?
You know what, Josh? I wish I could tell you what our issue on Ascent was because we played it 3 times today and we lost it every time. It was the one map we just couldn't win. And also, we've probably put the most time into Ascent for practice by far. Like we usually just scrim like Ascent and Bind and we completely neglect the other maps. So I really don't know why we just can't win it anymore, but thankfully our Icebox and Split are looking pretty good. So we got saved each time.
I was going to say, you neglect Icebox? Yeah. You guys look so good on Icebox.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Funny story, actually, I can tell you. When we played against Rutgers about a week ago, that was our first time ever playing Split as a team. We accidentally banned Haven. We usually ban Split. That was my bad. My team asked me what map we want to ban. I was like, oh yeah, Haven. And I was like, wait, I don't play Split with this team. I forgot. So that was the first time I ever saw Rodzi on Sage. It was the first time I ever saw Light on Cypher. And we ended up winning. So we were like, okay, I guess we can pick Split now. So yeah.
I got to call that Split game, and I remember Rodzi bringing that up in the interview afterwards. But you guys looked great on Split that day. You looked great on Split earlier against UH Premier. Well, I brought it up before Split even started. Rodzi's Battle Sage over on B Heaven has been absolutely incredible, and you guys on Split, y'all play it so decisively every single time. And what's the strategy whenever you're going into that map? Obviously it's a map 3. You felt pretty strongly on it lately, but what's the strategy against a UCI on Split?
Yeah, it's been a long time since we've played against any of these teams in the West. So we don't really have set strategies or counter calls we can go for, at least reliably. So we sort of just try to play to our individual strengths. I know Toph and Vex love being super aggressive, so I let them do that. We just sort of play as comfortable as we can, even if we're not super comfortable on the agents. So we let our play style be comfortable, not necessarily our agent selection.
Well, and I mean, you guys have to be comfortable with the performances individually that across the board you guys were having on the day. I mean, all 5 of you look like you were on point, especially though Toph and Light, dude. They were killing it today. So that's got to be good for the morale.
Yeah, we've definitely been on a roll lately. We're really confident. I think the last time we lost a best of 3 was maybe like February. I can't even remember the last time we lost as a team. I could be wrong, so if you check that, I could totally be wrong. But I don't think we've lost one recently. I think the only time was when we had a sub a long time ago. That's the only time I can remember. So yeah, that's why also we were a bit, unhappy with the power rankings. We felt like we were underrated. So we're also happy to be proving people wrong in that aspect too.
Well, no worries. I've heard a lot of complaints through the grapevine about the power rankings. So exactly. Body beanies, we got our eyes on you 3 guys.
Yeah. Hopefully we woke them up with today. That's what we're hoping for.
Well, y'all definitely are underrated now. I think everybody's very, very aware of how dangerous you guys are as a team. But I'm glad you brought up Light. And we talked to Rodzi about this. We've talked about it amongst ourselves. But I really feel like Lightbeam might be one of the best Sova players in all of CF1. Just the amount of value that he gets out of all of his utility, especially whenever he uses Hunter's Fury. What is it like to be able to have a Sova player on that team that can back you guys up as y'all are fragging? He's not always at the top of the scoreboard, but he makes his presence felt every single time. What's that like for you guys?
No, Light is definitely a core component of our team. This guy has like double shock lineups and lineups from anywhere on the map to anywhere on the map. Like he is probably one of the most I guess studies
Nerdy.
the hardest out of any, or nerdy. Yeah, how can you say like
Yeah,
a
you
little
were
nerdy.
nicer than I was.
Yeah. I was gonna say this guy studies the hardest out of any Sova I know. Like he'll be on some completely random place of the map. He'll be like, "Yo, I can dart back safe you guys." I'm like, "Okay, sure." I'm not sure how you know that, but yeah, go for it. And then he'll be on some random place post plant, and he'll be like, "Oh, I got shocks." I'm like, "Okay, I don't know how you know a shock from that position, but sure." So it's definitely great. He definitely knows a lot about Sova, so it's good to have him on the team.
I mean, your whole team has just been having a phenomenal run here, especially in the back half of CF1. And now you get to just sit back. You get to relax, chill, data collect on the other teams as you wait for one of them to meet you in the grand finals. I got to ask, out of the 3 remaining teams, being UH Premier and UC Irvine and San Jose State, who do you have your eye on? Who do you think is going to be joining you?
Okay, who do I think is going to be joining? Probably UCI, just because they've played, they played SJSU and they beat them 2-0 right to get here. UH could also beat them. I haven't looked at the bracket, so I'm not too sure what it looks like right now. But yeah, I know SJSU is like a really good team as well. So
yeah, it's currently UH Premier versus SJSU. The winner of that goes and plays UCI. There we go. Perfect. Thank you so much,
perfect.
Lawrence, our main producer. Yeah, so
Thank
that's
you,
what the bracket
prediction.
looks like. There you go.
Okay, yeah. So yeah, I don't think our team has played SJSU recently. So I haven't even like watched them play, so I don't know anything about that team.
Wow.
But honestly, I think for us, I can say who I think we're gonna play, but I think I can speak for the whole team when I say we don't think it matters who we play. We're really confident right now. I think we've shown we can take down any team in this tournament. So yeah, we're just gonna kick back, relax, watch the games, and yeah, see what happens.
Nice. Josh, you got anything else while we got Damo here?
No, congratulations. I mean, you guys notched your ticket to the grand finals. You look incredible. I'm excited I won't be on the call tomorrow night. I might try to figure out which one of my kids I can sell to get the money to try to take Paulsable's spot from him, but I will absolutely be watching you guys tomorrow night because your squad is so much fun to watch. You look like you have a lot of fun while you're playing it. And I just wish you all the best of luck and congratulations on making it there.
Thank you. Yeah, we had a blast today. We find we play our best when we're all having fun, laughing, going for crazy plays together, supporting each other. So it's a lot of fun. Yeah, definitely.
I love that. Well, before we get you out of here, Damo, anybody else you want to shout out on the team, at the school, in your life, etc.?
Yeah, shout out to the whole team, obviously. The guys are great. Couldn't do it without them, obviously. It's team game. Shout out to all the friends in chat, all the Waterloo people. I think there's some of the old Overwatch team in there, so it's nice to see them supporting me in a new game. Any of the Waterloo staff that's in the chat, just everybody involved with the Waterloo Esports organization. Shout out.
Thank you so much, Damo, for joining us, and good luck tomorrow in the grand finals of Conference 1 2021 Spring. We are going to head on out of here, guys, so we can let these players sleep and rest before the big day tomorrow. And don't forget, that big day tomorrow is real soon, and you're going to want to be there for every single moment. 4 p.m. Eastern is when we start off. That's 1 p.m. Pacific time. So we want to see you there bright and, well, I guess it's not really that bright and early. It's pretty bright and early for gamer time, though. So bright and early at that first match. We have 3 phenomenal matches tomorrow, and you're not going to want to miss a second of it. So make sure you come back to see the grand finals of Conference 1.
is the question to ask. There are so many choices that it's hard not to look past. What is real and what is fake, and the risk we have to take. Will we know what is throwing off our balance? We're trying to find ourselves without the defining words. We can no longer hold on to what only makes us hurt. We cannot sink into the dark. The vertigo is getting sharp. There's something greater than ourselves that we must reach for. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach. Into the infinite that we must reach.